Hello and welcome to round 4 of the FIDE Grand Swiss and the Women's Grand Swiss. And guess what? After 3 rounds, we are in the unique position that from both tournaments, there are only 2 leaders on a perfect score. But despite that, we have not been short of brilliant attacks, resilient defense, and of course, lots of entertainment. I'm International Master Jovanka Houska, and it's a great pleasure to be here with the one and only Grandmaster David Howell.
Thank you, Jovanka. It's great to be back. We've had 3 days of action. It's really flown past. It's been long days, but fun days so far. And as you mentioned, only 2 leaders in the women's section on 100%. In the open, it's an open field.
It is an open field. And yesterday in the women's section, we actually had 16 decisive results. When you think that there are 25 games playing, that's impressive. And talking about results, let's have a look at yesterday's results. And here are the top 10 pairings from round 3. Results from round 3. And there you can see there was only 1 decisive result. Javokhir Sindarov, just 17 years old, beating Levon Aronian. And it was also near miss for Alexey who actually drew against Nordibek Abdusatorov in the 7th hour of play.
Yeah, I think even over 7 hours there, over 100 moves as well. Shirov on the brink, but in the end, the younger man, Abdusatorov, was able to hold firm. And that means only 1 decisive result out of the top 10 boards. And we have a bunch of leaders. I think we have 10 joint leaders in the open section, Jovanka.
And 33 people in joint second place, let's say. And here you can see the standings after round 3 at the top of that table. It is Erwin with 2.5 points. But as you mentioned, David, there are such an impressive list of names. I want to highlight one which is on board, which is there in the 4th place. Just 16 years old and world junior champion, Maurizzi Marc Andrea.
Yeah, we actually only have 2 players over the age of 30, I believe, on the leading score group. So a really young crowd off to the fast start in the open section.
Yes. And let's take a look at today's pairings, because this one is going to be juicy. And already, look at the top. Fabiano Caruana facing off against 17-year-old Sindarov. And Sindarov yesterday, of course, he beat Levon Aronian. Will he be able to do the same today? Well, we'll find out.
We'll find out. Sindarov was extremely impressive in his interview yesterday. Really charming, really down to earth, and yeah, really ambitious about his chances in the tournament. We also have big clashes. Predke against Erigaisi, Sevian against Erwin Maurizzi, you mentioned world junior champion, against Esipenko, and Sarana against Zhalmakhanov. Those are the leaders. Those are the leaders right now.
Yes, they are. And Zhalmakhanov is incidentally the only international master in this particular group. And shall we take a look at the pairings and the results for the Women's Grand Swiss? And yesterday it was a decisive round, and take a look at that. From the top 10 boards, over 8 decisive results. And in the battle between former Women's World Champion, it was Tan Zhongyi who was impressive.
Yep, Tan Zhongyi rising to 3 out of 3, 100%, as did Anna Muzychuk, winning on board 2 after a mistake from her opponent. And as you mentioned, Jovanka, it just continued, not just the top 10 boards, everywhere else. It was a bloodthirsty round.
It certainly was. And let's take a look at the standings after round 3. And there are only 2 players in both competitions on 100% score. Tan Zhongyi and Anna Muzychuk. Today they are facing off against each other. Maybe there's going to be only one after today's round, but we will certainly find out. And of course, 3 players there on 2.5 points. Bibisara Asaubaeva, Vaishali, who played such a magnificent attacking game yesterday, and Elizabeth Pates.
Yep, and then a huge pack on 2 points out of 3. So we'll be following all of these games. Let's check out the pairings. Let's see who's facing off. Obviously, Anna Muzychuk has to play Tan Zhongyi. That is going to be the game of the round. Asaubaeva, we mentioned playing Elizabeth Pates. And yeah, Vaishali, the other in the chasing pack, facing Maria Muzichuk with black. Not an easy pairing.
Not an easy pairing, but we have seen Vaishali be in impressive form. Yesterday, she probably played the game of her life. It was that good. And Alexandra Goryachkina, she got off to a very slow start, 1 point out of two draws. But yesterday, she played a fantastic, aggressive game. And now she faces off against Fatelieva.
Yes, and we'll bring you the top 10 boards of both sections in a bit more detail later on.
We will. And in the meantime, there we can have a view of the playing hall, the Villa Marina here in Douglas in the Isle of Man, and people already seated.
Yeah, it's nice to see some laughs actually there just briefly between Alexandra Kostenyuk and Goryachkina. Players in good spirits. We still have nearly 10 minutes to go before kickoff, before the round begins. But players filing in now, taking their seats. We see Isle of Man's Dietmar Kolbus at the kind of front of our screens there, one of the local heroes. And yeah, what are you expecting today, Jovanka? Are you expecting kind of a peaceful round just like the previous one in the open section?
No. I mean, just looking at some of those pairings, you know, especially in the open section, we have Alexander Predke against Arjun Erigaisi. These two players, they are on fire. They play dynamic chess. That if it's going to be a draw, it's going to be a full-blooded draw there. And then we also have youngsters like Samuel Sevian. I think perhaps he's not considered a youngster these days, but in my mind, he is. And here we can actually see the head-to-head results. And it was one victory for Erwin Lamy.
Yeah, the more experienced player, one draw between them, one win for Lamy, and he's been on fire, Erwin Lamy, so far this tournament, holding Caruana to a draw yesterday. This is going to be one to watch for sure. Maybe we can go through some of the head-to-heads as the players file in. Yeah,
and you mentioned Dietmar Kolbus from the Isle of Man, and also we can see next to him another representative from the Isle of Man, Li Wu, the only untitled player actually in both competitions, but he's had quite a tough time, but he's actually scored some points.
Yeah, Li Wu has actually, both players from Isle of Man have now scored a draw against Grandmaster opposition, so fantastic results for them. Li Wu told me he recently got married as well, so reason to celebrate, reason to be optimistic for this tournament. And yeah, let's check out some of those other head-to-heads among the top boards. This is the board 7 clash between Nijat Abbasov and Alireza Firouzja. Abbasov, we mentioned he had a long game yesterday. We left before its conclusion. He managed to hold a draw.
He did. I actually thought that he was going to lose, but I think probably you were mentioning that it was a fortress. But today he has a tough pairing because he is facing off against, well, the highest rated junior on the planet, Alireza Firouzja. And talking about what's up for grabs, well, we have two candidate spots. The winner of this event and the runner-up will get a place in this event that is happening in spring next year in Toronto.
Yeah, and we mentioned Abbasov. Abbasov might be replacing Magnus Carlsen in this lineup if Magnus does, as expected, turn down his spot. So Abbasov might be there. Firouzja will be aiming to join him.
Yes, he will. Actually, Firouzja yesterday in the interview said that was his goal. And talking about the goal to reach the candidates, Sindarov yesterday joined us and he told us, yeah, he was going to fight hard for that spot. It will be life-changing.
Yeah, Sindarov, only 17, face of an angel, but on the board, he is a demon. And yeah, he has black today. It won't be an easy game, of course, against the top seed, Caruana. Probably the toughest game in chess right now. Yeah. So he will need to earn it the hard way.
Yes, and in the background we see Alexey Shirov, and well, the tale of 1,000 nights springs to mind after he let the win slip against Nodirbek Abdusatorov.
There we see Shirov. Yeah, it was so close, and every half point counts in this tournament. Such fine margins. You play a world-class opponent every single day, so you might as well get those wins. You might as well try to rack up the points as early as possible. He'll feel that he needs to make amends now, and players taking their seats. On the right of your camera there, you saw a handshake between, I think, Abdusatorov and Chaparinov, and yeah, players almost ready now. Vidit approaching the board. He will be playing against Shirov today.
Yes. And there we see a handshake. And Vidit with the white pieces. And here we see the youngster, Marc-Andrea Maurizzi, just 16 years old. And yesterday he beat Gabriel Sargsyan. He also had a fantastic game in round 2 with the white pieces against Matthias Blubaum.
Mm-hmm. 2 of the games of the tournament so far, 2 sparkling wins from Maurizzi, world junior champion, of course, a man in form. He's playing another youngster, Andrey Esipenko, so it'll be interesting, this kind of clash of similar generations, how this one will pan out. He looks very confident, Maurizzi. We heard a few words from him yesterday. He's definitely got a bit of a swagger about him, the Frenchman.
Yes, and he let us in on his training regime, and he says mainly openings. Everything seemed to have been well prepared, well thought out. And in the background, we also just saw Anish Giri and Yu Yangyi, the Chinese number 3, playing.
Yeah, the top players these days, they do focus a lot on the openings. In the women's section, another expert who works very hard on her openings, Elizabeth Paetz. She is poised. Her opponent is lurking behind her, giving her a bit of a death stare there, Asobayeva, just walking back and forth, pacing now. Some mind games here as we see the Muzichuk sisters arrive behind.
Mm-hmm. And talking about conversations, we also see Erwin Lamy discussing something with Fabiano Caruana. It does look like they're discussing their game.
Yeah, they played yesterday. It was a very solid draw, just really solid play from both players there. But it's always interesting to see players. They're so caught up, so kind of they dig deep into the details, and maybe they went back, analysed, found a few nuggets of information, and sharing them with each other right now as we see Anna Muzichuk on top board in the women's section. Big game for her. Big opportunity as well with the white pieces.
Yes, huge opportunity. And, well, did you notice that little move there? She turned the knights to face forward.
Ooh, forward, that tends to signal an attacking player. You can always tell players' intentions by the way they adjust the pieces. I don't like the fact the bishops are kind of pointing to the side, though. I normally want to point those forward too. But yeah, the players are now almost ready. We're only a couple of minutes away.
Yes, we are just a few minutes away from the start of the 4th round. And, well, maybe we can remind ourselves of the prize money. What is up for grabs? In the open section, top prize is a lot of money. $80,000.
Yeah, and there we see it, Jovanka.
Yeah.
$80,000 for first. That's life-changing, especially for the younger players. It could really set them up for the next few years.
Yep.
It could finance their training schedules, their travel. Of course, second place, third place, 60,000, 40,000, not too shabby either. And candidate spots for the top 2 prizes.
Yeah, and as Javokhir Sindarov said yesterday, it is the candidate spot that is the most attractive thing from them, from this particular competition, because, you know, once that they get the attention of the media, and suddenly you're playing in the world's best tournament, the world's most elite tournaments, and who knows, from the candidates, you could be challenging for the crown.
That's right, and $25,000 is top prize in the women's section, $17,500 for second place. But of course, it's not just that. It's similar to the Open, where the top 2 get that coveted candidate spot, which will lead to further glory, further money.
Yes.
At the very least, Jovanka.
Yeah, definitely. And the women will be playing in the candidates tournament, a separate candidates tournament in Toronto, spring 2024. It's very nice that they will have 2 candidates tournaments running alongside each other. And there we have a view on the top board. Fabiano Caruana facing off against 17-year-old Sindarov.
Yeah, and Jovanka, I'm noticing, I love this camera angle because we can see the balconies here at the Villa Marina in Douglas, and the balcony's really filled out. There's quite a few spectators here joining us today.
Yes, there is. And talking about spectators, perhaps it's because it's the start of the major and the minor tournament that is running concurrently alongside. And anyone can actually turn up and watch, but you'll have to watch from the balconies.
Yeah, you can check out your favorite players, see how they walk, see how they think. You can join us here in the commentary room. There's a tournament just happening below us, but in the meantime, we do have a handshake, and Fabiano Caruana on board 1. We're about to see his first move of round 4.
Yeah, and he opens with the C-pawn. It is an English opening.
It's the English opening from Fabi, not his usual 1e4, which he's had so much success with. He defeated Hans Niemann just 2 days ago with e4, he's switching things up, Jovanka.
Yes, that is the mark of these top players. They know when to switch. They know how to psychologically prepare against their opponents. And c4 played, and Sindarov pausing. Perhaps this comes as a small surprise to him. Maybe he was expecting Fabiano to open with e4.
Yeah, understandably a small surprise here. Black has plenty of options, of course. Sindarov, I'm not too familiar with his opening repertoire. I think he plays a few different setups. With Black, he prefers to play Queen's Gambit declines and openings along that line. But yeah, here I'm expecting e6, e5. Definite my games for Fabi. He's launched the first surprise and it's just move one.
It is. And look at the hesitation from Sindarov. And he opens with g6.
Okay, flexible stuff.
It is certainly flexible things. And, well, that doesn't come as a surprise to Fabiano because he's renowned for his opening preparation. In fact, he's so famous for it, it's almost becoming like a meme.
Yeah, the Fabiano, the fabulous opening prep. Yeah, he works so hard in his openings. I've had the honor of working with Fabiano myself many years ago. And the depth of knowledge, it's not just the fact that he knows pretty much every opening under the sun, it's the fact he knows them all to move 20, 25 and beyond. It's a scary prospect as an opponent.
It is a scary prospect. I was actually told a story that when Fabiano was preparing the Petrov defense against Magnus Carlsen for his World Championship bid, it took them 2 months to master all the sharp lines.
Wow.
Yeah.
2 whole months on one opening.
Yeah, literally he was tested all the time. They were like, okay, white sacrifices here. How are you going to respond? I mean, just think of it like Rocky style. That's
dedication, pure dedication, and it paid off. Fabiano, I don't think I've ever seen him lose with the Petrov defense. If he has, then it must have just been once or twice. He knows everything down to a T. And okay, Black now looks like Sindarov's about to play bishop g7. He's allowing an occupation of the center. If he wanted to challenge White's setup, then he could have played pawn to e5 last move. That would be a move recommended by many opening experts, such as Peter Svidler, if you want to head towards, or if you want to prevent your opponent getting a King's Indian defense. But now White does have the option of playing pawn to d4, which I think will be, he will avail himself of. d4 on the board, and he's built that big pawn center, Jovanka.
Yeah, it's refreshing stuff actually from Sindarov, because it's so rare that these top grandmasters face off against these King's Indian style openings where, you know, you have to play aggressively, you have to take the center. Usually, you know, these top players, you try to play symmetrically, very simple chess. But no, here it's a fight.
Yeah, not trying to lock down the game, not trying to fight straight for equality. Sindarov is taking some risks with his opening. He's playing the King's Indian. I don't see Fabiano playing against this too much, so maybe a surprise met by a surprise, but of course he will have an idea up his sleeve, and he plays bishop e2 very quickly. This hints at either the Averbach system, if White brings a bishop out to g5 next move, or I'm not sure exactly the name, but bishop e3, which is favored by AlphaZero and other engines. That one has really become popular in the last few years. Black castles, and his plans will be revealed in a moment, Jovanka. Yes. He's going to move his dark squared bishop.
I think after bishop e3, it's like, is it like the semi or the hybrid Averbach or something like that? Yeah, something weird.
The lesser Averbach, I've heard it called, just because you don't quite land your bishop on g5. It's halfway there. And okay, play very quickly progressing here. Anish Giri is an interested spectator on the right of your screens. And Zhumabayev, another interested spectator, just walking away now. Yeah, interesting opening choice. This is really promising for us in entertainment value. Definitely.
I'm really looking forward to following this game. Okay, whilst Fabiano takes his first pause, let's work our way down. Oh, no, there was no pause. Quick as a flash, he just played d5, taking the center.
Wow, and a very quick move with a bit of a flamboyant touch there. Sindarov, he played it with a flourish, and he's like, okay, I'm going to get up. You think about this one. I've played this opening for 3-4 years myself as White, and I've never seen queen to b6. I must admit, hitting a pawn. Fabiano suddenly changing pose. I don't think he's seen this one either. Looks very odd to attack this pawn to bring the queen out so early. It can be easily defended by White's rook or by White's queen.
It does look very strange because first of all, like my understanding of these positions is that black is trying to break through either in the center with e6, and maybe once you've traded a few pawns, you're trying to get that just queenside expansion with b5, and now you put the queen on b6.
Yeah.
And well, first up, I'm thinking, well, can't that be met by like rook b1, queen c2?
Yeah, rook b1, queen c2, queen d2, they're all viable options. It does look a bit artificial as well, the placement of the black queen. Rook to b1, for example, you could even later play a move such as b4 because she's awkwardly sitting on a diagonal of the same diagonal as the dark square bishop. Very odd stuff. He's pretty much guaranteed to play the move e6 next turn, so why not play it first?
Yeah, well, it's a puzzling move, and we're going to leave Fabiano to puzzle over this one. And let's move down to Alexander Predke against Arjun Erigaisi. And these two, I did predict that there would be fireworks. I did not predict this semi-terrace opening, which is one of the most solid responses you can have against d4. So shall we find out how we got here?
Yeah, let's quickly whiz through the moves. Still a well-known position until this last one, which is a bit mysterious and a bit puzzling, as you coined, Jovanka. So we see d4 and a transposition to the queen's gambit declined once black puts a pawn on d5, and not taking this pawn, which would lead to a different variation, c5 instead. And as you said, the semi-tarash, where you trade off a set of pieces very early on. The knights disappear now. Not just that, pawns disappear in the center. Black gives a check. Bishop's off the board as well. So white has this big pawn center, but the fact that there are fewer pieces on the board means that they are maybe less of a strength than usual, the space advantage here. And pawn to h3. What is that all about? That is very mysterious. It's not as if black's threatening to play bishop g4. There's a pawn on e6. What does h3 contribute to white's position? Normal moves would have been to develop the bishop to d3 or c4.
Exactly.
To move the rook to a more central square. Those look like productive ideas, but h3 just looks like a waste of tempo.
It certainly does. I mean, I've seen h3 played, but that normally happens after the bishop has been developed to c4 and castles and the rooks have centralized, and then you kind of play a waiting move. But it feels a bit odd to do it right now. Okay, so maybe, I mean, black actually only has one plan, right, as well. It's not like black is that sophisticated about it.
That's
just
true.
Develop the knight and then just develop light square bishop. And
yeah, which square do you want to use for the black knight?
I'm trying to think, because you see, normally I play this for the white side, and I'm just going bishop c4 and castling, and then they do their moves, and now I can't remember what their moves are. I think it's knight c6. Oh, was it 97? It's 97. 97, isn't it?
Yeah, it depends on white's setup, actually. I think the move order trick might be quite interesting here. We see Anishgiri now approaching the board. Hikaru, for a moment, okay, we see him walking away now, but he was looking at the score sheet. He was like, I think he was as puzzled, as confused as us. He was like, when did h3 happen? Why did h3 happen? So usually in this position, I think if white puts a bishop on d3, then the black knight often comes out to c6 very quickly to attack this pawn.
Okay.
Whereas if the bishop comes out to c4, then black often puts the knight on d7.
Yeah.
Because the d4 pawn is not really attacked, and then you play b6, bishop b7. So I'm assuming here h3, if knight to c6, then white might have other ideas like putting a bishop on b5, or maybe even on c4. So you've tricked black. If you put the knight on d7, now you could put your bishop on d3 and happily say the d4 pawn will not be under attack. So I think it's a bit of a waiting game, but the big question is what happens after black plays b6, which is always the part of the plan, Jovanka?
Yeah, it is always the part of the plan as far as I know, especially thing is that I'm religiously playing bishop c4, so I'm like, they always do knight d7, bishop b6 and bishop b7 there, so okay.
And now I think we're unlikely to see bishop c4 because after bishop b7 already there's a problem on this e4 pawn.
No, he's waited again.
He's waited again, rook to d1. Really, really surprising stuff. And now how does he intend to meet bishop to b7? Erigaisi, look at him. He's like, oh, I didn't prepare this one. And Erigaisi loves to prep his lines. Meanwhile, look at the arbiter. Just we see Arno there, the arbiter. He was signaling to someone on the balconies, maybe saying, no more photos.
Oh.
We're done with that.
Yes. No photo for you today. Actually, are you allowed photos in the first 5 minutes and then you got to stop?
I think so. Maybe that's what the arbiter was signaling about just over the shoulder there. We've now had 10 minutes of action and the players, or the spectators, forbidden. I'm really curious though, bishop b7. let's try and figure out what might happen in the next few moves before we move on.
Yeah, maybe bishop d3.
Bishop d3 now, and knight to c6 would be the typical antidote to bishop to d3. But now, I mean, there's a question about d5 possibly. Maybe even just dropping back with the bishop.
I think dropping back with the bishop makes sense.
To support the pawn.
Yeah, because I do really want to go d5, but on the other hand, I'd like to do it with the king castled.
This is true. And actually, this position, if white hadn't played h3, if white had played rook d1 first, then bishop d3 and done the same thing, black's bishop would still be on c8, the pawn would be on h2, and then black's best move, I believe, would be bishop to a6 to stop white from castling. So maybe here black's best move would be bishop a6 anyway, and Predke's arguing that he's got h3 for free, which is interesting. I'm not sure it's a useful move at all.
Yeah.
I don't really see how white intends to castle, but creative stuff.
It is intelligent stuff. We'll see whether it works or not. But I'd love to come back to this game just to see, you know, what White's big idea is in this position. And meanwhile, we do have to move on because we are going to be focusing on the top 10 games and, of course, keeping up with some of the rating favorites. And there are a lot of players in this event. Let's move down to Sam Sevian against Erwin Lamy.
Yeah, and Sam Sevian here, he's so close to 2,700 on the rating list. I think actually on the live list he might have passed that threshold now, and he's just played the move a4. I don't know, what do you think? Should we go from the start? It's a typical Spanish opening.
Let's go from the beginning.
So it's a Spanish Roy Lopez, depending on how you prefer to term this opening. We see e4, e5, bishop coming out, putting some pressure on this black knight. It's kicked back. And just very typical stuff. Nearly every game I see nowadays, though, Jovanka involves taking this pawn. A bunch of theory there. I'm glad we're avoiding those very direct lines. We get a more classical, old-fashioned line. Actually, Owen's been playing this for as long as I've known him as black. The bishop gets kicked back. Still very standard. This is pretty much the main line of the Spanish opening, or at least it used to be years ago. And black sets up with a bishop on b7, rook on e8. And
bishop goes back to f8.
I was going to say, I think is this the Zaitsev system with the rook on e8? I'll just mention in passing here, I'm really glad we saw the move knight to d2. If instead white had played knight to g5, there's actually a forced draw line that's very well known from the last round of open tournaments when players aren't too interested in playing on. They kind of attack this pawn and repeat the position. So, okay, instead we saw knight to d2. Of course, Sevian, as the high-rated player with white, doesn't want to acquiesce to any early draws, and we see the knight go back. So a bit of a hybrid now, and the black knight will sit on d7. This would be a Breyer setup with a knight just rerouting. Looks a bit odd to undevelop, but you're sitting on a much kind of more harmonious square on d7.
Yeah. And also, does black have ideas of playing c7, c5 in that particular setup, or you wait with that pawn break?
You're very flexible. For example, if white, it's actually a bit awkward for white. Normally you want to maneuver around f1 to g3, but there's a lot of pressure on your e4 pawn. But black, depending on what white does, black will play either c5. You can even wait with c6 and just sit. You can kind of fianchetto your bishop on this side. Already we see some quick moves, knight bd7, instantly answered by bishop to d3, stopping your c5 idea, Jovanka.
Yep, and asking black to resolve the tension against that pawn. Is c6 going to be played? Owen, in my experience, is kind of quite a cagey player. You know, he doesn't necessarily go for the most direct moves.
He likes tension. He likes his longer games. He likes his end games. Great understanding, of course. I'm expecting c6, Jovanka. Although the fact that Owen, he's looking off to his left now, that signals that he's activating the left part of his brain, which is about the memory. He did look down for a second as well, confused, as if he was trying to recall some of his preparation. I vaguely remember there being some d5 ideas in the near future in this variation, but let's leave that dilemma to Owen. Still a classical position, just a very standard Spanish opening. Yes, and
talking about Spanish opening, if we go down to board 4, Maurizzi, just 16 years old, against Andrey Esipenko. Also another standard Spanish, it feels like.
Yeah, and this is very recognizable. We'll go very quickly from the start again. We see the Spanish replica of the previous game, everything the same pretty much until a few moves down the line where white plays the move well, first black castles, hinting that black was trying to open the center with the marshal gambit. White says no, that is the anti-marshal now, with white playing a4, putting some pressure on b5, and the move that Magnus brought back into kind of modern day theory, rook to b8, which had been long forgotten. Everyone here used to play the move pawn to b4 and or bishop to b7, just to guard this rook in the corner or stop that threat. But rook to b8, allowing the a file to come under white's control. White now has the open a file, but black says, okay, no big deal, and pawn to d6, c3. This position was reached in that World Championship match in 2021 between Jan Nepomniachtchi and Magnus Carlsen.
Yeah, and I remember Magnus's strategy there was just simply to curl up in a ball, play very defensive chess, but just be rock solid, and Nepomniachtchi couldn't handle it. Because I remember this was between games 1 to 5 that they were playing this type of very tense, very solid chess.
Yeah, and often black is, like as you say, just curling up into a ball, very slightly worse, but a bit passive as well. But it's never too bad. You don't have too many weaknesses. I'm expecting black to play the setup that Magnus loves: pawn to h6, rook to e8, retreating the black bishop to f8, and just sitting. You're very comfortable there in those types of positions. But it's not really Andrey Esipenko's style. He likes more uncompromising positions. He likes to be on the front foot with the initiative. Yeah, I'm a bit surprised by the opening choice here. I think Maurizzi will be quite happy.
Yeah. Do you think that Esipenko, has the black pieces? It's very scary playing someone so young.
He's young too.
Yeah. Not as young, though. I mean, how old is Esipenko? Probably 19?
Around 19, I believe.
So perhaps maybe a mark of respect, especially because in these type of Swiss tournaments, you don't want to be losing with the black pieces. Much better to draw with black and then win with white.
Yeah, that's how the old saying goes, of the professional way of doing it: win with white and then just be solid with black. And draw with black's never bad, but I think to win a tournament like this, to qualify for the candidates, you need to take your chances. At some point you'll need to win with the black pieces, especially if you're one of the unlucky ones, one of the unlucky 50% who gets more blacks than whites in the tournament. We think that 8.5 might be the winning score of the tournament, +6, so you need 6 wins more than you have losses. And yeah, that means a win or 2 with black, and here being solid won't really cut it. It's also hard to know what to do against d4 unless you're well prepared.
Yes. Well, as we heard from Marc Andrea yesterday, he is very well prepared, but perhaps this opening is coming as a surprise to Maurizzi. Okay, well, this is cagey stuff. Let's move down to Alexey Sarana against Zhalmakhanov. Both players are also on 2.5 points. And, well, this one is looking spicy here.
This looks much more promising in terms of a really complicated battle. Let's go from the start here, because we've already got a bit of an unorthodox opening. We saw d4, d5. It started life as a Slav defense. And okay, after bishop to g5, rather than go into this maze of the Botvinnik gambit, bishop, or the Botvinnik, I'm not even sure what it's.
Is it? I was just thinking, it says Moscow variation, right?
Yeah,
but is it bishop takes knight, or is it bishop h4 is the Moscow?
I think bishop h4 is the Moscow, I believe, and there's a bunch here. There's a bunch of openings. h6 early is quite provocative. You can kind of transpose into these lines where it gets all sorts of crazy. Here, it's actually known to be pretty decent for black these days, but it's very complicated stuff and very, very imbalanced. There used to be games played beyond move 40 when I was young, where everyone knew what was happening, and modern engines have deemed black to be fine.
Yeah, but this is still not a position you can freestyle, so I can understand that simplicity is better. It's less draining on your energy level, so bishop takes knight, with the very straightforward plan of just breaking through in the center.
Yeah, bishop takes knight, and first queen to
queen
b3.
b3, that's unusual.
Yeah, I believe e4 does allow a capture and a check, which can be slightly annoying for white. It's hard to deal with this one without retreating one of the knights. Although I have seen the move king e2 played here before in some high-profile games. But queen b3, I guess, covers the square, Jovanka.
Yeah.
And he plays it next move. e4, he builds the center.
Yes, and I've also seen like white fianchetto. Once you've kind of established your e5 fianchetto, the light square bishop, but definitely this is going to be an interesting one. I think Gatakamsky plays this type of system with the black pieces, you know, and there he's very happy just to retreat the queen to d8 and go bishop e7, go in for a safe king and live on the back rank.
Yeah, black is still relatively solid. Black has the bishop pair long term, so not that much to fear, but always in pretty much every opening starting with d4, we talk about the problem piece. Black's light squared bishop. It's pretty terrible right now and long term remains a problem. And Zhalmakhanov, it feels like he's been surprised early in the round. He's got black again. Yesterday he had black against Firouzja. A bit of an unlucky run of pairings there, but he's been so impressive so far, Jovanka.
Yeah, I mean, drawing with the black pieces against Alireza Firouzja is just incredible. And let's not forget that he did defeat two 2600s as well in earlier rounds. And he's just an international master at 24-47. But as Alireza said, that man should definitely be a grandmaster.
He should. Ramazan is amazing, and he's a great player, very young player too. So let's keep an eye on this game. Maybe we continue.
Yeah, let's go down because things are looking really interesting in the game between Tabatabai and Hikaru Nakamura. Yesterday, Hikaru won his first game in this event, so he's now on 2 points out of 3. But he's playing Tabatabai, who's very aggressive.
Yeah, very aggressive player, one of Iran's top players. And okay, Hikaru's away from the board. We look at the clock times. Hikaru's got more time than he started with, so clearly launched some opening preparation. Tabatabai is the first one to really delve into a deep think. Let's go from the start, see how we got to that crazy position. d4, again d5, lots of Queen's Gambit declines so far in this tournament. And we see c5, so not the semi-Tarash, but the proper Tarash. And that often means that black will accept an isolated pawn in the center, but compensating with active pieces. This is the main line, or one of the main lines. Usually white brings the knight out to c3. Capturing this pawn on c5 often means you want to expand very quickly on the queen side. b4, put the bishop on b2, a nice long diagonal.
Yeah. And the anecdote here for the... no, not the anecdote. Antidote.
Antidote. Or both, depending on the rest of your story.
No, it was antidote. It was knight to e4. I remember this being recommended by Jakob Aagaard.
Yeah, very kind of typical stuff. And now b4 can be met in a few ways.
Yeah.
You can drop your bishop back now. This rook is slightly vulnerable in the corner. There are even ideas of queen f6.
Queen f6, yeah.
In some variations, hitting this rook. So white didn't play b4. Instead, knight f to d2.
Yeah, that was the recommended or the computer response to this move. And well, f5 is not something I've seen before.
f5, and it clearly isn't something that Tabatabai has seen either. Nakamura has been playing this opening in recent times. He played it, I believe, in Qatar a few times just a couple of weeks ago. So it shouldn't have come as a surprise to Tabatabai, especially if he's playing a3. Kind of, as you said, knight e4 is the known move. It's the main move. And yes, f5 may be slightly rare, but surely it's a move that you check out. It looks like the most ambitious move from black. And okay, we do see a response from Tabatabai. He plays the move b4.
And okay, I just checked the opening database. And I started thinking maybe I've actually played against f5. You know, this is the problem with me these days. You know how a lot of the players can remember their own games? I literally can't remember them. And I was thinking I've played knight c3.
Yeah, I was going to say, if you play b4, you should have played it before this move. Knight c3 now, I do believe is the main move. I've seen this being played multiple times. You're kind of accepting that your pawn structure is slightly worsened here with white, but at the same time, f5 is a move that black really wants to take back.
Exactly, yeah.
The king is always going to be vulnerable, even if you castle kingside now. This pawn kind of stuck in limbo, doesn't really want to be on f5. But, okay, instead, playing b4 shows that, firstly, he wants to surprise Nakamura. Secondly, maybe he's just freestyling.
Yeah, I think he is just freestyling. Actually, just checking the database, no one has ever played b4.
Okay. Interesting. It does feel like a bit of a mishmash of plans. Normally, if you play b4, why not on the previous move? Your knight would be on a better square on f3.
Yeah.
Now the question is, does black hit this rook in the corner? Does black simply retreat? And if you do retreat, which direction?
Well, if you do hit the rook in the corner, that's actually quite critical because the rook will have to... Either there's knight takes knight, and that might be good.
a sacrifice maybe, but at the very least black could recapture the knight.
Yeah.
And this bishop is a bit locked in now on g2.
And we've seen that before actually in the game Tan Zhongyi against
In
in second round.
In the second round, I remember, against Divya Deshmukh.
Yeah, Divya, yeah. And
we saw something very similar at least, and White ended up losing that game because she had a poor bishop on g2. So I don't think that would be played. I'm pretty sure he's banking on rook to a2.
Yes.
But what's next if black just castles simply? Ooh, unless there's some tricks now.
Is there some kind of e3 business with knight to...
e3 maybe. I just realized I've walked into a bit of a pin.
Oh, hang on. Yeah, you're going to go knight. I'm going to go knight takes knight.
Yeah, and now we can destabilize the black knight maybe.
Yeah.
And when the black knight moves...
Now rook to d2.
Whoops. Okay, so there is some logic behind Tabatabai's play. This would be a nasty pin and a win for white.
And check out that camera angle now on Hikaru's board. We get to see Hikaru in all his fearsomeness.
Yeah, and we can pretty much see where his eyes are trained at. He was doing a bit of a Queen's Gambit, a bit of a Beth Harmon there, staring at the ceiling. But the knight that you see on the camera in front of you, the black knight there, is the knight on e4. So we know if he's looking, depending on which side he's looking, where he's calculating. He's looking off to his right, which means usually that he's not recalling things. He's just trying to innovate here. But yeah, I'm expecting maybe bishop to b6 or bishop to d4. One of these two moves looks, those look the most logical at least.
They do. Well, and Hikaru looking a little bit confused by Tabatabai's opening move just there with b4. But I agree with you. I think bishop b6. Keep it simple.
Yeah.
And well, let's move down the rankings and go to Nijat Abbasov against Alireza Firouzja. And Abbasov yesterday, I don't know whether he was lucky, but it was an incredible endgame that he had against Kubakarov.
Yeah, one of the games of the round. It wasn't on one of the top boards necessarily, but it was just spectacular. So many tactics. I think that one will appear in books for sure as a bit of tactical training. Just a crazy, crazy middle game followed by a technical endgame that is quite rare, but in the end was very, very instructive. And he held the draw, which is what you need to do when you're on the back foot the entire time. And yeah, he was playing only moves for like 10 moves in a row just to cling on. And I think he made his own luck in a way.
Yeah.
It looked fortunate, but not by coincidence. And okay, this one, Jovanka, is a Catalan opening.
It is a Catalan opening, and it's a closed position. I've noticed that Alireza Firouzja really likes these closed positions. Like, he likes to wriggle around a little bit, and then when his opponent finally breaks out, that's when he's in his element. And yeah, it's a closed Catalan, and White has done all the happy things. He secured the bishop on f4 by playing h2, h4. And the last move on the board was a3, stopping the black pawn from marching any further.
Yeah, black has the big triangle, the this rock-solid pawn formation, so it's hard to break down. But at some point, white will break in the center with e4. So white has a clear-cut plan. What do you think black will be up to here? It was Firouzja who chose this line. Let's just show from the very beginning. We saw the Catalan, which does involve this fianchetto very early on. And okay, after a check, a retreat, asking the white bishop whether it's actually comfortable on d2, kind of gets in the way there. We did see, yeah, like you said, very, very standard moves. c6, bishop f4. There are ideas of kicking this bishop back. There's always different move orders here. But this h4 idea, very, very topical. It happens all the time in the Catalan in recent times. And a4, like you said, a3 is stopping the advance, but also maybe targeting this pawn a bit later. It's a bit detached from the rest of its army.
Yeah, and speaking about plans, one idea that I've seen a lot is that the black knight will come into e4, and then it actually won't move from there. It'll get reinforced with f7, f5.
Yeah, for example, supporting this knight, a bit similar to the Nakamura game actually, supporting a strong knight on e4 with pawns like this. Of course, it comes at the cost of dark squares. A bit of a hole now on e5. The light squared bishop, not a happy camper, but yeah, you have one strong piece, and that often is a good sign.
But I have to say, in these positions, black is still slightly worse on account of white's control of the dark squares. And I saw a game just recently where Hikaru was playing with the black pieces against Divya, I think, was no Vantika. Vantika Agarwal, who's actually playing in the women's event, and there she was slightly better until the complications hit.
Yeah, white is always kind of holding the key to the center. I always kind of look at two pawns versus slightly more passive counterparts, and I think, okay, white is the one who opens things or closes things at will. Therefore, white has more choice. White is more flexible and therefore has a small advantage. Yeah, it's up to Firouzja how he intends to play this one. Normally, you want to do something about this bishop, but now it feels a bit loose to play b6 in fianchetto. Yeah, I was going to say h6 is usually the answer to h4 in a lot of these positions because, for example, in that other line we mentioned, Jovanka, for example, knight e4, white could often take this knight and land a knight on g5, and this is sometimes a bit annoying. So controlling with h6 does hint, firstly, at your plan with knight e4. It also hints that you might go this way. For example, if the white knight lands on d2, now the bishop has fewer kind of retreat squares, and white doesn't have the access to g5.
Yeah, and after bishop e3, just humour me, is f5. Something to be scared of.
Yes, especially if you're playing Firouzja, because you know he'll play the move f5, maybe even in conjunction with g5 and pawn storm. The bishop lacking squares. Suddenly white's setup is really clumsy. So I think actually what they usually do in these positions is a move like e3 these days, just to support the bishop and allow it to be captured. And yeah, some tactics there. So this one will heat up at some point. h6, just a bit of a waiting move. And yeah, we'll await developments here.
We certainly will. And let's continue our round down the top 10 in the open section, just because there's some exciting matchups. So first up on board 9, Hans Niemann against Richard Rapport.
Okay, let's jump there. Okay, Hans Niemann yesterday, he won one of the marathon games of the round, over 100 moves. He ground out a win and against a young player from Uzbekistan, Vokhidov. And okay, here he's white. He has white again, actually, a double white for Hans Niemann. And now, okay, a bit of an odd position. I'm curious, can we check out how we got here?
Yeah, for sure. I'm curious how that bishop got there on d5. I mean, it should be out on f5, so... Okay, so far so good. I'm pretty sure, now bishop f5.
So another Slav defense. And the bishop is out. The bishop's pretty happy for now until it gets kicked around.
Well, here I thought the bishop was going to go to e4, but I was completely wrong.
That's one of the main moves, bishop e4, bishop g6 instead. How did it land on this d5 square?
Like this.
So there was a capture of knights. And now a recapture with the bishop. Yeah, it looks like the bishop somehow teleported from c8, where it normally stands in all of these queen's pawn openings. It's kind of somehow breaking through its own pawn structure. But yeah, this bishop could be trapped if you're not careful. For example, queen c2 threatens already e4.
And I guess you already had to take some time out and either go bishop e7, work on the counterattack, or maybe go c5.
Yeah, c5 or e5 do kind of create escape squares, but yeah, maybe your move first, bishop e7, I like it. Just asking an awkward question of this knight. If it retreats, the very minimum, you can take this knight and the game goes on. Not sure whether you want to be honest, because it does open lines for white's rooks.
Also, the bishop's such an effort to get to d5. I kind of want to preserve it on that diagonal. I mean, this is one of the failings of chess players. We're stubborn.
We're stubborn.
We're literally so stubborn, and you can never tell a chess player that they're wrong, because they literally double down on their stance, even though they might not have believed in it at all.
All evidence might point otherwise, but they'll still argue their ground. Yeah, they'll still say, no, I was winning. Even if the computer's like, no, -4 for you. Yeah, especially the top players, actually, they're very stubborn, very optimistic, I notice, in their evaluations. Yeah, this bishop now, it might get challenged, it might get exchanged, but I'm just trying to figure out how many times it moved. 1, 2, 3, 4. And if it takes this bishop, that will be a 5th move out of 11 with black's bishop alone.
There's a kind of principle that when a piece is moved so often that you should just trade it off, because basically all their moves were just useless then. They've wasted time.
Yeah, and I guess that's the rationale behind Hans Niemann playing bishop c4, which is maybe the least ambitious of white's options there. But okay, he's arguing that if there is a trade, then he has a small advantage due to having a bit more space in the center. It's not much, but a slight, at least symbolic advantage.
Yeah. Well, black will be happy. The problematic light square bishop is out of the pawn chain, and if it's traded off, that's good news. And we'll see what's going to happen. And then let's move to the game between Wojciech against Anishgiri. I think I forgot to lead you there on board 8.
Yeah, and this one, dramatic at least, we see on the live board next to us, not the analysis board, the bigger board, but on the live board at least, white, according to the evaluation bar, has a significant advantage. Do you think Anishgiri's opening's gone a bit wrong? Queens are off the board, it's an endgame, but it looks really pleasant for white.
It does. I mean, for starters, you can go e4. I mean, look at this. Look at this, David. Look at this. I can win a pawn.
I see some tactics.
Yeah, exactly.
E4.
Knight moves.
I'll probably come back and attack your pawn, but if, for example, I drop back,
yeah,
maybe I can go to c7 as well, but...
yeah, you can go to c7.
Okay, let's say I drop into b4.
Yeah, so the plan was just simple and quite ruthless. Knight b6.
Ooh, pin and you win.
I do pin and win. But okay, maybe I can play on this.
Yeah, pawn up for white.
Yep.
So e4, let's try and figure out how black defends. Maybe I go back to c7 to defend my rook.
Yeah, then I was kind of hoping that I can continue the game with bishop's f4, but I can see that...
Now I can attack the pawn, and not just that, but I defend on a7.
Okay, so I need to take back this e4 was a bit one-dimensional.
I agree, though. This is what Wojciech's calculating first. If e4 works, it's very, very strong, so we have to look at it to rule it out. Another idea is to play a move like knight to a5 in the near future. I'm not sure whether now, because black could defend b7 by castling queenside, potentially. But maybe you're castling into something there. It looks very clumsy to play rook b8 because maybe now your idea of e4 followed by bishop to f4 will kick the rook. So black pretty much obliged to castle. But what next?
Somehow I really want to go b4, b5, but that's not happening.
Not yet.
Don't control the b4 square. So, okay. Yeah, and then there may be some...
I'm just lazy.
Rook c1. Yeah, I was just thinking that as well, even though I had to fight my temptation to go e4.
I do wonder if it's something concrete. Yeah, maybe should we check out e4?
Yeah.
I'm just curious where this knight goes, first of all.
Maybe it steps back
to
f6.
f6, yeah. There are 2 pawns under fire now.
Yeah.
So we have to be very, very energetic to justify this. I'm also slightly curious in this position, what happens if we just retreat? So it looks weird, we've lost 2 moves, but I'm asking what you're doing about this a pawn.
Okay, when I step my... if I step my king to b8, then you're just simply going to go knight e5.
Oh, wait. Whoops.
Knight e5. Yeah. Knight e5, David.
That's even better than what I was hoping for.
Yeah, I just had to repeat that a few times because it suddenly dawned on me.
Yeah, it's unstoppable. Suddenly black loses on the spot.
Yeah.
Not just knight takes f7, but knight landing on f7 in any scenario. I mean, that square is undefendable. Wow, so actually, knight a5, by accident, I've kind of trying to trick black into castling. So you lose 2 moves on purpose just to gain time and just to trick the black king away from e8. Suddenly, no matter what, knight e5 and boom, game over.
And do you have to castle? I mean, can you just do your like
a5.
rook b8
rook
business?
b8. So let's try my e4 idea.
And then knight c7.
Knight c7. I'll play bishop f4.
And then this is where I'm not very proud of myself, but I'm going to do it. I'll put my king on the d line and...
Now I'll come back maybe
and still...
Every move creating a threat.
Oh my god, knight e5 is still a problem.
Every move, like, it's so weird actually. If black gets 1 more move here and just plays like ace... Oh, he plays rook d1. I think we'll see the evaluation bar drop in this case. Maybe. But yeah, I was going to say if black gets 1 more move, maybe black is fine. But just move by move here. Everything was coming with the threat, Jovanka.
Yeah.
We kind of got there by process of elimination, but maybe a big, big missed opportunity for Wojciech.
But it was actually stunning, right? The knight goes to a5 and then goes back. Sorry, there's something in the air.
Something in the air here in the Isle of Man. Very fresh air, very cold air.
Stormy day today. Did you see the waves?
I did see the waves. They were crashing up against the shore here, just meters away from us. It's been a stormy day here in Douglas. Yeah. Will it be stormy on the chessboard? It could have been for Anishgiri if Wojciech had found knight a5 instead, rook to d1, maybe just a bit too slow, and the game will take a quieter turn. Anish, we see him down the camera just taking his jacket off, sitting down, maybe breathing a sigh of relief.
Yeah, or maybe blissfully unaware that he was on the cusp of being in big trouble. And, well, let's also take an eye and take a look at the women's section, especially the game between the two tournament leaders, the only two people in both competitions to be on that perfect score of 3 out of 3.
Yeah, it is Anna Muzychuk against Tan Zhongyi, and this game... Wow, this looks a bit crazy already. We did predict that we might get one sole leader, only one player across both tournaments on 100%, and definitely looks like fighting chess from the off here. Okay, we'll jump in from the start just to update what's happened, just to show how we got that that imbalanced position. It was a Sicilian defense. Tan Zhongyi, I don't think she knows how to play solid. I don't think she enjoys playing solid, at least. She goes for the Sicilian, bishop to b5 check from Anna Muzychuk. And, okay, after a6, bishop to d3, still very well-known stuff.
It's quite funny, though, because Tan Zhongyi has a very solid style with white.
Yeah, this is true. But with black, she's provocative.
I mean, she's totally provocative. I mean, we saw her employ the dart defense, take risks there, and now it's, well, it seems like it's a full-blooded war on the board.
Yeah, maybe she's following that strategy we mentioned earlier. She knows it's a long, long tournament. To win the event or to get the top 2 spots, you need to take risks. You need to win with black at some point. But to do it in a round like this, you're playing one of the strongest opponents. Yeah, it's not going to be easy. She plays b5. If black wants a quiet game, a very solid position, then just g6, bishop g7, get castled as quickly as possible. It leads to, yeah, roughly balanced positions. But she wants to stop white from getting the center. She kicks around this bishop, which has now moved for a 3rd time. Bishop back to e2.
Oh.
Interesting, actually. I've seen this one before, but bishop c2, when I was young at least, was the main move. By default, you'd protect your pawn. What could be more natural, but bishop e2 fashionable, I believe.
And bishop b7 makes a lot of sense. Defend the b5 point and also attack e4. Rook takes rook.
Rook takes rook. The rooks come off.
And this is where knight attacks the b5 pawn.
Oh, the queen defends b5 and white plays d3, so blowing open the center while the black pieces are still undeveloped. I remember that you've quoted it in the past, Jovanka, this quote from Magnus Carlsen, where it talks about castling, and if you're 1 move away, you're fine. 2 moves away, it's a bit shaky. Black is 3 moves away, you need to move a pawn, then a bishop, and then you castle.
Yeah, this is where, you know, the spider senses start tingling, and you're like, okay, well, black could be in trouble here. Okay, so, and then she just took.
She just took, and this is the live position. Anna Muzychuk is actually the one who spent more time on the clock. Tan Zhongyi blitzing almost up to this point, but yeah, the eval bar certainly on white side in this one. I'll just do a quick refresh there, and yeah, it looks very, very strong. I mean, firstly, what's to stop white just taking this pawn back?
Yeah, and that's actually the best move. I suddenly just checked the opening database, and it's quite funny actually, because bishop takes pawn has been awarded like a question mark.
Okay, so black's last move, bishop takes e4, a mistake.
Just by my opening database, and it says, you know, 1 game played, and white played, as you indicated, knight takes b5.
Yeah, you can take it in 2 ways. It's unclear which one you should recapture with. I also love this graphic that we see in front of us, Jovanka, with the kind of bird's eye view of all of the evaluation bars, and it's gone red in this top board.
And that's a new feature. Every day it's getting better and better, right? And yeah, critical stuff actually on the top board already. 1.7.
Yeah, the longer the computer thinks, the more it seems to be rising in white's favor. It started off as +1 point something, and it's gone up now. Okay, I'm going to take this pawn. Like, why not restore the material balance? I love this pin for white. The white queen will come out to a4 in the near future. The rook will simply land on e1, pressure on the e-file. I mean, even without knowing what the computer says, this does look terrifying for black, being 3 moves away from getting to safety.
Yeah, I mean, can black just do a repair job, like play e6?
Yeah, e6.
And I immediately see the evaluation bar on our analysis board go up, up, up for white side. But okay, and how is white gonna start to put pressure on the black position?
Okay, I'll first just move my knight. I want, actually, maybe this is too slow. I wanted to play queen to a4 without allowing the bishop to capture this knight on f3 and wreck my pawn structure. Another move, maybe a more kind of active move, would be rook to e1. But it doesn't really threaten anything.
No, so I'm going to go bishop e7 and then...
Bishop e7 now I want
no, but yeah, but they also...
Oh, sorry?
Yeah, no, I was just thinking, if you get out of the way...
Oh, wait, bishop e7, I can take your knight.
Yes. And then you get king takes, and then there's rook takes bishop.
Yeah, suddenly I've found a way to blunder for black. The black knight is tied down defending its bishop, so...
No, but it just goes to show there's so much poison in the position, like, and now queen a4 is a deadly check.
Game over. So this is poison in itself. Maybe there are other more effective ways for white. I think she will take on b5. Maybe with the knight, we'll check that out in a second, but e6... I'm curious if there's anything else, if there's anything even stronger. I mean, bishop g5 also comes to mind, just because this black knight, we kind of touched upon the fact it's overworked. I mean, maybe bishop g5.
And if black has to take the time out to retreat the bishop as well, because of the threats, put it on b7.
Put a bishop on b7. Now I'll capture.
Oh, and what have I done to the pawn structure?
It's ugly, right?
It is ugly.
I mean, the knight might come now to d4, maybe queen to a4, up the pressure on this diagonal, I'm not sure. Maybe the queen wants to go the other way to h5.
And let's not forget that white isn't even down material, right?
No.
This is the kind of position you expect white to have compensation for if they're a pawn down. But knight takes e6 is on the board. Oh, no, I don't like this.
Yeah, this is really, really unattractive for black right now. Just the fact that she'll never castle the rest of this game. So the game position here, we're expecting
bishop takes
b5.
Pawn, yeah.
Knight takes b5 also looks tempting, but I'm reluctant to allow too many trades.
Yeah.
And maybe now e6, and black might even give up a pawn to get castled. But okay, still looks pretty good to me for white. Rook d1, bishop f4. Yeah, just spoiled for choice and a mostly trick.
Yes, looking very good for Anna. And let's move down to board 2, where we see Bibisara Saubayeva play off against Elizabeth Pates. And Elizabeth going for a very solid team player. Very reminiscent of Tan Zhongyi. She plays quite solidly with whites, you know, kind of either mixes it up between queen's pawns and an English opening. And as black, she plays sharp chess. Okay,
interesting. That's well suited for opening tournaments, Jovanka. Maybe that's why she's been so successful in World Blitz championships, for example. 2 straight titles there. And very young, of course, still discovering her own strengths, her own preferences. And maybe we just quickly go from the start to investigate how we got to that very solid position. We saw life start as a reti, starting with knight f3 and a early fianchetto, but this could transpose to a variety of openings. Okay, black kind of plays copycat. The symmetrical system ideally is what Elizabeth is aiming for, and queen to a4. Throwing a spanner in the works, this pin means that c takes d5 does try to imbalance the pawn structure. And knight to d7, there's a variety of ways you can handle this. You can ignore it, you can drop the knight back from f6 to d7, you can play a6 to play b5. She plays this one. Now after a capture, okay, the knight is slightly misplaced on d7, right? Just in the way of its bishop, and this is actually highlighted in a few moves' time. After a6, queen back to b3, this pawn is attacked.
I would be tempted to go knight b8, you know.
Yeah, I agree.
I'm never too proud to make that move.
And she does make that move only after a4. Now this knight is just in the way. And knight back to b8. Yeah, you can get away with losing time, right, Jovanka, when it's so blocked to the center. The knight's much stronger on c6. Putting some pressure on d4, maybe jumping into some holes later. Yeah, what do you make of this? Roughly balanced?
Yeah, roughly balanced, but I must admit, I'm always confused about how to play this position with what the white pieces, primarily because of this bishop on g2, because it's just shut down behind that black pawn on d5. And so as white, I'm constantly trying to go knight to e5, you know, I'm one of these forward people. But then once black goes knight to f to d7, I'm never really sure again what to do.
Yeah, here you're kind of at a crossroads. You either go super committal with a move like f4, which can backfire, very weakening and kind of forcing you to play a move like e4 later, isolating your d pawn, or you just kind of trade off or play a move like bishop f4, and it's just very level.
Yeah.
So I agree. I've played these all my life, and yeah, it's always hard to know what to do, kind of case by case. I think knight e5 might happen if bishop to f4, which also looks attractive.
Yep.
Once the black knight lands on c6, it's hard to know what to do next. This pawn is always vulnerable. If you ever play e3, then this bishop is actually running out of squares. Often
Totally.
h6, g5, it might even get tracked down and hunted.
Yeah, and doesn't feel like anything is happening in the center as well. So it's a tough position for both sides.
Yeah, what do you make of her body language? Salbayeva does not look too thrilled right now. Have you played her before, Jovanka?
I've never played Bibisara before. I've played Lizzie many times.
Okay.
But yeah.
What do you make of Elizabeth's style then, as a player?
Yeah, she has quite an aggressive style. But the one thing that I have noticed is that sometimes she's impatient. Well, most of us have that weakness in life, but she is impatient, and when she loses control, she's actually finds it difficult to recover. So I remember once, actually the last time I played, I had a horrendous opening. I fell for an opening trap, and I was a pawn down for nothing. But then somehow she tried to punish me. She got impatient, and then suddenly it was a draw.
Okay.
Just like that.
Yeah.
And I think that's kind of a normal human weakness. And I have noticed that in a lot of people's play.
Yeah, myself as well. I do struggle occasionally when being provoked. And yeah, it's always, we call it tilt, right? When things get out of control and it's hard to recover. But yeah, she's played a solid start to this one. I have noticed Elizabeth, she quite likes solid starts to the games, or where she knows the theory. But then, yeah, once she gets a chance to go on the front foot and attack, as we saw in round 1 against Annesley, then yeah, she jumps on the opportunity.
Yeah, she does. She's very. Whenever I've had like complicated positions against her, I've lost. So yeah, interesting. I like her style. And also she's very confident.
Yeah, this is true.
And confidence is a good thing when you're a chess player.
Yeah, confidence is good in life, I guess. And now we are expecting the move knight to d7. White landed a knight on e5, and yeah, I think this is one we'll check back in on later. Right now, a bit quiet, very symmetrical. And let's move on, Jovanka.
Yeah, let's go down to board 3. Maria Mazurchuk against Vaishali. And Vaishali yesterday played a beautiful attacking game. A really almost perfect chess. And here she's got the black pieces, and I see that immediately she's got pressure against the white e5 pawn, but her knight on the edge might fall off the hedge.
Yeah. This knight is living life on the edge here. Knight h5, it's actually trapped this piece. White could, for example, play a move like g4 to hit it, but I guess this will be met by a counter strike on white's knight on f3. Suddenly, yeah, it comes at a high price going for this black knight. You have to be 100% sure. This diagonal is really vulnerable right now.
Yeah, totally. And yeah, just to kind of continue that line on, I guess white could go knight to e4.
Yeah.
But still.
It's a piece sacrifice, actually, from black. This knight is just, I mean, it's dead meat.
Yeah, totally. I mean, it's got no squares. But if we've seen one thing from Vaishali, she's not afraid of going material down. I mean, yesterday, she was asking for her bishop to be taken like for 5 moves in a row. Yeah, but it's very, very risky to play like this. White, the queen and the king, they're divorced.
Yeah.
And
Divorced.
they're way too far away from the action. And you do feel that white is playing way too provocatively. I think it's much more attractive actually not to hunt down that knight, but just to keep it in the back of your pocket for a while and instead just make improving moves.
Yeah, I guess the dilemma there is how to improve your pieces. This bishop, I'm not sure what its most natural square is. You could come out to g5, potentially you might get hit by some pawns. Coming to e3 would break the connection between the rook and the e-pawn. Might simply be captured.
Okay. Queen, move the queen to the other side of the board.
Ooh, swing it.
Yes,
Queen h4.
Queen h4. And the evaluation bar said no.
What's the idea next move if black continues as she planned? The most consistent, I think she'll play bishop b7 against any move pretty much to put pressure on the center indirectly.
Here I was hoping to play knight to e4, but I forgot that you can just take on e5 and whoops.
Yep, looks a bit risky, but I think you can get away with it because white's not developed enough. Black would simply win this pawn.
But if you go back, okay, so let's disregard my queen to h4 suggestion and let's
You know what? Just looking at Maria on the camera here, Maria Muzichuk, I have a feeling she'll play g4, just because there are no kind of natural improving moves that we can find. And if not, then you get so tempted as a human to go for the most direct path. And yes, it's chaotic. Yes, it's a bit crazy, but why not try to win some material?
Yeah.
Maybe I'm getting carried away. I just want to see it on the board as a commentator because it will lead to entertainment for us.
Yeah, yes, but it's hair-raising stuff for white. And I'm just also looking at the solid alternatives, and you also wanted to play bishop out2. But then again, bishop b7 is...
Yeah. It feels like bishop b7 is going to be strong anyway, so why not why not try to be ambitious in our own on our own terms here? G4. Let's investigate once more. Bishop b7. Is there another way to defend or move this knight?
Well, you're either stepping back, or maybe you're... Could you be so bold as to step up with your king? I mean, no.
King of the hill, defend.
No. Let's forget that ever happened. Move the king back.
It crossed my mind as well, Jovanka, don't worry. I think maybe just specifically here, the downside is that rook d4 is possible hitting the queen.
Yeah.
Due to this pin, the rook can't be captured, and once the queen moves back, if we definitely, if we can't win this knight, then I think we can rule out the variation. The knight can escape. It's defended by its rook now.
Okay. Yeah, I accept that. Okay, so g4.
Okay, g4.
Bishop b7. Okay, so the only move that I can see is just knight e4.
Yeah. Otherwise, I mean, if we move the knight or allow it to be captured, then rook to d4 will come. So knight e4 blocks the key diagonal. Black is pretty much forced, I think, to play f5. Otherwise, it's just a free piece.
Okay, yep. And now... Hang on.
Ooh,
oh no, she goes for your move. No, I said your move, but it wasn't your move, it was my move.
Queen to h4.
Not sure about that.
Okay, and we're not sure because we are yet to find a solution to the simple bishop to b7 attacking this knight, therefore undermining the e-pawn, and white's position is collapsing somewhat.
Maybe her idea is this. So after bishop b7, bishop to g5.
Bishop to g5, okay. Counter strike. And if I ignore that and take your knight?
Yes, I'm going to take that bishop.
Yep. And I'm a bit scared of this one, but I guess it can be blocked actually.
And there's also knights to b5. Counter.
Oh, whoa. Okay, I've blundered, Jovanka. That's my first and definitely not last blunder of the day.
well, actually, I think I've beaten you there already on the blunders. I think I've done 5 in a row.
Just to show at the very end of this tactical melee, both rooks are attacked.
Yeah.
Both rooks are unprise. Okay, so yeah, maybe she has some tricks up her sleeve. Bishop b5, to g5 even, and a position like this one still messy. Of course, you have to calculate bishop takes pawn. You have to calculate what happens if black just simply defends on e7. At least now this knight won't be trapped due to the fact there's no g4 for the rest of the game. Yeah, complicated game.
It is a complicated game. And, well, we are coming up to our first break. But before we do that, let's revisit the top board in the open section between Fabiano Caruana and Sindarov.
Okay, and let's jump in here. This game has really changed. Last we joined this game, black's queen had just come out to b6. She's had to flee back to her start square on d8. But shall we retrace our steps?
Yes, let's have a look at what happened, because the queen did come out to b6. I presumably was met with rook to b1.
Yep, very solid, defending the b2
And
pawn.
what was the big plan of this queen foray?
The big plan was to move her again, second time in a row. Really confusing, surprising stuff, I must say.
And the queen, I guess, moves. Queen gets queen d2 or something?
Yeah, I was expecting that white plays bishop to d2 actually.
Just to stop maybe knight to g4.
I guess the idea after queen to d2, for example, breaking this pin, kind of defending the e4 pawn was, to prevent this move, as you mentioned. At least now white would most likely be forced to part with the bishop pair. Not the end of the world, but Fabiano chooses to avoid that. Bishop d2 targeting the queen. Both sides losing time with their pieces actually. It's unclear who this benefits. Knight f3, a capture, and rather than the usual capture that you want to play here. You want to take back with a pawn, usually on d5. I guess now we see one reason behind luring the rook to b1. White loses even more time. Yeah, rather than this, knight takes d5, making use of the fact that black queen is attacked. She drops back. Bishop g5. I wonder what would have happened if queen to a5 check. We could have seen a dance behind the queen and bishop, but instead knight c6 and castles. And okay, white has a nice outpost for his knight, but pawns on dark squares do mean that there's some central control. It's really hard to evaluate this one, Jovanka.
Yeah, I always find these positions very tricky because I only ever face them when I'm playing with the white pieces, and then I'm thinking, well, what is black doing, right? White has got amazing square on d5 and also a target on d6 to attack. But then again, you know, I can see the point. But unfortunately, in order to use these d5 and d4 and e5 squares, you're going to have to break the pin, and that's not easy to do.
Yeah, it's really hard to break this pin. If you ever play h6, you will simply lose a pawn.
Exactly.
The h6 pawn would drop. So yeah, in the current position, just to show one thing that black has to hope for, kind of if white is really, really compliant here, then we could see something like this. And if everything disappears on f6, white will never take on the square, of course, willingly. But suddenly we would see a black knight land on a dark square, good knight versus bad bishop, and black would have pretty much a strategically winning position. So this is what Sindarov's hoping for long term, but how to actually achieve this, how to force the exchange on f6, that is a real dilemma. And okay, he's yawning there.
Yeah.
Maybe, yeah.
I like your idea, though, of actually getting rid of the light square bishop.
I just like the fact that you have access to d4 once you trade off this knight on f3. I'm wondering if there are some concrete issues here. Yeah, I mean, if I can attack this knight one more time, so for example, I don't know, something mysterious like queen c1, I want to come to f4 and hit your knight. It's surprisingly troublesome for black, this one.
Yeah, because if you do go bishop takes knight, you carry on oblivious to your threat, and then you put the knight into d4. Queen f4 is just going to be a killer.
Although queen f4 here, the knight can take this knight because the queen is suddenly hit.
Ah, yeah.
Maybe we can be a bit clever about it. I'm not sure how with white. It's still complicated.
Yeah.
It's still very messy. But, I mean, this pin is eternal for now.
Yeah, this is why I was thinking about putting that knight on d4 to go knight e6 and break the pin.
Break the pin.
But then again, it's not maybe something to write home about, because I might have broken the pin, but there's still problems with the d5 square and white's ease of play, rook coming to d1, etc.
Yeah, maybe even b4 at some point, open up a new avenue of attack, make some sense of the rook's placement on b1. Maybe b4 here, just ignoring the fact that these pawns can be doubled. I don't think that's the end of the world. Maybe even bishop to g4, playing for f4, e5 in the near future. Actually here, not in that exact position, but okay, going back to the live game. Sindarov, I think he'll play bishop g4 or rook to e8. Rook to e8 is also very logical, just attacking a pawn, just asking white to waste a tempo defending.
Yeah, that certainly makes a lot of sense. But, well, we can also see that there has been a result already on board number 10.
Wow.
Whilst everyone is in a complex middle game, these two took us straight to the endgame and straight to the draw.
Yeah, we had 35 moves in this game in around an hour's time. So the players clearly knew what they were doing. This actually came from the infamous Berlin defense. Actually recognized pretty much the exact position that they've played down. So all very well-known stuff. Etienne Bacrot, he's had a tough run in the early rounds. He's played some of the top players. And yeah, I guess a draw with white against a world-class player like Duda is not the worst thing in the world, but it's maybe slightly disappointing. It would have been fun to see a fight here.
Well, talking about fight, we are definitely going to see more fighting chess, especially when we come back after this short break.
See you soon.
The club was established in 2002 and it comprises of 280 players. Now what is going on currently is the project, Kakuma Chess project, that's going to kick off on 2nd of August. and players here are preparing themselves for the opening ceremony, which will be colorful in a way. This project, we have actually selected 10 facilitators who will be posted to 10 schools to train learners on how to play chess. This program is actually important, and we are thankful to FIDE, the International World Chess Federation, for giving us this opportunity to enable our learners in the school to benefit from chess. Chess is very important because it improves the memory of learners. It also trains them on discipline and also to improve in their studies. So actually we are grateful as Kakuma people, and being represented by me, we are grateful that this is an opportunity for us, and we appreciate. The project will run for 4 phases. Phase 1 will cater for 10 schools, phase 2 11 schools, then phase 3 will run to Kakuma to high schools, then phase 4 will later go to clubs in Kakuma and Kalobey settlement. Our target is to train 1,600 learners to know how to play chess and be able to compete with other people around the world if they learn this game.
Thank you, FIDE, for supporting chess Kakuma.
We're very happy to host World Cup and Women's World Cup here in Azerbaijan. As you know, Azerbaijan has a very extensive experience in organizing major FIDE events. To have World Cup this time, the World Cups here in Azerbaijan, men and women, is very important for us. All of that actually, I would say, is possible only because of the support of our president, Ilham Aliyev. He pays a lot of attention to sports in general and to chess as well. All people love chess here in Azerbaijan. From a very long time, people are playing everywhere, in the streets, in universities, at home, everywhere you go. As you can see, we have spectators coming every day to visit our tournament. Even if we have live broadcasts of the games, everything, people are coming here. And all generations, from older people to young kids, you know, everyone was coming here. Of course, it was mainly also because our local player, Nizat Abbasov, he got qualified to semi-finals, which is a big success for him, for us, for the whole Azerbaijan. During the World Cup, we had a couple of events here. We had kids tournaments. We could see 100 kids tournament. But why 100? Because this year we also celebrate 100th anniversary of our national leader Heydar Aliyev. Actually, there is one person who is behind of all of that, of all those chess tournaments taking place in Azerbaijan, and it's our lovely, I would say, president of our chess federation. Also, he's vice president of FIDE, Mair Mamedov. We sincerely hope that it's not the last major event to take place in Baku, in Azerbaijan. We expect to host more events in the coming years because watch us. Hope to see you soon here in Baku again.
It's a very unforgiving tournament.
On the board we'll fight, and off the board we are very good friends.
I've been close to giving up, close to never finding who I could have been, but I must reach down deep inside of me, through the misery, to prove who I know I can be. Every drop of my sweat, every vein in my neck, every one of my breaths makes me stronger.
It was certainly a cold shower.
It's peak of my career at the moment, I would say.
We are back with the coverage of round 4 of the FIDE Grand Swiss and the Women's Grand Swiss. And everyone is out of the opening stage and everyone is in the middle game, except some players who've just barreled straight to the draw via the end game. But we are going to follow the drama of the evaluation bar, David, because during the break we had a little peek around and already someone's in
in the open section. We'll go back to the women's section shortly, but on board 11 in the pack, just below the leaders, we do have a clash between Yu Yangyi and Narayanan here, and at least according to the evaluation bar, White is already winning. White does have an extra pawn in this position. A pawn can be captured in 2 ways by the Black Knight. Black really has to move his knight right now because it's attacked. But the problem is, I think all the tactics are working for White. I think this has been a bit of an opening disaster, and we do see a move. Knight takes d3. If the knight had captured the other pawn, it would simply have been trapped actually by the White king. The White king would march up the board and win this piece. So knight takes d3 instead. And Jovanka, maybe we can try and work out why the computer's so enthusiastic about white's position right now.
Yes, that is the big question. And my first instinct is it must be something to do with a light square. So now I'm going to go knight takes bishop. That's the first move that comes to mind. I got to be precise because I didn't quite realize that there's two knight takes bishops.
Oh yeah, which I assumed you meant the g6 bishop.
I did mean that, but now it has dawned on me, like I could actually capture the other one. Let's capture the dark squared bishop.
Let's get rid of that beastie.
Yes.
Take that bishop. I'll recapture.
And now I wanted to capture the other bishop.
Okay.
But,
knights versus bishops here.
But maybe that's not enough.
At least the black knights have access to the beautiful f4 outpost now.
Okay, so let's rewind. And it's so useful in these type of positions to always look at the forcing moves.
Yeah. I mean, you started in the right place the same way that Yu Yangyi would have started his calculation here, but I'm not sure that's getting anywhere. I'm wondering, Jovanka, if it's not a forcing move, if it's not a capture, I don't think it's too appealing to take this knight yet. Can we just wait? Can we keep the tension? Bishop to g5, maybe?
Yep. And that is a forcing move because you are threatening knight takes bishop.
Yeah, now this is much more of a threat.
Yeah, knight takes g6. And then after that, bishop takes e7 and the knight on d3 will fall. Okay, like this move. What's the answer?
Yeah, and I wanted to keep this knight on c4 without taking on b6 because I also nicely guard this b2 pawn. This black knight is kind of hanging in the air. If you trade off here, then that might be tactics, but at the very minimum I'll just retake. And yeah, still some awkwardness on this diagonal and on this diagonal with the black king. Maybe it's not a case of winning immediately, but still looks pleasant.
Is it not a case of winning immediately?
Maybe it is.
No, because immediately I'm just thinking, okay, the big threat is knight takes bishop, followed by queen takes queen, and the knight on e7 is loose. So how do you defend that point?
Not easy at all. Let's say I trade off the queens reluctantly.
Yeah.
And then I move my knight. I'm scared if I defend the knight in this manner, then at the very minimum this rook is trapped.
Yes.
If I defend it in the other way, then it feels like f7 is weak. So I could dive in potentially.
Yes, that's what I'm seeing too.
Whoa.
And suddenly this is just advantage central, right?
Yeah, this is crunch. Not crunch time, it's just crunch. The black position is falling apart. Maybe I have to play a move like knight c6, ugly as it may seem. And how does white maximize the advantage here?
Yeah, so now...
I mean, even if you take this bishop, it's the bishop pair for white, it's a long-term advantage. I mean, for example, something like this, just kind of, it's probably, there's more, but this looks really pleasant for white. How do we find more? How ambitious are we feeling?
I'm feeling very ambitious, and so this is why I'm looking at like knight to d7,
Yeah,
maybe
d7
knight takes knight. So knight to d7, let's try this one.
Again, at the very minimum.
Knight takes bishop.
Yeah.
And now f4. This is the move I've been wanting to play f4 for such a long time.
Yeah. Well, this looks beautiful.
Yeah, lock your bishop out of the game.
And if I try and unlock the bishop by landing it on...
yeah, but now the rook is diving into d7.
All the targets. And this is simply winning. So, yeah, we think this looks very strong for Yu Yangyi right now. He's spoiled for choice. We are attracted to the move bishop to g5.
Oh,
and
we have a move.
He plays it.
Yes.
We see the back of Yu Yangyi there against Narayanan, sitting right next to Hikaru Nakamura. And bishop g5, beautiful move. Big pressure and big advantage.
Yeah, serious advantage for Yu Yangyi. And he does have to find a few accurate moves there, because we did go on quite the journey, right?
Yeah. But that's only because there were so many tempting possibilities that all looked equally promising. And Yu Yangyi, he's quite an accurate player in general. He hasn't spent that much time on his clock. So maybe only leaving opening preparation recently. But yeah, it's this pesky Italian game, the Italian opening, that keeps catching black players off guard.
It certainly does. And there we saw Hikaru on the camera. So I'm really actually curious to find out what happened in that game. We left it after Hikaru had played f7, f5 to reinforce the support of the e4 knight. And Tabatabai just had responded with b2, b4. And Hikaru treated us to his facial expressions. Some people can read them. I literally can't.
Yeah, it's the problem is he has too many expressions, right? And yeah, sometimes it's easy to read, but certain expressions, especially if it's a tense position, like now when he's not quite frowning, but he looks a bit confused. He's kind of half calculating, half evaluating. Yeah, he's a hard man to read. He's just too strong a player. He dropped his bishop back to e7 when we last left it, and he actually challenged. He forced the dark squared bishops off the board. And after this exchange, white defended. Amin Tabatabai defended his knight here. Well, his rook with his knight on a1, castles and e3. So white's going very much for a dark squared strategy, all pawns on dark squares. Yeah, basically a dark square fortress. Interesting that he didn't take this pawn, we should mention. I think this pawn was poisoned, just to point out. This would have been a hit on the white queen and the knight behind it. And remember the rook. Oh, wait. Maybe I don't take first. Maybe I... Yeah, I was going to say this would come with a check at least. White's recapturing on b3.
Attack the queen.
Attack the queen. She has to run.
She has to run. And now let's indirectly attack it again.
Yeah, when in doubt, bring all the pieces to the party. And yeah, this is just too much pressure. This rook in the corner will soon be vulnerable. So, okay, he didn't grab a pawn in e3. If we go back to the game, Nakamura's about to make a move. It looks like bishop to e6, if I'm not mistaken, on the camera. There we go, bishop e6. Played. What do you make of his body language? Comfortable enough? Happy, do you think?
I honestly don't know.
Determined.
he played bishop e6 with like a little flurry there, you know, so it looked like this is a good move. But then again, looking at the position, I'm thinking, well, it ain't all that.
Yeah.
But it's an active position, and I guess Hikaru is saying that his pieces are active, but I don't get the position for black as well. I mean, I guess Hikaru is banking on like trying to put a knight on e5 and then moving it to c4 and just taking control of the c line. But still, I like this position for white.
Yeah.
I like to play against weak pawns.
Exactly, this is the weakest pawn on the board on d5, the isolated queen's pawn, the IQP. And if white can ever land this knight, for example, on d4, it's only 2 squares away, d2, f3, then bang into d4, then, like you say, just solid advantage. I'm wondering whether you can do that immediately, knight to d2.
I was wondering about that too, but then I was a little bit afraid of knight c3.
Yeah.
And you got to be careful where you put the queen. She can't go up the board.
She can't go to... Whoops, just to point out. She can't go to c1.
No, she can't.
She can't go up the board either.
Yeah, she can't go to f3 either because knight to e5. And I'm pretty sure that's a good move.
Yeah, I think it's a good move. She can survive. She can stay on the board with queen to h5. It's not the end of the world, but yeah, you don't want to go too far afield with this white queen. Most likely she would step either to this square or this square.
Yeah, if you step to c2, then you can still put your knight on e5 anyhow.
Yep, setting up a trick. Don't take this knight because check. And boom, the queen drops next move.
Yep.
So knight to e5.
And I guess you'd have to go knight to
d4,
and then this is where I was hoping the rooks would line up against the queen.
Yeah, at least now I can move my queen. Maybe I move her again.
Yeah.
At least again some pressure on this d5 pawn.
Yeah.
I am coming to evict your knight in the near future. It's a tough position, but it looks like white can get away with this.
Yeah. Well, this is what I mean about the whole kind of position that black has. You know, yes, it's active, but at the same time, white has all the long-term play against the d5 pawn.
Yeah, that's the thing. If white stabilizes, long-term white's doing fantastic. So as long as you can get through the short-term tactics that we just showed, for example, as long as you don't panic, and if you continue improving your position, knight f3, knight d4, then yeah, it looks very comfortable. And he's about to make a move to Batabai. It's not the type of position I necessarily associate with him. He normally wants to be attacking rather than consolidating defensively, stabilizing. But yeah, he's a good player, and good players like good positions.
Yeah, and these days, actually, everyone needs to be an all-rounder.
Yeah, this is true.
I mean, this is before, you know, you could be like the Tal, you could simply play aggressive chess. But now you just simply, people can trick you, people can trap you if you just have that one style. Instead, you've got to be good at everything.
Yeah, you've got to be Tal combined with Ulf Anderson. And you've got to be able to do anything at the drop of a hat, any opening, any pawn structure. That's why it's so tricky to get to the top.
Yes. Yes. What's that quote? It's like you got to play the opening like a machine. That's okay.
Oh, yeah. We need our viewers' help here.
Yeah, you got to play the opening like a... And then at something point, you have to play like a machine.
Yeah, opening like a book? I don't know.
Opening like a book.
Middle game like a machine, end game like a... I don't know, scientist? I'm making it up on the spot.
Expert. I don't know.
Just got to play well. Just got to play good moves.
Yes. And talking about good moves, let's have a look at the top. And I'd like to go to the second board, Alexander Predke against Arjun Erigaisi, because, well, we have some movement there in the center. D4 to D5 on the board.
Wow, a pawn sacrifice.
Yeah, I know.
Okay, so let's just quickly retrace our steps. We were last here just 3-4 moves ago. We had seen rook to d1. We were discussing the flexibility of white's setup. A bit mysterious that the pawn is on h3. If you're going to move the h-pawn, why not throw it forward to h4? That was another question from earlier. Bishop to b7. Okay, he did indeed develop his bishop to d3. We were saying that this would likely be the home of the bishop. And now, rather than drop back when we thought there might be a problem after bishop to a6, stopping the white king from castling, we saw queen to e3. And rook c8, castles, very logical moves from both sides, but just improving. And knight to a5, the knight's coming into a beautiful square on c4. And Predke decided, as he always seems to do, it's time to attack. d5.
Yeah.
And if this pawn is captured, I think Jovanka's intention is to block
with e5. Yeah, and
opening up the bishop.
Exactly, and suddenly we're going to see ideas of knight coming to g5.
Yeah.
Hitting at h7, possibly even f7. Okay, but how dangerous is this if you simply go? You want attack the queen.
Yeah, I'm wondering knight c6 or knight c4. Let's say attack the queen. The white queen will happily sidestep. Now your threat is monstrous on the board. Knight g5 would hit both f7 and h7.
Yeah, so I have to defend against that and go h6.
Yep.
Look at me being so calm.
Yeah, that's a good move. That's just a very strong move. Yeah, it's annoying that I can line up on this diagonal, but the problem is pawn to g6 will always just shut me down. This is why, I mean, imagine having this position with the pawn on h4. You could play h5 and then come in with the white queen. But yeah, okay, let's say white just builds rook e1, maybe hoping to get the knight into the famous f5 square.
That's very dangerous.
Just want to defend my pawn first of all.
Actually, really difficult to come up with a move for black.
Yeah, you're a pawn up, but it is an isolated pawn, just like in the game earlier we discussed, and it's blocking black's bishop. It's kind of making the queen a bit tied down. This is a famous type of pawn sacrifice.
I have one daft idea. Knight a3.
Ooh, that's far from daft. Attacking my bishop.
But I'm literally getting you to play bishop d3 in the next move.
Yeah.
And now the next move is going to be queen.
Yeah, it's tough for black.
It is very tough. Somehow I wanted to put my knight on c2, but that doesn't really do that much. Hang on, I need to go a5 if I want to do fun things like that.
You want to come into c2 and then back to d4.
Yeah, but this is just one step too far because knight to d4 is coming.
Yeah, I control your
and you
c2
just
square.
completely control my knight. And one of the problems with this is I also was thinking about putting my queen on e7.
Maybe, for example, here.
Yeah, queen on e7, but again, you're still going to go knight to d4.
Yeah, knight d4. I wonder whether you can take this pawn.
Yeah, you can.
Quite like your queen e7, as long as this works for black, because, okay, we're defending twice. You do have ideas of trading off the white queen, if possible. Actually, this is always going to be a solution to knight d4, like your queen g5 resource. Being a pawn up is nice that you can bully your opponent with all these exchanges.
Well, okay, in that case, h4.
h4, yeah. Better late than never. Should have been played on move like 7 or 8, but
exactly.
Why not now? h5 incoming, and queen f5 into h7. Simple plan, but hard one to stop.
And It's difficult.
Yeah, really difficult for black to come up with moves. Maybe the knight on c4, it looks nice and pretty. It's sort of outpost supported here. Can't be evicted, but it's not really doing much. Maybe we can find a more favorable circuit for that knight.
Maybe the rook needs to be on that square. So I still think you should capture that pawn and then e5. And
I'm wondering if it goes back this way just to kind of push through with d4, or at least prevent white's knight using d4 as a launch pad.
Yep, let's try.
Yeah, let's try before you buy. Knight c6.
And
I'm not sure what white should be doing. Let's say queen f4, similar to the other line.
Yeah, and I guess you have to go h6.
Let's say rook e1, everything the same, just with a different placement for the knight.
And
yeah, actually, even this one is tough. Maybe I shouldn't have blocked the rook's path. You mentioned actually rook c4 being a key move.
yeah,
If you could leapfrog again with the black rook,
then it would be good.
then it would be dandy.
Yeah. Okay. Maybe not knight c6. But then again, it goes to show, like, if we're struggling
Yeah, we're
to
really
find
struggling.
good moves, that white has full compensation. Maybe make some funny moves like rook
C4.
c4.
Yeah,
I'm
rook
just
c4.
randomly putting it there.
Makes a lot of sense, though. We're cutting off some of the ideas we mentioned. The white queen cannot land on f4 now. Knight d4 feels a bit awkward, while black still has the opportunity to play knight c6 and challenge, attacking e5 as well. If pieces come off, black's just a pawn up. Yeah, I think this is going to be the kind of the key variation, the acid test of what white is trying to do. It's a pawn sacrifice with d5, and Erigaisi doesn't look too excited about his position. If he isn't drawn towards being a pawn up and kind of suffering slightly strategically, then maybe a move like e5 as well. Or maybe you kind of flick in knight c4 first, and next move e5, just to plant the knight back on a blockading square on d6.
Yeah, and if I carry on with your idea, queen f4.
Yeah, now at least e5 comes with a bit of
With a bit
gain
of
of
gusto,
time.
right?
Yeah.
Queen to somewhere.
Yeah,
G
g3. I don't know.
G3, yeah.
And now black's doing badly long term because this is a protected passed pawn now. But I guess, I don't know, maybe queen e7 your move. I quite like that one. I just want to put the knight back on d6 and sit and argue that I'm solid.
And Howell moves like knight to h4. I'm so... Sometimes I'm embarrassed by how direct I am. Okay, and then I was thinking, you can guess what I'm thinking about next.
F for forward.
F for forward.
Yeah, it's really tempting here though, Jovanka. I like it. It's very much up Predke's street as well. We saw it 2 days ago. Alexandr Predke played one of the games of the tournament. Just a beautiful win ending in checkmate against Duda.
Yeah.
And he very much likes to attack. He doesn't really have a reverse gear or a brake pedal. He would love to throw this f-pawn forward.
But it's funny because neither does Arjun.
Yeah, this is also true.
And and definitely Arjun is feeling uncomfortable in this position, and you could just see him staring. He is thinking about the board, but goodness me, what a nice idea by Predke, sacrificing pawn just to generate an attack.
Yep, really, really nice play here, and a position that's bubbling nicely. We'll come back to it later. Let's see if it boils over. Arjun, big decision right now. I think he'll spend even more time mulling over whether greed is good.
Yeah, and well, there are quite a few high-rated players, even tournament favourites, I would say, on 1.5 points out of 3. And just to name a few, we have Goryachkina. He is down on board 23. Let's have a visit at his game and see what's happening.
Yeah, Goryachkina, he hasn't had the fastest start to this tournament. Still a long, long way to go, so plenty of time to catch up. But he will need soon to start putting a winning streak together to catch up with the leaders. And this position is slightly reminiscent of the Nakamura game in that at least I like the fact that white can target this isolated queen's pawn. That being said, black is very active here. Black also has control over the square in front of it. Black will plant a bishop on e4 given time.
Yeah.
Feels like Ivan Saric, former European champion, former World Under-18 champion. He's super well prepared, and he's got a solid enough position as black.
I agree with that. And I just quickly wanted to just do a spot assessment of Yilmaz against Pragnananda has had 3 draws as well. And that looks quite level.
This is the definition of solid from Pragnananda.
Okay, and there we've seen a very solid position from Pragnananda, but let's go to the women's section and actually check up on Pragnananda's sister, Vaishali. And we left this, Maria had just swung her queen to h4, and we did ask the question, what was her response to bishop b7, and Maria answered that it was just all about pushing the e-pawn.
Okay, she pushed the e-pawn, trying to get through to the black king. An interesting moment. I don't know whether it's possible to take this knight just before the option runs away. She actually played f5 here, Vaishali. Very logical move, shutting things down on the king side. If she had taken this knight, it would have allowed white time to capture on f7. A bit scary to take the king out, but at least you've kind of fractured the white pawns. This would have been a really complicated position. I'm not sure who has the advantage here, whose position is easier to play. Both sides have severe weaknesses long term. Instead, Vaishali maybe playing the most kind of logical, most consistent move with her earlier play. And Jovanka, it's the case of the 2 bishops. I'm a big fan. I'm very biased towards the bishops, but look at these, both fianchettoed, X-ray vision across the board.
Yes, and I'll tell you something else that worries me. This queen on h4 doesn't have that many squares.
Ooh,
So
she's not happy on h4 anymore.
no, she's certainly not happy, and there's a big threat of bishop takes knight on the board.
Ooh, crushing threat.
Yeah, and you're going to back that up with rook to d4, upon which white's queen will be certainly very embarrassed on that square.
Let's just show that if white makes a silly waiting move, then yeah, this is pure embarrassment for the white queen, unfortunately. So, okay, big threat. How to deal with this? I mean, the most logical move would be, or the most tempting move to my eyes initially would be knight g5, until I realized, whoops, same threat, same idea.
Exactly.
Yeah, how
do you deal with bishop takes knight?
Actually, the more I look at it, the more I really like Vaishali's last move, f5. It takes away this key square. We were talking about e4 as a kind of launch pad for white's other knight. Yeah, also ideas of bishop f6 at the right moment could be embarrassing, could be really annoying for the white queen.
But I can't even, I really am struggling here to even deal with the most basic threat of bishop takes knight. Because you move the knight, rook d4, bam. In which case, you can't move the knight. And
what to do? Do you just have to brace for impact?
Maybe you go, yeah. No, you can't even go rook.
Okay, I'm going to try
bishop e3.
Bishop e3, defending this point on d4. I'm going to try a trick, Jovanka, bishop g5.
Bishop g5, okay. The trick?
I'm attacking a pawn.
I don't see a trick.
If you take my knight now and play rook d4, I'm going to trick you with the trick you tricked me with.
Oh,
knight b5.
Oh my God.
And suddenly white is doing maybe okay, because rook takes queen, as we mentioned earlier. And double attack.
It's so funny. Like how could I fall for that after you showed it to me? Okay.
I mean, you got me with it first,
exactly.
A bit earlier in a different position, but similar idea. And yeah, this would actually be a full 360 turnaround.
Yeah. Okay.
So, okay, bishop g5 is just purely a one-move kind of trick.
So bishop takes knight. And now I guess
any move other than rook d4.
Yeah. I mean, you can even be crafty, right? And you can even go a move like a6.
Yeah, a6 or rook b8. Or
rook b8, yeah.
Maybe rook b8.
Maybe that's better, yeah. Because after bishop takes pawn,
yeah.
Then you can go rook to d4.
Yeah.
And then the queen has to keep connection with her bishop. And I'm pretty sure that you can win material with a h6. h6.
Queen takes
and
pawn.
then knight f4 check.
And there's a queen check.
Oh yeah, there's a check.
Let's show this on the board.
Okay, oops, I forgot.
Here white survives.
And turns it around. Okay, so rewind.
Yeah, I don't think there's a rush though, because the bishop's actually trapped. And the bishop can't move, therefore the queen can't move.
Well, in that case, you attack the bishop, right? Rookie. Oh, no, that trick.
Ooh.
But it's okay.
Yeah, maybe we could attack it from this angle, bishop, rook b7, or maybe.
But if
suddenly I'm scared of the e-pawn marching down the board.
And if you go rook e8?
Yeah, rook e8. Yeah, you mentioned this trick.
Yeah, but it's okay.
Yeah,
and then knight b5, queen takes bishop.
Game
All
over.
good.
Game
Wow.
over.
So Maria Muzicic in big trouble there
Yeah.
against Vaishali. And talking about siblings, Maria Muzicic has a sister playing on top board, and Anna Muzicic, take a look at the bar there. She is +2 against the former women's world champion Tang Zhongyi.
Yeah, this is a beautiful position. She's a big favorite now to go to 100%, move to 4 out of 4. And yeah, it looks like the two swings, the most dramatic games, according to the evaluation bars we see there on the right side of our screen, they are the two Muzicic sisters. One doing very well, one struggling. And we've only had 2-3 moves since we last left this game. Let's backtrack, do an action replay. We left it after bishop takes e4. We did predict bishop takes b5, the most tempting move, regain the sacrificed pawn, establish this pin. e5 played. Ooh, creating some holes, but at least taking away the d4 square that we mentioned, and rook to e1.
Yeah.
Big threat. We highlighted it earlier. Bishop takes knight, because this black knight on f6 is overloaded. It will not recapture because the bishop is threatened.
Yeah. Oh,
So what else?
you gotta move the bishop back, right?
Yeah, I think you're right, Jovanka. Which direction?
Let's play the grandmaster moves. Bishop to f5.
Yeah, although
Overprotect everything.
I'm slightly
And
worried that we'll get hit with tempo. Due to this pin, black cannot take the white knight.
yeah.
And yeah, bishop
Okay.
f5 looked professional because it defended its knight, but it will be kicked away yet again. Should we go the other direction?
Let's go the other direction, yeah.
Bishop.
Maybe we can go bishop takes knight, actually.
Oh, okay.
Let's go. Let's not waste time.
When in doubt, play the most forcing move. Queen takes bishop.
And 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Bishop e7.
Okay, I will continue trying to create all the pins. I'm so
Queen-
biased towards bishops.
No,
It's
no, me too. Queen
biggest
to
weakness.
queen to d8.
Yeah. The problem is black can't castle just to put this on the board
Yeah.
because bishop takes knight and suddenly a piece would drop. So I like your move, trying to defend everything. Curl up. It's literally curling up into a ball here, like a bit of a traffic jam, but you're protecting everything. That being said, are there any tactics? Maybe I just take your knight. I'll remove this one off the board first.
Yeah. There must be bishop takes, and then
Bishop
y-
takes.
I'm never going to castle.
Yeah, at the
After
very
the-
minimum, I just pin you down
Yeah.
to your knight, and I'll slowly but surely bring my own pieces in.
Okay, so bishop takes knight isn't going to solve anything either.
Yeah, this is why you need to castle, boys and girls, as early as possible. This black king in every variation is really facing the might of white's entire army.
Totally, and white's moves are just so logical. We have a move from Tan Zhongyi.
Okay, looks like she's played queen to b7 on the camera. Let's wait for the board to catch up. Queen
Queen
b7.
b7.
Indeed. So
Okay.
protecting a knight, protecting a bishop, very logical.
And maybe threatening bishop takes knight.
Yep.
So,
Okay, this is why she's a former women's world champion. Very nice coordinating move there.
but
Ah,
somehow
so-
I feel it's not going to be enough. The bishop can come, and if you ignore this bishop takes knight business, and my vibe is continue developing with bishop to g5.
G5. Yep, very logical. And you mentioned ignoring it here. Which way would you recapture? With the pawn?
Yes.
With the pawn. Keep the queens on.
Keep the
while-
queens on, yeah. Whilst the black king is in the center, let's follow my golden rule in life.
Yeah, just a very good rule. Queens often aid the attack best. So, okay, bishop e7, let's try and develop.
Yeah, and now, where is the blow?
Maybe just same idea. Maybe just remove a defender.
Yeah,
Slightly reluctant to allow the g file to open up, but I don't think there's too much to worry about there.
and now you can actually go queen
a4.
a4,
Yep.
although there is rook to g8 check first.
Yeah, it looks a bit scary, but the white king will be relatively safe on f1. I hope. Queen takes f3 does look a bit scary again, but a knight would drop, and I don't think there are any significant threats that white needs to deal with. The white king will actually run if it's ever checked.
Yeah.
Maybe... Oh, I don't want to blunder checkmate. There is this threat from this direction, maybe.
But you can also block that with rook to e2, and the
Yeah.
queen and the bishop are very well placed.
Yeah, Although this is maybe queen e4.
Yeah, queen e4.
Yeah, actually, there's no checks at all.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, no checks at all, and white's just a piece up. So something along these lines. But this takes a bit of courage in such a high-stakes game to allow the fracturing of your pawn structure, especially in front of your king. So
yeah, and these two have played many times before, Tan Zhongyi, and here we can see the head-to-head, and it is quite close. We have 2 wins for Anna Muzychuk, whereas Tan Zhongyi has got 3 wins, but guess what? 8 draws between these two.
Yeah, very close head-to-head. 8 draws just kind of highlights how how tense the games are between these two. Did they play in the semi-final of the World... Oh, sorry, not in the semi-final, in the third-place playoff of the World Cup recently. I believe Anna Muzychuk did win there. So recent history, I think, slightly in her favour.
Definitely. And, wow, Queen B7. I just liked White's position so much, and I feel it is quite natural. But yeah, you're right. It does require courage to allow the weakening of your king. But knowing as Anna Muzychuk, she's the most principled player around, she will be looking at this. I actually first played Anna Muzychuk when she was 13 years old.
Wow. She was already pretty strong, right?
She completely demolished me. And I think that's when we all knew that she was going to be very, very strong.
Yeah, and her very good friend Elizabeth Pates, just watching her game there over her shoulder. Yeah, she's also one of the 1990 crew alongside Magnus Carlsen and these other superstars.
Yeah.
Anna, yeah, really, really strong grandmaster. Been over 2600 multiple times in the past.
Yep. One of the few women to have passed that magic number. I think there's only a handful of women passing 2600.
Yeah. Hu Yifan, Judith Polgar, a few others.
Goryachkina, I think, has done it. Ju Wenjun as well. And Anna Muzychuk for sure.
Yeah. So she's definitely capable. Tough position for black right now, but I think the next few moves are key. If black ever gets castled safely, then she's actually got great long-term prospects. Black has extra pawns in the center and very sound position, but it's just dynamically. Black is still 2 moves away. She needs to be quick. Anna Muzychuk here. We like the look of bishop g5. Maybe there are options as well. So should we leave her to ponder?
Yes, let's certainly leave her to ponder. And wow, sorry, I just had a look at the I've been following the evaluation bars, and I can also see that right at the bottom, Antonetta Stefanova, according to the bar, is winning against Guichard.
Yeah, maybe we jump there. In the meantime, Maria Muzychuk played the move I joked about, bishop g5, and actually look at the bar there. Vaishali winning advantage over 3, +3 for black. But okay, let's go to Stefanova against Guichard. And okay, I'm doing a quick pawn count, quick piece count. It's level pawns, and black has just captured a knight in the center. White retook, and yeah, I think maybe just an action replay of just the last 2-3 moves, because it was here. Actually a very trendy variation where white sacrifices a pawn very early on in the game, but great attacking prospects against the black king. Interesting that black just ignored the threat of bishop takes h6 by playing f5. I wonder what was wrong with kind of getting out of the g file. Does look very scary.
Yeah, it does look very scary, because I guess if you go king h8, there could be ideas of knight to g6.
Ooh, yeah.
But it might not work, because black can return material with rook f5.
Rook f5. Yeah, blocking this diagonal. Maybe also knight to f6, although a bit scary for black. So we can understand why she felt the need to give the pawn back, the material back. Right now f5, but bishop takes h6, still very scary. Queen, okay, not queen to e7 yet. First a capture, of course, on e5. Now queen e7. It feels like white's got the bishop pair and attack kind of for free now that she's no longer a pawn down.
Yeah, and actually she doesn't need to do anything special now. She can simply go h4.
I love it. When in doubt, play h4.
Just go h4 and then, retreat the bishop to a square. Yeah. Everything is secured, and then it's just improve all your pieces. So very, very comfortable position for Antonetta there. Yeah,
not winning on the spot or anything, not even winning material, but long-term domination. And also this knight is just a really sad, sad piece. It was going to take a miracle for that knight to get back in the game.
Yeah, and let's quickly pop into the game between Asalbeva and a quick assessment here, because Asalbeva did play e2, e4.
Yeah, just a couple of moves after we last joined it, we were talking about this white knight being very strong in the center. Black wants to trade it off. The most logical move is therefore knight to d7. It was swiftly exchanged, and bang, e4. She's not holding anything back here. A quieter player would have just kind of supported the pawn in the center, and it's just roughly level. Black's knight would then have time to come out. It's worth pointing out queen takes b7. What was she afraid of here?
Knight c6.
Just knight c6. Maybe the queen's getting trapped, and at the very minimum, you probably regain the pawn.
Yep.
Yeah, this does not look tempting at all. So e4, very active, recapture. And it's Black's move. Ideas still of queen takes b7 potentially, or bishop to g5.
Yeah, that's the one that's worrying, right? Because if you deal with the threat on b7 by playing bishop c6, then your bishop to g5 move could... oh no, maybe you can go queen takes...
Queen takes pawn?
Queen takes pawn, yeah, well,
Jovanka,
you know...
You see a pawn, you grab a pawn.
Yeah, I can't help it. Oh, I can also go... I also wonder where I can go queen to d5 just to neutralize everything.
Queen d5 initially I thought too, but
yeah,
knight
I
f6.
thought knight f6. Okay, yeah, and then I'm blundering a queen.
Well,
so
you get a lot of compensation actually. You get two pieces and maybe a pawn, but yeah, I do think this is what Elizabeth wants to play in the game position. She also has knight c6 at her disposal, so something's going to land on this square, that's for sure. But this would be positionally really desirable, neutralizing White's bishop. And okay, let's investigate. Queen takes pawn. Is greed good?
yes,
You're also attacking this pawn.
that's true. And so if you do attack the queen, then there is queen takes b2.
Yeah, for example, queen takes b2. I don't see any direct punishment. Black's 2 pawns to the good. If queens come off, it should be relatively safe.
Okay, so maybe actually queen takes pawn is just good.
I don't see any downside, to be honest. I think White Bibisara here is banking everything on bishop g5, but if there's no follow-up, what else could she want? Bishop e7 is just met by rook to e8, and no tricks that I can see here.
No, I don't see any either.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, in this position, queen takes d4. I think it's playable. I think she can get away with it here.
And one of the nice things about bishop c6 is that if you just calmly defend the d pawn, then the bishop will come to d5, and rock solid position for black, and fantastic play against the weak d4 pawn.
Yeah, I think this one could turn very quickly in Black's favor if she's not energetic enough and it's not clear what she should be doing. Yeah, maybe we'll come back to this later, but Elizabeth, if she does play bishop c6, doing well.
Yep. Okay, and well, lots of interesting games there in the women's section. Let's go over back to the open section and let's revisit the top boards. Fabiano against Javokhir.
Okay, let's head back there. Okay, wow, only one move each since we were last here, but quite important moves. We saw rook to e8. We were predicting that might come to pass. The pawn was defended, bishop to d3, and Black lands a knight. We were talking about how to break the pin. He's doing it in really kind of drastic measures. He's determined at all costs to remove the knight, the stallion, on d5.
Yep. What do we think about this, though?
Yeah, I'm a sucker for pawn structure,
Yeah,
so
me too.
I'm reluctant.
Take the knight.
Take the knight. And now just defend this pawn, maybe?
Yep, rook e1. Or yeah, rook e1, because I might actually try to hunt. Ooh.
Yeah, you might try to head for this pawn later.
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess the downside is that Black will have great dark square control after a move like bishop g4.
Oh, hang on a second. Why am I being so silly? I don't actually need to
defend e4.
defend e4.
This is true.
It's literally pinned.
It's
So
pinned.
so let's go queen d2 first.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I like queen d2 for two reasons, actually. Firstly, you attack this pawn, but also you make it impossible to play h6.
Exactly.
Control this square. Let's say
Still come out to...
maybe still come out to g4.
Yeah.
Although, talking of greed, we're hanging a pawn, Jovanka.
I was sacrificing the pawn.
Yeah, queen takes pawn, and I don't know how big of a deal it is that white's pawn structure is ruined. We've seen kind of a disproportionate number of games where this doubled pawn structure happens. But maybe there are no attacking pieces around it, around the white king.
True, yeah. I was really banking on moves like queen to d7 to try to go to h3 and then do some funny business with a knight to h5.
Yeah, knight to h5, bishop to e5, queen to h3, checkmate.
Yep.
But yeah, it's interesting position. Knowing Fabiano, he'll happily grab a pawn and try and cling on, try to calculate his way through the mess. Yeah, I think he will take this knight because what else? If you allow the knight to take you on d5, then I think white's kind of chances of an advantage would totally disappear. So key moment, but Fabiano maybe with a small advantage. It's not anything drastic yet, not anything decisive, but he'll be happy. Knight takes b4.
Yeah, and there on the right side of your screen, you can track what the evaluation bar is thinking of the top 10 games. And on that note, let's follow the bar. So it's saying it's an advantage for Esipenko in the game against Maurizzi. Also, Sevian has a small nibble, whereas dead level in Tabatabai, yes, Tabatabai against Nakamura.
Okay, so where to jump? It looks like the bars, at least in terms of evaluation, they're highest for Esipenko, maybe Firouzja. Let's go Esipenko first on board 4. And this game has really blown up since we were last here, and it's really moving in black's favor as the slightly more experienced player, the slightly older teenager here. Let's go back. We were last here a long, long time ago, actually 7 moves ago, 8 moves ago, and we saw c3 played, b4, a very logical move, trying to open up black's rook. White calmly reacted with pawn to d3. We saw some maneuvering. Ooh, I don't really like c4 at all. c4 feels like a move, kind of smacks of panic here. You've blocked in your own bishop, first of all, the beautiful Spanish bishop. Bobby Fischer would be turning, and he would not like a move such as this one. Secondly, you give away a square, right, Jovanka?
Yeah, totally.
d4.
But for me, it's the first point, looking in your bishop. You don't do that.
And actually, this bishop got traded off very shortly. I don't think that's a good sign for white necessarily. Knight b3. Okay, it still looks balanced, and d4 here, so the bishops disappear. But has white timed the central break well? And okay, after c5, knight b5, this is very committal. The knight's either very strong here, attacking a pawn, or it's actually stranded behind enemy lines. And knight g6, maybe more importantly, this pawn is under serious, serious pressure.
Yeah, and how are you going to defend it? Do you have to move the queen either to d3 or c2? But you got to be careful.
You've got to be really, really careful here. Let's say queen to c2. I'm wondering whether the d5 breaks in the air.
This is what I was curious about. So I think it's okay. I think after d5 you can go e takes d5.
And say there's a trade of rooks.
Yeah, and then you're going to capture on d5 presumably.
Yeah, undermining the white knight on b5, which would fall if you take on d5. But yeah, it's not the end of the world for white. You could just kind of play on.
Yeah, maybe put a rook on a7 and just pretend that you've seen everything coming.
Yeah, this looks very level. So why is the computer so enthused by black's chances in the game position? Let's say queen to... I don't know why I'm attracted to c2. d3 feels a bit vulnerable to knight jumps.
Could you simply build? Like, for instance, I'm drawn to like 2 moves, like rook b7 to pile up on the...
Ooh, I like that one.
Yeah.
Just stopping, or at least making it less likely you'll play rook a7 as well. And then you swing and...
That's what I wanted.
It's really classy. Rook b7.
Other ideas
Other ideas. Like you said, you could build. You could maybe play queen d7 as well. You could play rook to e6 first of all and kind of line up behind that rook.
Yep. I like that one a lot.
Yeah, actually lots of choice. And Maurizzi on the camera, what do you make of it? He doesn't look too happy. He was about to make a move, he retracted his hand, now scratching his head.
Yeah. Well, he has to defend the e-pawn, that's for sure. And so he's just working out whether queen d3 or queen to c2.
Let's say queen d3 as well. Is there any drawback to this square? If white does get a few more moves, if white gets... Okay, it's luxury land here, but b3, bring the rook back round to e2, put a bishop on b2 later. at least you kind of have this light square bind, the Maurizzi bind that we kind of associate with these pawns on c4 and e4. But it takes a long, long time. I need 4 moves here with white to be really happy.
Yeah.
You won't get that in chess ever.
No.
You might get 1 move for free, but never 4, unfortunately.
Okay, well, let's try. So let's come up with a plan. Let's go rook b7,
Yeah.
right.
But now rook e7 is less likely with the queen on d3, because this pawn might be
Let's go
vulnerable.
rook e6 first.
Yeah.
Rook e6.
I like rook e6.
I like it too.
Say I just play b3.
And now queen to e7.
Yep.
Yeah, it should be fine.
Yeah, it's going to be the triple threat, the triple pressure against the e4 pawn, and rook to a7 is very easily blocked with rook b7
Yep.
in all cases.
And there's still pressure
Yeah.
against the e4 pawn.
Yeah, it's just this one pawn. It's normally the pride and joy of white's position, but here it's just weakness.
Yeah, and also the fact that this bishop on c1 is just not developed, let's say. Like if it were out there on b2, then it could go bishop takes knight and you'd alleviate some pressure. But as it stands...
Yeah. It's hard to even develop this bishop. You always part with the control of f4 as well. It feels like Maurizzi, he's not lost, he's not kind of suffering too much, but he's not enjoying his position, and maybe some pressure for his opponent as he's about to make a move. It definitely feels easier to play with black than for white right now.
Yeah. And rook e6, just a very clever move, overprotecting the weakness on d6, piling up on the e-pawn. I like this plan. And, well, let's head over to the Firouzja game. Firouzja with the black pieces against Abbasov.
Ooh,
and
Maurizzi teasing us about to make a move, but yeah, I think we'll move over.
Yeah, let's go over there, because I'm really kind of curious how Alireza played this position, because he had one of those slightly worse closed Catalans. And now, look at this. The pawn is on c4, it's all protected. Look at that triangle.
Yeah, really strong triangle, and the base of the triangle is the b5 pawn. It can be captured, but it will come at the cost of white's beautiful e4 pawn. Let's backtrack. We last left this. Wow, it's only been 5 moves, Jovanka, but the position's completely, utterly changed. h6, we saw it here, and we thought, okay, white will build for e4. I liked the idea of knight to d2, but then we were slightly curious about what to do about this white bishop. Instead, he put the knight on c3, and that's how we got this pawn structure. A simple capture. Why not? Greed is good, as we keep kind of indicating. e4, b5. So real pawn sacrifice. This is a real queen's gambit now for white, giving up a pawn on c4, banking everything on the center. But after bishop to h3, going a bit in the wrong direction. Feels like the Catalan bishop always wants to be on g2. Now c5, a breaking out, and yeah, just big pressure on this pawn. The c5 pawn is doomed no matter what, I think.
Yeah, but I'm just wondering, what on earth is white's plan? Bishop h3, I can't make sense of it.
Yeah, bishop h3, you're just staring at kind of granite statue here. This pawn is well fortified. I don't think you're ever landing a sacrifice on this square. The only way to save this pawn that I see is bishop to d6.
But you're not really saving anything, because you can go rook e8.
Yeah, just rook to e8, just calmly defending the bishop, not wanting to allow white to correct his pawn structure and establish a passed pawn on d6. Just calmness here, rook e8. And yeah, the pawn is still dropping, you're right. And knight takes b5, always strongly met by bishop takes e4.
And this is where you'd really want the bishop on g2, because then you don't have to worry about the knight on f3.
If the bishop was back on g2, white would just
exactly.
be winning.
Take the pawn. Oh.
But what happens here? Let's say I defend my knight.
Okay, still no threat.
Oh wait, I mean at the very minimum, black actually wins material.
Yeah.
Bishop to d3. Skewer. Firouzja, he's turned things in his favor. Abbasov, the star of the World Cup. I think this last few moves he's not going to be happy with. He's played very quickly up to this point, but it certainly looks like it's backfired for white. I think maybe calculation stopped a bit too early. Maybe tired after yesterday's 7-hour game.
Yeah, that was quite the marathon. But wow. But actually, they say that in chess. The most damaging thing is actually to be tired. Yeah. And Sam Sevian actually said that the best thing he can do for his chess is like sleep for 9 hours. And I remember Wesley So telling us that he slept for 13 hours.
Wow.
And I literally just like 7 hours. That's the most I can do.
Yeah, I'm happy if I get 6 these days. But yeah, I know a lot of players, kind of they average like 9-10 hours. I won't name names, but I've known players to sleep for like 16 hours in a row.
16 hours?
Yeah, after a long tournament.
Wow. I also know that some people time their sleep so that they wake up 2 hours before the game, because the brain is meant to be at its peak 2 hours after waking.
Yeah.
So, you know, if the match begins at 2:30, 12:30 they're waking up. And I've never tried that. I don't think I've ever managed to get into that rhythm.
It's very professional, but it's maybe antisocial. Waking up, being nocturnal like that. I used to be very similar. I used to wake up, kind of time it accordingly, but these days life got in the way of of that routine.
Yeah, that's very much a chess player routine.
Yeah.
And as soon as you kind of enter the normal world, it's just not sustainable, right?
It's very difficult. Yeah, actually, I've been to breakfast a few mornings here, and I very rarely see chess players, even though I know that the hotel I'm staying at is packed full of them. I very rarely see chess players wake up in time for their breakfasts. And yeah, in the meantime, Abasov in big trouble. Knight takes pawn, as we mentioned, always met by bishop takes e4, and this is really favouring Firouzja, who seemed upbeat in the interview we had with him yesterday, despite a tough result yesterday for him.
Yeah.
With the black pieces, looks poised to strike.
He does, and he made his intentions clear. He wants to be in the candidates. So, well, Firouzja did, of course, win the 2021 Grand Swiss. Can he do the same? We will find out.
We will find out. And let's leave this game as we think black is doing pretty well. Where to go next, Jovanka?
Okay,
do you see any drama?
Yeah, I'm going to track the evaluation bars. And, well, Yu Yangyi, do you remember that game in board 11 against Narayanan? He's completely winning. And how did the game... It was a knight takes knight, wasn't it?
Yeah, it looks very strong for him. In this position we saw earlier, we were advocating bishop g5. He actually played it just before we left this game, and we thought big advantage for white. All the pins. The bishop's doing fantastic work here. Rook to e8 was played, defending the knight. And after a simple capture on g6, actually your idea, taking all the bishops off the board, he simply played queen to f3, zeroing in on the f7 weakness. Knight e5 was forced, defending the pawn, attacking white's queen, and this is actually the game position. Here we see Yu Yangyi on the camera. I'm expecting just queen takes pawn.
Yes, I'm expecting that too. So, well, situation looking very promising for Yu Yangyi. And tracking the evaluation bar, if we were to go down to the game between Noridbek Abdusattorov against Ivan Chapurinov, it also looks like the evaluation bar is very much in favor of Chapurinov's position.
Yeah, I missed the opportunity to go for all the U puns, Jovanka. I realized, like, you have a promising position right now. You is winning.
Oh, you is winning.
I got tricked once by Anand, actually, in a post-mortem. I was discussing my game with him, and he was like, "You played this last month." And I was like, "No, I didn't." He was like, "You definitely played this." And I was like, "No." He was like, "No, Yu Yangyi."
Yeah.
So it's an easy name to make the puns with. And this position, meanwhile, wow, what's happening here? It looks like Abdusattorov taking some big risks.
He is taking some big risks. I mean, and now the queen has centralized herself. Well, the big threat is the capturing the rook on h1.
Yeah, and queen adding some pressure there. Maybe even diving in on a good day. I'm not sure where the queen's going from a2, but it looks a bit scary for white.
It does look scary. I also wonder whether a5 is an idea as well.
Ooh, actually, yeah, that's really nice. The queen on d5 does cover the b5 square, so a5 forces a trade of pawns, and that would only weaken the white king. Both sides castled queenside. This is really rare in, in chess in general, but especially it looks like a reverse Sicilian, right? The pawn structure, Jovanka.
Yeah, it does look like a reverse Sicilian, but that's gone wrong for white.
It's gone very wrong.
I mean, like, black has all the space and has all the fun, and white has, yes, pushed pawns on the queen side, but they've left behind some weak squares.
Yeah, and actually, if you're playing a reverse Sicilian, you're basically playing a black opening with white, and normally you want to take advantage of the fact you're white. Yeah, weak squares. I also noticed that queen g2 might be
I was
promising.
looking in that direction as well, and I was also planning like some potential knight d4 jumps, but they don't work, which is a shame.
Not yet, but watch out for that later.
Exactly.
And I was wondering, in the Sicilian, it would be typical to kind of block, fight for the center, but is there a downside here?
Well, now the queen can dive
She
into
can swoop.
a2, and then now knight to d4 comes without a sacrifice.
Yeah, and okay, once one set of rooks most likely disappear at some point on the h file, maybe you can even swing the remaining rook towards white's king. Yeah, this looks terrifying, I've got to say. Even going for your idea, kind of insisting queen b5, I quite like, just kind of hinting at a5 next move. Because I don't think this kind of tension between the queen and bishop, white can make use of that. And if not, then a5 is coming. Abdusatorov yesterday saved a tough game, Jovanka, but to me it feels like he's being over-ambitious with white. He's taking massive, massive risks.
Yeah, definitely judging by this position. And
sorry.
yeah, no, it's fine.
This position,
Yeah,
not the
yeah,
start
no,
position.
I mean, things have gone wrong for him. And you only get this type of position by taking risks. But sometimes that happens because you're confident, because you feel, well, you know, someone is smiling down on me. After he survived quite a few tough positions, actually.
Yeah,
So
this is
yeah,
true.
but this is maybe one step too far.
Prediction time. Do you think he'll survive this, Nodibek?
Teparinov is too strong.
Yeah, Cheprinov, great attacker as well. He loves these types of positions.
Exactly. But I mean, I say that, but I've been actually notoriously off on my prediction game, because yesterday I was like, yeah, you know, Sheriff is going to win against Nordibek. He didn't. And I also said Kubakorov would also beat Abasov. They didn't. And I also kind of called a draw against Javokhir against Makachen. That wasn't. It was a win for Leila.
It's hard. And
Yeah. So what can I say?
in classical chess, there are often more surprises than rapid and blitz chess these days. Just we think they have all the time in the world. We think it's easy to be objective, but sometimes, especially as we talked about tiredness when it kicks in the 6th, 7th hour, we do see these surprises. So queen d5, yeah, I think we'll call this as very promising for black. Far from winning, of course. Still a lot of life left, but queen g2, queen a2, interesting ideas. a5, yeah, it's going to be difficult for white to hold this one.
And also the rook as well can swing into play and terrorize white on the 6th row. And let's go over to the women's section and head over to Fatalieva against Goryachkina, because this line was a quite topical Berlin. And white did sacrifice a pawn, and now it looks like there is no more attack.
Yeah, not just sacrificed a pawn, she sacrificed a piece now. No more attack. Right now the material count is a piece and a pawn for black. Maybe we just backtrack a few moves. There was a bunch of opening theory. I think we only ended opening theory 3 moves ago. Around here, still a relatively well-known position. White can, at will, regain a pawn, and most likely the game would fizzle out towards a draw, but instead, very ambitiously, she played knight d5. She now landed her queen on h4. Still looks very logical, but the threats have dried up, and white's still a pawn, well, 2 pawns down now.
And this is where knight takes to 7.
Yeah.
Ooh.
There are other moves you can drop back with your knight to f4, maybe. Yeah, it does feel like maybe the worst is past for black. The black king on f8 looks relatively safe, but knight takes c7 and a queen check. How does black fend off this attack?
Isn't it a simple case of playing?
Do you defend your bishop?
Yeah, I wanted to defend
It's not that easy.
king e7.
Yeah. Yeah.
King e7, because if you can't step with the king to f7, because
Show that.
queen takes h7, and oh no, problems on the 7th row, you're going to lose your queen.
So that would be a skewer. Now king e7, the difference is queen takes h7 or queen g7.
Would
The
be
black
knight f7.
Yeah.
And
It's like we said yesterday, a knight next to a king protects all the checks.
it does. And then the big question is, okay, now what's going to happen after rook takes e5?
Mm-hmm.
But couldn't you just play a
Maybe a check? I want to gain time,
Yeah.
and next move I want to put my knight back on its
and
Ideal
attack
square.
the rook and the queen? The queen has to drop back to... Yeah, king e7 played by Goryachkina.
You know what? I think she's missed queen to b6 check. I think she was relying on the fact that black had to take a time out and defend the bishop with her queen like this, and actually still probably just winning for white, but winning for black, sorry. But at least now you have more checks. You can take this pawn. You can play queen h4 check. You have more options. Definitely very speculative, but
my general rule for these type of positions is like count the defenders. If there's like a cluster of defenders around the black king, then it's going to be way too ambitious to sacrifice material. Yeah, 3 defenders. It's more than enough. And the knight.
The knight.
A friend of mine wanted to write a book on defense, and I was like, okay, you can write your book on defense. I will allow that. But you've got to have a chapter on the knight being a king's best friend.
Yeah.
And they thought about it, and they were like, and then I was like, you got to have that chapter. And he goes, okay.
Am I allowed to ask which book? Which friend? Or is it published yet?
No, it's not published.
Okay.
It was just an idea that he had.
That's a great idea, I believe. Defense is an underestimated part of the game, and I do realize, Jovanka, I hallucinated a moment ago. I said queen b6, and the king has to go to f1, of course. King h1.
Because king h1, queen b1 check.
Whoops. I haven't been doing my puzzle rush. For some reason, I hallucinated. I thought the bishop was protecting this square, and clearly it isn't. So I'm really glad I'm not playing. But yeah, king to f1, and now I think black would not get tempted by any checks. Black would go for that defensive setup, that ideal defense that we talked about.
Yeah.
Attack over, everything defended. White only has one more check. Now the black king can actually hide in multiple ways, and extra piece.
Yeah, and they don't have any possibilities for like moving the queen forward because it does nothing. Queen to f6. I mean, at the very least, you can play rook to e8, and everything is safe and sound.
Yeah, again, beautiful knight, protected knight, and no checks whatsoever. And okay, this is actually all occurring on the board. We did see the check from Goryachkina, the top seed, now racking up a few wins if she converts this material advantage. King f1 and knight f7, I think, would clinch the win, clinch the victory.
And Goryachkina, she's a very cool customer. And I remember in 2021, she was the only woman to play in the Open Grand Swiss.
Yeah, she did very well.
Yeah, she did.
She made a bunch of draws against strong opposition. I remember she gained a few rating points. Yeah, she can handle herself with the best. And she's already qualified, of course, for the candidates next year.
And Fatilieva is part of the improving Azerbaijani women, actually. I can remember playing her in 2019, and she was maybe rated 2250, and then she just made this huge jump. It's like the Azeri chess has really received a big investment, a big boost. And actually, talking about head-to-heads, let's have a look at the current scores, and you can see that they did play each other, but it was back in 2009, and there Fatilieva did win.
Yeah, so both players similar age, and head-to-head leading for her, but it looks like that will be balanced out in this game. And Goryachkina on the brink now, just 1 or 2 accurate moves, and she'll balance out to get her first ever win against Fatilieva. And
talking about someone being on the brink, we go down to board 5. Kamal Lidinova against Shuvalova, because there the evaluation bar is all the way over on white side.
Wow.
And just going to quickly count the material.
Black is a pawn up, but it's the quality of pieces here, Jovanka. The knight and a5 really not alive right now. The queen on b6 looks nicely placed, pinning the white knight on d4, but doesn't really contribute to the defense. Just looks beautiful, and we could be on the brink of a big surprise. Kamila Dinova is 150 points lower than her opponent. But okay, where is the killer blow? She's a pawn down, so the stakes over the next few moves are quite high.
Yes, so the first thing I'm looking at is, are there any sacrifices happening? If there's no sacrifice happening, then I think bishop b1 or bishop d3 would be a move that I would not necessarily calculate. But is there something? Okay.
I wonder as well whether you can just take a timeout and play a move such as bishop to e3 just to fend this diagonal off. I mean, this would be the lazy non-calculator in me, but yeah, we have to calculate. You said sacrifices. Let's
so the first one would be bishop takes pawn.
Bishop takes pawn on h6, and if I recapture,
and then knight takes pawn.
Knight takes, and the queen defends d4. Queen defends the knight.
And
let's just show the trick.
Yeah, the big trick is after bishop takes knight, queen takes, and now you can actually go bishop h7.
Check.
Because knight can't capture the bishop because of the loose queen on b6.
Yeah, loose pieces drop off and white would have a decisive material advantage. Let's just show the checkmate as well. If black doesn't take this bishop, the king would move. I'm assuming there's a checkmate.
Yeah, maybe I thought there was a checkmate too, but
oof. Feels like there should be a checkmate. Where is it? The bishop can drop back. You're not risking anything with white. You could always repeat the position. You have a bunch of squares to use to discover, check your opponent.
No, I don't see a checkmate.
I don't see it. Where is the win? This is frustrating.
It is frustrating.
Okay, let's say the bishop moves back to... Oh,
Yeah,
sorry,
could go
not like a
bishop
knight. Bishop to f5.
f5, king goes to g8.
Yep, king g8.
I don't know, I was thinking bishop takes rook, but
Bishop
you do
takes
have
rook.
bishop, queen
Yeah.
takes knight, and
Check.
there is a definite turning of the tables there.
Maybe we can be a bit sneaky here. We can defend our knight. So, for example, a check. Say the king moves. And now, I mean, either the king goes to the corner and I can check and defend my knight at the same time. Next, take your rook. And I think I'll be winning there. But if you go to f8, I was wondering whether I can be sneaky, for example, and drop back to e3. Now I've got a threatened knight e6 check.
Yep.
Loose queen on b6.
Yeah,
And
very nice.
if you go to rook e8, just defending your rook, then I go back to h6, and now I deflect. And now, okay, you can take the queen, or you can go for the checkmate that I wanted to
Yes.
go for earlier. And there we go, checkmate. And actually, wow, we see a result on the board next to this one. We think white has a promising position here, but we do see a draw between Marcel Efroimsky and Irina Bulmaga on board 6.
Okay. Yep. Peaceful result there. That's whereas here it's far from peaceful game. So okay, bishop takes pawn looks quite speculative. So maybe
It's either very strong or there might be a flaw to it. I think the problem after bishop takes h6 in this game is that black is not obliged to recapture. Maybe no direct threat even. So I'm wondering whether rook takes bishop is possible.
Yeah, rook takes bishop is
Yeah,
definitely good for black.
due to the pin, and yes, you have a discovered check, but nothing killer, and you're 2 pieces down. Maybe it's just a case, as you mentioned, Jovanka, of kind of saving this bishop, either by moving it or just getting the king out of dodge. Actually, it's really nice that there are no checks on this diagonal. Maybe this is the better way, rather than kind of spending time with the bishop. So the knight now protects it, and still an attack going on. Maybe bishop e5 in the near future. Maybe then sacrifices gain in power.
Maybe even bishop e5 immediately.
Yeah, maybe even bishop e5 immediately, with the idea that rook takes c2.
Knight takes h6.
Knight takes h6, maybe.
Nope.
Or maybe actually you just do it the calm way. Bishop takes f6 this way, because the queen cannot recapture.
Yes,
Because suddenly the
yes.
rook would be en prise once the pin is broken.
Wow.
And pawn takes now, knight takes h6 looks much more deadly. Or even actually, wow, rook to e8. Yeah, rook to e8, much more. Much more, I was going to say fatal, but that was Fatilieva in the other game. It's yeah, this would be deadly. Queen takes h6 being a killer checkmating plan.
Well, then bishop e5 is a serious move with a bigger advantage to white.
Yeah, I love it. Bishop e5, and it takes some calculation, as we were discussing in all of those, that kind of labyrinth of lines, but she is capable. She's clearly looking in that direction. Yeah, the kind of lazy approach would be king h1, also maybe strong, but bishop e5, the more dynamic, more energetic way, as Hans Niemann watches the game.
Yes. And Hans Niemann, a very flamboyant player. I think he will be drawn to the complications here. And talking about advantages, we did see that Anna Mozicuk got an opening advantage very early on. Can we just pop in on that game and see what's happened?
Okay, Anna Mozicuk. Wow, queens are off the board. No attack, therefore. This game has really evolved. Should we retrace?
Yeah. Let's definitely take a recap.
Let's go back, and bishop to g5 was played as we predicted. Bishop takes f3, and
queen takes bishop. No. We wanted pawn takes.
yeah, we wanted pawn takes. Why trade queens when your opponent's king is by far the weaker of the two? Pawn takes we actually thought was very strong, very direct, and queen to a4 in the pipeline, but queen takes f3, and once queen's left the board, king to e7, stepping out of this pin, freeing up her knight. Very logical. f4, h6, and okay, she trades off and parks her knight on c4. Still looks very nice for white, especially if you get a knight into e3 and maybe one of these two light squares. If a knight ever lands on one of these squares, actually the black king's still in trouble. But Jovanka, do you think some of the advantages disappeared?
Well, at least black isn't going to get checkmated.
Yeah, not yet.
Whereas in the other lines with the queens on the board, you know, you felt like black was really on the edge, maybe about to lose a knight. Here, black still is in trouble, objectively. I mean, because, yes, black is not a pawn down, but white does have a free hand to push the b-pawn. So, and this bishop on f8 is so bad.
Yeah, bishop on f8, I really hate. And yeah, this is a dead piece for the next few moves. I really don't see what to do against the b-pawn advancing and or the rook chasing down the backward d-pawn.
Yeah.
Still looks pleasant, still looks maybe borderline winning, but at least with less material, some drawing chances for Tan Zhongyi.
Yes. And on the other hand, things are not looking good for Maria Maurizzi. She's still in huge trouble against Vaishali.
Wow, look at this black queen. She's infiltrated. We've only had a few moves here. Let's just go back. We actually saw the move bishop to g5 land on the board, setting up this nasty trick. If rook d4, show it one. Whoops, not rook d7, mouse slip, rook d4. Let's show it one final time, Jovanka, before third time lucky. Let's not fall into this. There would have been a nasty fork, and white would have actually turned things around potentially. Instead, she avoided this pitfall, queen to b7, setting up rook d4 as a threat, and attacking this pawn on f3. We saw knight to e2, sorry. Queen takes f3. Now a capture on e7. And, oh, rook d2 lands. Vaishali, she's in her element anytime she gets to attack.
Yeah. I mean, the only move to survive this is to go queen to c4.
Yeah.
But even then, you feel like...
Defending the knight grimly.
Yeah.
Okay, some counter threats if the bishop moves and you get kind of the pawn down to e7 with a discovered check. How does black finish this off? Oh, bishop d4 looks...
Bishop d4 looks very tasty, right? And then knight take... No, you can't go knight takes bishop because the queen takes f2.
Yeah, and checkmate would end the game. Actually, 3 different checkmates. You can checkmate with the knight, you can checkmate with the queen, h2 or g2. Actually, this looks almost over already.
Yeah, how
bishop
do you...
d4 coming in, knight attacked.
But then how
do you save this? Yeah. If the knight moves, bishop d4 will come anyway.
Yeah, there's
Maybe
also
knight
knight f4 as well.
Knight f4 would be a crunchy one as well, threatening knight takes h3, threatening queen g2 mate.
Yep. I think you could win. Yeah, knight
How about king f1? Ugly
well,
move.
rook takes knight.
Rook takes knight. Jovanka, you got me. Checkmate. Yeah. At this point, I think it's beyond salvation. White's position, just too many attacking pieces. We said 3's the magic number. You have queen, rook, and soon the bishop is joining, and the knight is joining.
Yeah. Oh, well, very impressive game from Vaishali, actually, just to get this position against former women's world champion Maria Maurizzi, who is just an incredible player. So, wow. Well, Vaishali has a goal. She wants to increase her rating to 2,500, and if she manages that, she will become a grandmaster. And in the meantime, we do have a short video showing some of the atmosphere shots in the playing venue. Yeah, as you could see there, stormy day on the Isle of Man with the waves crashing against the shore. And talking about turbulent weather, do we have any turbulent positions?
Yeah, it looks tempestuous on this board. At least look at the center. There's a real traffic jam here, Jovanka. Hikaru Nakamura, we've talked about him having a solid start to the tournament, getting his first victory yesterday, but right now it's all about the light squares for black. There's like this kind of W formation with all the pieces and pawns on light squares, whereas white pieces are going to sneak into the dark squares. I mean, this one is so hard to evaluate. It's going to be chaotic. It's going to be stormy a bit later on. And with the time control looming on the horizon, I definitely feel that we're in for some twists and turns ahead on this board.
Yeah, this game is massively complicated. I'm really not sure who's better. Hikaru with those knights, and well, white also has those knights too as well, jumping into the c5, e5, and f4 squares. We're going to keep an eye on that one. And can we revisit some of the other? Maybe let's take a look at the bird's eye view and see the evaluation bars.
Okay, here we see our top 4 boards. The clash between Caruana and Sindarov hasn't changed too much since we were last there, just a couple of moves. So we'll delve into that one in a bit more detail later. Predke against Erigaisi. I'm struggling to estimate where that evaluation bar is. It feels like black being a pawn up, maybe with a small advantage according to the eval bar, but it's called the evil bar for a reason. It's very deceptive sometimes. Let's come back to that one later. It looks like roughly balanced everywhere, but board 4 in Esipenko's favor.
Yeah, definitely. The knight on b5 stranded there. And we also have a result on board 8 between Wojciech and Anish Giri. It was a draw.
Yeah, big missed opportunity for Wojciech. Actually, Anish Giri blundered in the opening, but was not punished, and that game fizzled out quite quickly, Jovanka.
And as the games are approaching that critical stage where the time scrambles are looming, we are going to take a short break, and we will be back in a few minutes with a lot more of the chess action. So don't go anywhere.
The club was established in 2002, and it comprises of 280 players. Now what is going on currently is the project, Kakuma Chess project, that's going to kick off on 2nd of August, and players here are preparing themselves for the opening ceremony, which will be colorful in a way. This project, we have actually selected 10 facilitators who will be posted to 10 schools to train learners on how to play chess. This program is actually important, and we are thankful to FIDE, the International World Chess Federation, for giving us this opportunity to enable our learners in the school to benefit from chess. Chess is very important because it improves the memory of learners. It also trains them on discipline and also to improve in their studies. So actually we are grateful as Kakuma people, and being represented by me, we are grateful that this is an opportunity for us, and we appreciate. The project will run for 4 phases. Phase 1 will cater for 10 schools, phase 2 11 schools, then phase 3 will run to Kakuma to high schools, then phase 4 will later go to clubs in Kakuma and Kalobey settlement. Our target is to train 1,600 learners to know how to play chess and be able to compete with other people around the world if they learn this game.
Thank you, FIDE, for supporting chess Kakuma.
We're very happy to host World Cup and Women's World Cup here in Azerbaijan. As you know, Azerbaijan has a very extensive experience in organizing major FIDE events. To have World Cup this time, the World Cups here in Azerbaijan, men and women, is very important for us. All of that actually, I would say, is possible only because of the support of our president, Ilham Aliyev. He pays a lot of attention to sports in general and to chess as well. All people love chess here in Azerbaijan. From a very long time, people are playing everywhere, in the streets, in universities, at home, everywhere you go. As you can see, we have spectators coming every day to visit our tournament. Even if we have live broadcasts of the games, everything, people are coming here. And all generations, from older people to young kids, you know, everyone was coming here. Of course, it was mainly also because our local player, Nizat Abbasov, he got qualified to semi-finals, which is a big success for him, for us, for the whole Azerbaijan. During the World Cup, we had a couple of events here. We had kids tournaments. We could see 100 kids tournaments, but why 100? Because this year we also celebrate 100th anniversary of our national leader, Heydar Aliyev. Actually, there is one person who is behind of all of that, of all those chess tournaments taking place in Azerbaijan, and it's our lovely, I would say, president of our chess federation, also he's vice president of FIDE, Mair Mamedov. We sincerely hope that it's not the last major event to take place in Baku, in Azerbaijan. We expect to host more events in the coming years because watch us. Hope to see you soon here in Baku again.
It's a very unforgiving tournament.
On the board we'll fight, and off the board we are very good friends.
I've been close to giving up, close to never finding who I could have been, but I must reach down deep inside of me, through the misery, to prove who I know I can be. Every drop of my sweat, every vein in my neck, every one of my breaths makes me stronger.
I was certainly a cold shower.
It's peak of my career at the moment, I would say.
We are back for our coverage of the FIDE Grand Swiss and the Women's Grand Swiss. And boy, we've had a very entertaining start already. I mean, lots of games with fantastically complicated positions. And let's not forget, also some results. We've seen some peaceful results. You know, Wojciech drawing against Anish Giri, and Tim Bakro and Jan Krzysztof Duda also calling it a day pretty early on. But in the meantime, we did see that one game was really lighting up there during the break, and we are going to dive straight into it. It is the game between 16-year-old Marc Andrea Maurizzi against Andrey Esipenko because, well, there has been some massive going on, and suddenly the bar has swung all the way in favor of black.
Yeah, last we were here, we liked black's position, but we didn't think it was anything to write home about. We thought, okay, still manageable for white, but let's backtrack to that position. We left it here, where there was a hit on the e4 pawn. White correctly defended this, and after queen b6, however, b3, maybe on the slow side, and after queen to c6, attacking this pawn now, white was forced to recoil and retreat his knight, and this allowed d5. Suddenly, Jovanka, there's a pin on the e-file.
Yeah, that is one of those boom moves. You know, that pawn is attacked twice, and it cannot be captured, because if you capture with a c-pawn, well, you let go of the knight. But if you capture with the e-pawn, well, the rook on e1 has no protection whatsoever, so that's going to be game over. And after d5, how can you meet this threat? So I think he played knight a7.
Yeah, he decided the knight was vulnerable in one of those variations. You mentioned he played knight a7, but after a simple retreat and a trade on d5, still this pin persists on the e-file. The knight is untouchable, and bishop to b2 played. Esipenko now on the live position next to us. Jovanka, it says the computer that black is winning. Let's try and figure out how to maybe clinch a material advantage, and how to potentially even trap this knight. And this game's getting a lot of interest. I think people can sense that things are heating up. They sense a decisive result potentially.
They do. And that's one of the funny things about chess, actually, how the crowd can sense where the blood is boiling.
They're like sharks. They smell the blood in the water.
Exactly. And I remember, actually, we both went to this event, this chess boxing event. And actually, the crowd was mainly full of non-chess players. But everyone seemed to sense when someone had made a blunder. Literally. And then the whole crowd would go like that. And here is exactly the same. You know, they're like, okay, everyone is zoning in on this point. And it's primarily to do with that knight on a7. The first question is, I want to trap it. I want to win it. I want to put my knight back to c7.
So knight on c7 does take away this escape square on b5. That looks really strong. It feels like white's other rook is going to have to be tied down. It's going to be two rooks. You taught me about the maths equations. Two rooks will be worth 10, and they'll be tied down defending a mere knight worth 3 points, and that might be kind of an ongoing situation to the rest of the game. I think knight c7 would be the safe way to kind of bank it and trap this knight for good. I like the fact knight c7 also cuts out the idea of queen a6, trading off queens. Yeah, right now. The other tempting move would be knight into f4. Here we see Matlakov, former European champion, watching Esipenko's game. Knight f4 looks tempting, Jovanka. This would be maybe a more dynamic approach, hoping, not sure what it hopes for, but it looks nice and pretty.
Okay.
Nice square.
And I guess let's try your plan of queen a6.
Queen a6.
Please trade off queens.
I mean, I might do. I think I could. Potentially, because I do have a hit on your rook and bishop.
Yeah. Well, be careful with what I wish for, right?
Yeah,
Then I'm going to have to go rook b1.
If you defend your bishop. Oh, actually, wait, I thought I was already attacking this knight. I missed the queen on b7 suddenly. Maybe you're right, but I wanted to go rook a8 to pin and potentially even win this knight.
Yeah.
Still looks nice, but maybe there's something better. Queen a6. You asked me to trade, so this time I'll say no. I won't be so compliant this time. But what else?
Yeah.
I'm looking at knight h4 ideas. I want the queens on for that, though. How about I keep the queens on? Queen d7.
Yeah, queen d7. Life is tough sometimes,
Life
you know,
is
David.
tough. Chess is tough.
It is, and I was like thinking, if you put the knight onto c4, immediately I would be looking at moves like knight takes g7, g2.
Knight takes g2.
Yeah, and then just check.
This is going to be fatal.
Bad
not
news.
much to be done here. Queen takes h3, and this would soon end in disaster for white. Let's just show a checkmate. We promised we always would. If we saw them, queen takes h3, and there would be g5 at the end.
Yep.
End of the game.
That would be the end of the game. And yeah, this is one of the problems actually that White has is all to do with that bad piece on A7 and just the lack of coordination with its pieces. And talking about bad positions, we are going to rush over to the game between Maria Mazurchuk and Vaishali because there is no going back here for Maria Mazurchuk. Her position is completely lost. And we're on the verge of seeing... Oh!
We've seen the handshake and we've seen the score sheets being signed.
Wow. Okay. And let's just review the last few moves.
Yeah, beautiful win again from Vaishali, second day in a row. Big attack, ending pretty much in checkmate. We last left this after rook to d2. We thought it was hopeless, and it was in the end. Resignable, the knight was attacked. Bishop takes c5, banking everything on a trick after rook takes e2, hoping for queen c4 with a discovered check incoming against black's king, but unfortunately she ran into the beautiful knight to g3, and Vaishali finishing with a flourish here. This is a checkmate unstoppable threat. Actually, e7 is just one check in the end. The king happily sidesteps and nothing to do about queen h1 checkmate. If you take this knight, then queen g2 is the killer blow. Beautiful win.
Yeah, ruthless play from Vaishali. Okay, and we also were told that there was an accident in the game between Rasmus Svana and Leon Mendonca. Okay. By accident, I'm guessing that there was a big blunder.
Okay, let's try and locate that game. Takes a bit of scrolling.
It does take a little bit of scrolling. Sorry about that, David.
That's okay.
I'm going to have a look. Okay, it's on board 42.
Okay, I found Svana's brother. There's it's a family affair, not just for the Mazurchuk sisters, but the Svana brothers, both German grandmasters. And okay, something's definitely happened here. Mendonca about to face a big attack. Maybe we just rewind a few moves, Jovanka. So I'll trace it. Okay, we see bishop takes bishop here. I'll trace it back to this position where it looks very complicated. Simply white marching forward in the center with a bunch of pawns, but the risk is always that your king is vulnerable. E takes d5. And rather than take this pawn back with a discovered check, which looks very tempting, e5 was played. Knight came into e4, and okay, again, there's a safe option. Knight takes knight, and the game goes on, but knight takes d5. Bishop recaptures. What could go wrong here? Okay, e6.
e6.
Boom.
Oh, what a nice shot. So the whole point is if you were to go pawn takes pawn, that would be a big mistake, because then you'd go bishop takes bishop. Yeah. And now after queen takes e6, the rook falls and black's position just collapses. So you don't want that. But how do you handle e6? You go to castle, I guess. Oh, no, but you can't castle.
Yeah, if you castle, then there's
e7.
Beautiful move, e7, a fork on the two rooks. If queen takes pawn, then you get out the way. Bishop takes h7, check. I was going to say a Greek gift. It's not quite a Greek gift. It's just the win of a queen. And yeah, this one may be missed by black, by Mendonca in the build-up here. After e6, instead he reacted with queen to c6. But after a simple capture, bishop to e3.
Oh, nice.
I'm wondering what's happening here. Something on the d-file.
Yeah, and yes, after bishop takes bishop.
Okay, this is the key moment. It's still going to be level material if you take on e3.
Could it be some...
I'm struggling to see it at the moment still.
Sacrifice. I was thinking about rook to d.
Rook to d1.
Rook to d1. Well, maybe first pawn takes pawn.
Yeah, I was just going to say, if you take this bishop...
Yeah, there's also that.
Yeah, but you do allow black to just recapture and castle next move. The problem is now rook d1 is not available, so maybe your move first, rook d1, would be met by queen takes d1, and if you take, there's a back rank problem for white. You can take on e6 check, but unfortunately it's just a draw.
Yep.
Because you can't add your rook to the attack. You have nothing better than repeating moves. Let's go back. Therefore, bishop takes e3. You mentioned rook d1, Jovanka?
Yeah, rook d1.
Rook d1. Okay, the queen has to move, maybe. Let's say I take this pawn. I don't feel good about it, but let's see where the finishing touch would be.
Rook takes...
Rook takes rook.
Interesting.
Really interesting. Oh, wow. Actually, maybe... In this position, is there something else?
Because we are seeing the evaluation bar just say that it's completely winning. So immediately I'm looking at, F5.
Maybe attacking the black queen. Maybe this has been missed by Mendonca as well. It's easy to miss. If we didn't have the evaluation bar, I think we would struggle to find this move, F5, because suddenly the black queen is caught in two minds. If it takes a pawn, suddenly it loses connection on E3, and this is terminal. If you sit on a square you're not defended, for example E7 or E5, then white can flick in the move queen takes E3, and now you really wish you'd castled. Suddenly it's check, and you have to move. You lose a rook and checkmate.
Yeah.
Wow, okay, so rook D1. Maybe a bit of a scary one for black to face.
Yeah. And there's also other moves, right? Because
I wonder whether you could be really brave and move your bishop out of the way, just to block bishop D4 or bishop D2 potentially. Maybe
and
bishop D2. Just to
then you have to go.
Just to hit your rook. And the problem is, it looks like black's king is about to get hunted down, but it's just going to chill out on G8 and maybe survive.
Yeah, although you never know, because there could be rook E2 and then pounce on the bishop.
Rook E2. I don't think white's think white's in any trouble ever, but there's no killer blow. So okay, we're yet to find a convincing win, a knockout for white. Okay, Rasmus Fana makes a move for
E7?
us. Wow, E7. He saves us from this calculation maze. E7, beautiful Zwischenzug in between move before recapturing the bishop. And actually, this is just the star move, right, Jovanka?
Yeah, but the rook can move up.
The rook can move, but
but then you just take the bishop, and wow, someone is not going to be happy.
Yeah, the king and the rook in the corner.
Yeah, okay, and this is just not good.
Yeah, it's still got to find the winning blow for white, but this pawn paralyzes the black king forever, and no castling. I think it's too slow for black to ever activate the rook via H6.
Yeah, you're going to have to pray that moves like Queen E6.
Oof, yeah.
But
Queen E6, maybe there's coming in. Any back rank check will be checkmate. E7, star move.
Yeah, definitely a star move. And as you can see there, as David's highlighting, the king is not going to survive long when it's out in the open. And okay, maybe the only chance is to go rook rook D6.
Rook D6 in the game.
Yeah, in the game position.
Okay, and again, it's a lucky dip. It's toss a coin, queen takes bishop, or rook to D1. Which one?
Queen takes bishop.
Do we want? Okay.
Let's recover the lost material.
Pure and simple. Queen takes E3, and you wanted to.
And now
block.
probably I won't going to resign after Queen A7.
Ouch. Yeah. Any background check. It's going to be fatal. Rasmus Fana looks like he's on the brink of clinching this win.
Yes, and really classy move there, E6. And let's go over to Hikaru Nakamura against Tabatabai because, what do I see? G7, G5 has been played, and that's been met by a F2, F4. Wow.
Let's just recap only the last few moves since we were last here. There have been a few developments after rook to E1. I think we left it around this point. Bishop to H5, trying to trade off black's bad bishop. The bishop was previously stuck behind its own pawn chain, trying to remove white's only real defender of the king. This was met by a stubborn retreat. G5. Oh yeah, and white really wishes the pawn was back on H2 now, because after a trade, suddenly black has access to the H file, which could be a bit dangerous later on. F4, therefore fighting for squares. The white king may be a bit safer if it can escape later. You need to remove the knight at some point, but the white king will have escape squares. Looking at squares though, and G3 is hanging. Black's queen could start getting into the game now. Nakamura, this feels like his type of position. It feels like he's been turning things slowly in his favor. Yeah,
it's and also the bishop that was really bad is no longer so bad, and the bishop can actually come to G4 just to reinforce things. And I love your idea of just going rook, Queen H5, rook to H6, and
caveman chess.
Yes,
but effective. Queen H5, rook H6 looks really, really scary for white. Nakamura, where's his eye tracker? He's looking over at the king side, clearly. We see pieces in front of us on the camera, and the knight you're looking at, the white knight in the front of the screen, is on D3. The black knights You can see both of them actually on c4 and e4, and he's definitely peering over towards the white king.
And he's leaning into the position. He's looking towards the white king. Yeah, you're right. And Hikaru doing well here. And now I'm also going to go on a bit of a speed run over to Predke against Arjun Erigaisi, because we left it. We know white had some compensation for a sacrifice pawn. But guess what, David? One pawn was not enough.
Wow.
White went and threw more material onto the fire, and take a look at this.
This really reminds me of the Goryachkina game we saw earlier, where white sacrifices a piece, has a queen and knight in the attack, but it's not quite sufficient. And I think the story is repeating itself here. Let's just show this piece sacrifice. We left it just a move or two before this moment where white had sacrificed a pawn. We thought quite promising. Very typical for the semi-Tarash opening to give up a pawn on d5, then advance with e5, kind of bypass now. Bishop in the attack, knight joining, queen joining. And here he went for the Greek gift sacrifice. Bishop takes h7, check. This Greek gift was accepted. And after another check, the black king was able to run for the hills. Rook takes e5. I'm not sure whether he missed anything here, Predke. He's a very attacking player by nature anyway, so maybe he believes in his attack. But one check met by another check, and the black king's actually been driven to safety. Okay, a threat on the board though.
Yeah, there is a threat on the board, right? There's queen takes f7, also knight takes f7, so f7 has to be defended. Let's not forget that rook takes rook, and then pinning against the knight. I mean, it looks scary.
It does look scary. It's definitely a case of the eval bar being very deceptive here. Maybe objectively it's strong for black if you find very precise moves, but yeah, in human terms, terrifying.
Yeah, rook f8.
Yeah, I wonder rook f8 just to try and run this way with the black king.
And immediately that's a huge mistake, because now rook takes, I guess rook takes rook.
Rook takes rook. Also there's f4, maybe, trying to undermine this black rook.
Yeah, maybe.
But let's go for your move, rook takes rook.
And then knight.
Knight. Yeah, the problem is queen takes. Queen takes and you can't play rook
yeah,
e1.
can't go rook e1.
The rook e1 is not defended on this square.
Wait 1 second. But we can force you to go rook takes rook. You've just given me inspiration. Now knight f3.
Knight f3.
Yes. And the rook on f8 overloaded.
Yeah, this is beautiful. Actually, just overwhelming this rook. I'm wondering what happens after rook e4, but for example, after rook takes rook, now the black king has to give way. And yeah, the rook drops, as you say. Okay, knight f3. Is this as killer as it looks? Rook e4. How do we break through? Is it going to be one of those slow burn attacks where you just trade off rooks and maybe you can, yeah, maybe knight h4 immediately.
Maybe knight h4, right?
Knight h4 for the score, as they say. Knight g6 a
Oh,
threat.
then knight g6, knight f5 a threat.
Knight f5 a threat. Yeah, queen and knight, they're really, really devilish. These pieces.
Wow.
Yeah, this is really natural play as well. So rook f8 is the most natural move in the position, and knight f3 is not obvious. Maybe the only winning move for white there.
But then maybe the solution is to, for black, is to, I mean, you don't defend f7 then.
I do wonder whether you just run to safety with the black king.
Okay, run, Forest, run.
Jordan van Forest is playing another game, Jovanka. This
Yeah.
is Arjun Erigaisi. Let's try and run though with his king. Let's take liberties. Which way do you take first of all, queen or knight?
Queen.
Queen takes. And now I will run.
And I can give a. I can give a check.
Check.
On f, yeah, and
I'll run. I'm one
okay.
move away from a very
What?
safe outpost.
Okay. Okay, I drove you to the right corner. Okay, so I don't want that.
Maybe
so
go.
hang
Oh.
on, rook takes.
Yeah, maybe just rook takes rook.
Rook takes rook, but then you have to take with the queen.
Yeah, you have to take with the queen. If queen takes queen, then luckily for white, the knight defends the rook at the end, so white would emerge with an extra pawn and 3 connected passes. Okay, so queen takes, we were thinking. And now what? Maybe your move again, knight f3.
Yeah, okay.
Back, you've got to go back to go forward. You attack the queen and...
And the bishop on b7 is loose.
Yeah, this is a check. The black king's driven and the bishop drops off. Wow, all of these lines we're looking at look super promising for white. So where is the defense? Erigaisi, he's living life on the edge, but there is a move that we're yet to find. There is a move for black to save it.
Maybe it's queen to d6.
Queen d6, but then the bishop is hanging at the end.
Yeah.
Unless, how about we bite the bullet and take the rook?
That looks so dangerous. Rook takes rook.
Rook takes rook and run. I was joking before, but actually maybe this is a better way to do it. Because now we don't have queen takes pawn with a check, as we did in the other variation. Knight takes pawn check is far less effective, because suddenly no checks at all. The black king's protected by its knight. We talked about this pattern earlier.
Wow. Yeah, this is the way.
This is the way. Isn't that a quote from The Mandalorian?
It is. It is the way.
It is the way. King to c5. And Anton Kolarov, one of the greatest attackers of his generation, lurking over Erigaisi's shoulder, watching this game with interest.
Yeah. But it's still not easy. I guess you can go queen to d4.
Yeah, queen d4
I
looks
want to
very
keep you caged in.
But I can slide
Oh
to the
no,
left.
you're running.
I'm running. Imagine if a pawn lands on a5, the king drops back to a6. That will be the end of the game. No more checks ever.
I'm also worried about bishop ace. Bishop a6 and king to b7.
Just run to the corner.
And we'll pretend that the king never started off life in g8.
Actually, it was fascinating, like these king walks, they're terrifying when you're playing them, but a good friend of mine, Niels Grandelius, he's an expert at bug house chess, at kind of exchange chess, pairs chess, and he said, you just got to learn to embrace running with your king. Otherwise, you just get checkmated. He's like, okay, the opponent will put new pieces on the board. That's the rules of bug house, but you just run with your king. It's surprisingly hard to kind of checkmate a sprinting king, and it looks like one of those cases.
Yeah, but the problem is when you run with the king, I once had it in a game and it took me 20 minutes to calculate this king run. And it was just simply because not only is your king out there in the open, you know if it gets checkmated, you're going to find yourself in all the books, you're going to find yourself in all the magazines and newspaper articles. Everyone's going to go, why in God's name did you allow this?
This is true. We don't recommend it. Don't run your king for no reason.
No. I mean, sometimes, it has to be done. But but this is the way. This is the only way to save the game.
Yeah, and
shall we check the computer to find out whether...
First time in the day, I think we need the computer assistance, and rook takes e1 is indeed the only move. Otherwise, white has a decisive advantage.
Wow.
So yeah, let's let's turn it off. I think it took us a long time to get there, that conclusion, and we're lucky enough to move pieces around to see the evaluation bar. But Erigaisi has to find this of his own accord. Rook takes rook, and just run. Actually, we did briefly see Jordan van Forest in the background. Maybe he's thinking, run, Forest, run, with the black king.
Yeah. Ooh, what an exciting game. And let's actually take a bird's eye view of the top 8 in the Open. And that way we can keep an eye on... okay, let's take a look at the Fabiano Caruana Sindarov game there on the bottom left. Looks
like it's clarifying, and maybe not in anyone's favor. It looks like everything's just being hoovered off the board, Jovanka. Oh wow, I was going to say we're headed straight to an endgame, but Fabiano keeps queens on the board.
Yeah, he does.
Let's maybe try and identify the key moments in this last little transition. We last left this quite a long time ago, 8-9 moves ago. We saw knight to b4. This knight was eliminated as we expected. Queen to d2, going pawn hunting, and Fabi did not actually get greedy yet. He was worried about the kind of compromisation of his pawn structure. Knight d4, the bishop drops back. What's the idea here if queen takes pawn? Oh wow, okay, actually we get answered. This was played queen to b6. Wow, Sindarov, he was so impressive when he joined us in the studio yesterday, and this move is extremely impressive as well. Giving up a pawn for free, and then offering a queen trade, damaging your own pawns. If the queens do disappear, then suddenly it's a double attack, e4 and a2. Yep. We talked about rook b1. Maybe this was his idea earlier. He lost a temper with his queen, just tricking the rook to b1. If it was on a1, white would be a pawn up. And in the meantime, we do see a result as we expected between Maurizzi and Esipenko. It is Esipenko who takes the win.
He does. Wow, nice game there from Esipenko. Good opening choice. Playing great chess.
Yeah, fantastic chess. Winning with black. That is the currency of open tournaments. And yeah, he yeah, was impressive from start to finish in that game. We'll maybe briefly show how that ended in a moment, but just to show what happened, actually, should we do that now?
Yeah, let's have a quick look at that game.
Let's show the final moves. Actually, it was not that far after we left it. We left it just 2 moves before the end. Knight F4, attacking the white queen. We said that this was the most ambitious way to go. Queen F1 and a simple hit on the white knight forced the knight to move. Rook takes E4, and rather than suffer a pawn down and with a basically playing a piece down with the sideline knight, Maurizzi resigned.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Slightly premature, Jovanka?
Very
resignation?
premature. And just shows a lot of respect for Esipenko. I can understand it because actually the pawn on H3 is also hanging as well on certain lines.
Yeah, let's show that. For example, if the rooks disappear, if white tries to beat the drum of retreat, then knight takes H3, and another pawn would drop.
And queen takes F3.
2 pawns down, hopeless position facing an attack. Okay, it's very understandable, I think.
It is understandable, maybe slightly on the premature side because we have seen some incredible saves, but well, it is a great result for Esipenko winning with the black pieces.
Yeah, and let's go back to the Fabiano Caruana game just to update you there, as we do have our first decisive result among the top boards. We mentioned that the queen exchange in the Fabiano Caruana game did not happen. In the end, okay, rather than take the queens off, Fabi decided to block with his knight. And after black regained the pawn, we saw a bit of a dance with queens pieces. And after a capture here, d5. Wow, great calculation from the youngster, from the 17-year-old. It looks like white is threatening to win a piece with b4. But d5 is just in time after b4 to meet it with d4. And yes, you lose a piece, but you regain it and you attack white's queen at the same time. Okay, who do you think is better here, Jovanka?
Well, white has to be better, right? Because of the pawn majority there on the queen side. So I'm expecting pawn takes pawn. Yes, that's been played. But white's pieces are very active.
Yeah.
And if you go, they make a move like rook takes pawn, then bishop c4. Suddenly you have a target to point out on f7. And if you have to sound the retreat with rook to e7, well, that's not good. You know, white can just simply pile up pressure.
Yeah, also maybe ideas of rook takes f7, but yeah, pressure. At the very minimum, you park your king in the corner, you play a move like c6 in the near future.
Okay, so that was black playing very passively, so wonder what else black can do here.
Yeah, I just assumed it would be level, but actually you're right. With major pieces on the board, the opposite color bishops maybe at the moment actually help white, if anything. White is the first to launch the attack. White will break through on the light squares. In situations like this, often what you should be doing is actually just ignoring, just kind of moving
yeah, I
the
was
king out
going
the
to
way.
suggest that. And then after rook takes pawn, maybe you can start sounding the offensive yourself and come in with the queen.
Ooh, suddenly. Yeah, it's all about the attack, right?
Yep, absolutely.
Suddenly this is deadly, and not just that, but there's a threat of rook to c3 winning a piece.
Okay, rook takes e3 on the board.
Yeah, rook takes e3. He's really calm. He's such a good calculator, Sindarov, as he showed us yesterday. Rook takes e3, and bishop c4 bound to happen, surely. And then I think he'll play the very calm, very collected move. King to h8.
And after king to h8, does white have to respond in kind with king h1? Because I'm just thinking, if you can get away with grabbing a pawn, maybe we could.
Bishop takes pawn?
Yeah.
At least the bishop isn't hanging like
Exactly.
in the other line. Maybe I do the same though, queen d4.
And then king h1.
King h1, and I just want to regain my pawn.
And life is simple.
And life is, well, chess is far from simple, but this position maybe the exception. Yeah, for example, something like this, it's hard to imagine either side really winning with opposite color bishops. Fabiano, looks like he was about to talk to himself there. He was like, oh, this is frustrating. My opponent's playing too well.
Yeah.
Sometimes that happens. Bishop c4, I think, will be played. But things look like they might fizzle out. Maybe queen d4 immediately if you're trying to force the issue with black.
Yes.
Just threatening rook c3, threatening all the discovered checks.
And then
Same thing, transposition after bishop takes
yeah,
pawn.
literally is like king h1.
Yeah.
Bishop take, or maybe there's some.
Same thing, no?
Yeah, the c pawn will drop out. What about No, you have to go bishop c4. I was just wondering whether you could go round and go bishop e2 and try to get... Okay, we have a move, rook to d1. Okay, that makes so much more sense.
Yeah, a good alternative. The key difference here is, okay, bishop c4 is still his plan. The difference is that rook c3, like in all of those variations, it's no longer an option. Yeah, these top players, when it comes to move order, they're so kind of tuned in. That's a really clever move. Of course, should still be balanced, but Caruana applying some pressure. Also, maybe some threats of rook takes f7 and then bishop c4 in some order if Sindarov is not careful here.
Yeah, black needs to be careful. Move the queen, get it out of dodge.
Yeah, where that's the issue. Which side do you go?
Wow.
So many choices. It's like a 1 in 8, 1 in 1 in 10 lucky dip.
Yeah, somehow I feel that if you get too ambitious and put your queen on h4, then c6 could prove a spoiler. Although, having said that, that requires calculation because bishop e5, and suddenly there is potential problems on the dark squares.
Yeah, for example, let's show that on the board. If there's a trade, bishop e5.
And then actually, how are you going to defend?
And
if you go g3, it's just simply bishop takes pawn and then a catastrophe on the dark squares.
I was about to use that word. I was about to say it's catastrophic. Yeah, this one is... yeah, we're so in sync. This one is just terminal for white right now. So still all three results possible, despite the fact it's opposite color bishops, despite the fact the Val bar is locked in the center. Yeah, I'm expecting queen h4 from Sindarov. Maybe queen g5 if you want to kind of go halfway. But yeah, why not fully commit to an attack? Set a trap.
And okay, then the only thing that I'm thinking about, follow my golden rule. So if he plays queen h4, then try and trade off queens because your king is in danger.
Queen c4.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a very professional approach. Get the queens off. If the queens disappear in this fashion, then actually white is the first to attack. And
then you can go c3, and white can push for more.
Yep. Okay, maybe queen h4. Not quite as tempting as I originally thought. Maybe we check back in on this one later, Jovanka. We are approaching time controls now all over the place.
We are. And okay, so let's take a bird's eye view of boards 5 down to 8. And there we can see Hikaru Nakamura. Well, the queens have been traded off. And Alireza Firouzja is in complete control against Nijat Abbasov.
Meanwhile, Hans Niemann against Richard Rapport, roughly balanced, while Yu Yangyi, as we predicted earlier, he should be sealing his advantage on board 11. So we're likely to get quite a few more decisive games than we did yesterday. Yesterday, a very peaceful round. It was literally the calm before the storm here in Isle of Man. Very stormy outside, as we saw earlier. Yeah, it looks like actually all of these boards there's drama, Jovanka.
Yeah, definitely. And maybe we can take a peek at some of our top-rated who are on 1.5 points. So I'm thinking around boards 23 down to 26, like Gukesh, Pragananda, Aronian, and Maxime Vachier-Lagrave.
Okay, let's do a quick roundup of some of these boards. Gukesh looks very balanced. Black has a knight on d3, beautiful piece. Actually, Gukesh, who's had a very solid start to the tournament, but no wins. Maybe he's the one forced to try and equalize this game.
Yeah.
Looks like Ivan Saric has done a great job since we saw the position a bit earlier. Looks really, really balanced right now.
Yep. And okay. And what about Levon Aronian? Yesterday he lost to Javokhir Sindarov. He will be looking to win a game to bounce back.
Okay.
Oh, he's playing Ponomarev.
Yeah. the killer of joy. Ponomarev just locks things down. He's really solid. So hard to beat. And right now, what do you make of this position, Jovanka?
Oh,
it's complicated.
Very complicated, but somehow I feel that black is okay.
Yeah, it feels like black, at least long term, doing very well. But okay, some ideas against the white king. I'm thinking maybe very quick f5 breaks. Yeah, if black's able to kind of get one more move, trade off on e5, somehow if the queens ever disappear, black probably just better. But with this beautiful knight on c5, entrenched, kind of eyeing up pawns long term. I think any endgame black's doing well actually. Ponomarev though, yeah, Both sides low on time. We are likely to see a scramble here. We're still got a long way to go before the magical move 40.
Yep. So very complicated position there. And let's check in on Yilmaz against Pragnanda. That one was pretty level last time we left it.
Yeah, and that game has actually been agreed drawn, if I'm not mistaken. Okay, this last move. Okay, there we go. It looks like a draw.
Okay.
Between Yilmaz and Pragnanda.
Yeah.
So actually, it's Vaishali of the family of the siblings there who's really holding up the fort.
Yeah. And the final top player on 1.5 points is Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. And then I'm going to direct our attentions over to the women's section because everyone is nearing time trouble there.
Yeah, I think this game we won't linger too long on. This one, very symmetrical, very level. Vachier-Lagrave slightly better just because he has access to the open A file. Queen landing on D5 maybe, but Shant Sargsyan, the Armenian the Armenian star, he is likely to hold the draw.
Yeah. Okay, let's go straight over to top game in the women's section. Anna Muzychuk against Tan Zhongyi. Tan Zhongyi had a dreadful opening, but let's have a look at how things have progressed because Anna Muzychuk, she's just under the minute and they are on move 34.
Okay, so 6 moves to make with under a minute. Yeah, she's thankful right now for the increment of 30 seconds. She's a pawn up temporarily. I say temporarily because this f-pawn will likely drop in the long run. But of course, first black needs to move the king off the d-file. Discover checks galore. She moves it to c7, a bit of a clumsy square.
Ooh.
Blocking in her own bishop. I don't like the look of that one for black.
And you feel like there's going to be some kind of checkmating ideas. Okay, how to catch king, trap it. So first move that I'm looking at is b5.
Yep.
Another move would be knight b5 check.
Knight b5, something on b5.
Yeah, something on b5, and then the other alternative would be rook c1.
Yeah, rook c1's very tempting as well. This check would ask big questions. It looks like she's reaching for her rook, Anna Muzychuk, down to 15 seconds.
Rook c, was it rook
c1 on the board?
c1, okay.
Yeah, the good thing here is that if, for example, black retreats the king, actually I don't think she can, but she might have to step out into the open. But if she retreats the king, very minimum, you repeat the position, you gain 30 seconds on your clock, get closer to the time control. And Fabiano Caruana, very interested spectator here. I do think that black should advance the king. There we go. King d6 played with the idea that a check now is met by a counterattack on white's knight. And actually, if the knights disappear, much better drawing chances for black. Yeah,
but the king is out there in the open. And, well, it's difficult. 3 pieces as well surrounding it. And there we see Anna retreat the bishop. She's setting up rook c6. Okay, black is now forced to go rook c8.
Yeah, rook c8 looks like the only way to prevent this killer threat, not just attacking the knight, but most likely closing a mating net around the black king.
This does drop extra material. You know, the pawn on h6 is also going to fall.
Yeah, this pawn would likely drop. At the cost of exchanging rooks, though, I'd be quite happy here with black to see the rooks disappear. Even if white grabs another pawn, it's 2 pawns, but maybe I can take on f4. Opposite color bishops do increase the drawing margin for black.
But I think you lose another pawn, bishop. Then you step forward.
Bishop where?
Yeah, I wanted to go, and then you have to step forward to a5, and then, because otherwise I was going to go knight takes f7, and then...
Now this endgame, despite the fact white has 2 passed pawns, I feel like this one should be a draw. Okay, Anna Muzychuk, she's waiting. Look at that hand poised on pen. She's expecting rook c8. She'll write the move down quickly, and then move herself, reply. I wonder whether she intends to go the other way, Jovanka, knight b5 check, but then the king has a safe square on e7.
I also wonder whether she wants to block this trade, put a piece into c6.
Yeah, I like this actually.
Yeah, and then now follow that by rook to d1. Ooh.
Yeah, she should play for checkmate. I don't think she should play for material gain here. You need to keep rooks on the board. Black's pieces are so passive that you need extra ingredients. Opposite color bishops is the only saving grace for Tan Zhongyi.
Yeah, I mean, what else can Tan Zhongyi play?
Other than rook c8?
Other than rook c8, because, well, I guess you could go knight to d... No, you can't go knight to d5. That's going to lose a piece with rook c6.
Yeah.
So, nope. Strike that one from the equation.
Yeah, you could I was going to say knight here, but then this ends in checkmate. Whoops. Whoops. Attacking the king, king e6, rook c6, and a mate next move. Whoops. I found a checkmate to blunder. I don't think she'll play knight d7, taking away the escape square from the black king. She has to surely play rook c8. Process of elimination.
Yeah, the only other move I can see is, no, but it doesn't even work. I was going to say king to e7, but I'm pretty sure that there's also going to be a checkmate on the board there as well.
Yeah, maybe you're just about surviving.
I thought maybe rook c6 first.
Rook c6, yeah. I mean, king e7 looks so unnatural. You attack the knight and next move, all the checks. This one looks like a step in the wrong direction. Surely rook c8. The game goes on, but Anna Muzichuk, under 1 minute still.
Yeah, she is under 1 minute, but Tan Zhongyi, she has, well, just over 15 minutes to consider reply. So she's doing the right thing. It's very important, actually, when your opponent doesn't have too much time, that you also don't speed up, that you just calm yourself down and think about the best move on the board.
Yeah, you don't want to rush. It's actually better to change the pace of the game, play 2 or 3 moves quickly, get your opponent's heart rate up, then take a pause, get the opponent's heart rate down, and kind of give them those extra stress levels. If you continue playing fast, then they're in the rhythm, at least from my vast experience of being in time trouble myself.
Yeah.
Yeah, rook c6 a threat, rook c8 has to be the reply, surely.
And Tan Zhongyi pausing there. So whilst the Tan Zhongyi is pausing, shall we check in on the game Bibisara against Elizabeth on board 2?
Okay, board 2 of the women's section.
Yep.
Okay, this was the position we last left it, but we've had a lot of progress. Let's catch up with the game position where, wow, bunch has changed here. And Bibisara has just broken through on the 7th rank. It's really reminiscent of the Fabiano Caruana game against Sindarov with opposite color bishops, but here it's a clearly superior version for white. She's winning a pawn simply.
Yeah. Ooh. Yep. Bad times for Elizabeth. Queen has to move.
Queen has to move. Black will go pawn down, and with heavy pieces still on the board, white has fantastic attacking chances. White's king far safer than its counterpart.
Yep. Okay. And we are just getting ready for an interview with a very special guest. So that's going to be a treat for everyone. And we also, can we go to Elina Rebers against Teodora Inyach?
Wow, a crazy position in this game. Hopefully we'll be able to get the clock times up in a moment as well. But okay, Jovanka, how to even begin evaluating this one? White's king is in some big trouble on the back rank. Okay, it looks like 1 minute for Inyach here. I was going to say Black's king not enjoying life either right now. A bit of a weird pawn structure as well. Really hard to evaluate. I think I would rather be Black just because everything's covered right now on the 7th rank. You are up the exchange, rook for bishop.
Yes.
But I wouldn't like to have Black's clock time right now in such a wild, chaotic position.
Under a minute and about to make a move. And she takes the pawn.
Wow. Nerves of steel, allowing a capture on b7 from rook or bishop. Is she just intending to dodge the check? Rook takes, she'll just move her king. Or is she aiming to give up her queen? Maybe she has a clever idea, actually. Queen takes, and maybe now after bishop takes, not a recapture, but a sidestep coming into e1, winning the white queen.
Oh, how does one defend against this?
I mean, this looks over to me. Maybe you have to play a move like...
Oh, maybe you can... Yeah, go on.
Oh, no. I was going to say queen to g1. Oh, king to g1.
King to g1.
Oh, that's clever, Jovanka. King g1 only move.
But still, I don't think white is surviving this one.
Yeah, you have to go into an endgame, a sad endgame, material down. But, okay, say a move like rook c1. Some chances of survival because black's pawns are still a bit slow and white has a bunch of pawns herself. But yeah, crazy position.
Yeah, absolutely crazy position, but a very nice idea there from Teodora Inyach. And rook takes pawn. Classy stuff with the idea. You're just going to give up material. Yeah, give up the queen.
Great calculation with 1 minute left on the clock. And I think that's the case for a lot of boards right now where players are entering time trouble. Bishop takes pawn, however. What is the idea there? Maybe she's just going to dodge everything and move her queen.
But then...
Maybe there's... I think I would... Oh, wait. Jovanka, queen h6. How about that one?
Very nice. And is there a nice discovered check anywhere on the board?
just to show queen takes queen would be met by a nasty checkmate. And yeah, you can move the bishop, discover check, but where? That's the problem. You can choose any square along this diagonal.
Okay, I'm going to choose the f3 square.
Okay, and I'll shuffle somewhere. I'll shuffle this square.
C8. Oh, then I was going to give a check.
Bishop
takes pawn check.
And I'll block.
And now I will attack your rook with queen to g1.
Queen g1, wow.
Yeah, but it's not working, right?
I think I can just take your bishop right now. Queen takes rook would be met by a check. And a winning rook to e1 move. I mean, all of these lines, they look good for black, but having 1 minute on the clock, navigating this is not going to be easy. And Alina Robes is so talented tactically.
Yeah, definitely. Wow. But bishop takes pawn may be the best chance, because otherwise you're just lost.
Yeah, it's looking difficult. Alina Robes will think here, but in the meantime, we are joined by a very special guest, a winner from today's round 4, Andrey Esipenko. Welcome.
Andrey, congratulations. You just won a nice game with the black pieces against Maurizzi. Before we go through the game, you're on 3.5 out of 4. I imagine you're very happy with the start of your tournament.
Yes, of course. It's a nice start, and I want to, try to continue like this.
Let's talk about the game. Where do you want to start? Where do you think the first critical moment happened?
Oh, I think the opening it was very solid, because I decided to play this line with rook b8. Instead of rook b8, you can also play b4, bishop b7, some complicated lines. But after rook b8, I think it's very solid position for black, and I decided to play it because I checked his games, and he's a very creative and talented in some complicated positions, I think. So I decided to play so solid. So yes, takes, h3, it's like, I think, a theory. h3, d6, c3, b4. d3, also you can play d4 here, I guess. But after takes, g5, e5, knight to4, I think it's okay for black. But d3, it's critical, and I remember today I checked some lines. I think I should have taken and d5 somehow, but I'm not sure. I need to somehow give up this pawn, but I wasn't brave enough to.
So you didn't check it just this morning? You saw it before, or?
No, this morning I checked. I already forgot everything. Yeah. So that's why I played h6. Just to not lose immediately somehow. But after h6, knight b2 is logical. Yeah. Rook 8. I could probably also take first here and play the same rook e8. But actually, after I played rook e8, I thought c4 like it's impossible for him to play, because it's quite like strange, this.
You mentioned his creative style. Do you think he got a little bit too creative today?
Yes, that's what I was hoping he will do, actually, something like this. But maybe c4 is actually a great move here, because after bishop d7, that's what I played. Bishop a4, bishop f8. Yeah, knight b3 is probably good. Knight e7. I think d4, I'm not sure about d4. Maybe he could play something like takes and bishop e3 and just play this position. I think it's probably a little bit better for him, but maybe nothing special. But after d4, I think I have this this position after c5, knight b5, knight g6. At first, I thought rook a7 is strong here, but I think rook e4, knight e4, queen d5, I have queen e8, and after knight c7, queen e7, and knight b5, I have knight f6, and still I can still continue to play for a win. But here also I checked rook f7, and after takes, queen d5, I have some king f6. Is probably I'm winning, but I was a little bit too scared that if anything, like I can just get mated. But after queen d3, yes, I saw this position after queen b6, and after b3, queen c6. Yeah, b3, I think it's not a good move. I think he should have played rook a7, and because if I play here queen c6, he has rook c7. but I was hoping for like rook e6 here, but we actually analyzed after the game some of like this position, and b3, rook e8, bishop b2, knight to 4, queen d5. We wasn't sure like if I have anything here, maybe it's just an equal or even better for him. I don't know, but probably I'm not better here.
So did you guys feel that b3 was maybe the
b3,
mistake?
Yeah, b3 I think is a mistake, because yeah, rook a7 was very important, because after b3, queen c6, I'm not sure how he can even, you know, he's just losing a pawn, knight d2, g5, and yes, he's just collapsing.
Very quickly,
yeah, this is just, yeah, like knight to 4, rook d8, everything is coming, and yeah, just collapse.
Very nice. Andrey, you're a big Arsenal fan. The first thing you asked me before you came to the interview was, how did Arsenal do? Good news, they won 5-0. Yes. Was today a perfect day for you?
Yes, actually not only because of this, also it's also my mom's birthday, so it was double motivation for me to get a good result. And also Arsenal, yeah, but unfortunately we played this at the same time, so I couldn't watch. But it's a nice, they won.
Just a final question before I hand it over to our commentators. As I mentioned, you're on 3.5 out of 4. What was your goal coming into this tournament, and also what score do you think will be needed to win this event?
Oh, I have no idea what score do I need to win it, but of course my goal is to qualify for the candidates, like, it's for sure, this is the goal.
Great, and I'll pass it over to Yobi and David to see if they have any questions.
I was just going to ask, I remember playing football here with you in the Isle of Man a few years ago. Do you enjoy playing on the island?
Yes, it's nice. So I like the weather actually. It's so it's a nice place to be here.
Yeah. And you mentioned that you like the weather, but today was rather stormy.
Yeah, but I still like it.
Oh, okay.
Can you just take one step?
Sure.
I realize we both started. Yeah, you mentioned you like the weather. Do you like this rainy, windy weather?
Yes, somehow I enjoy it, yeah.
Great. Well, Andrey, congratulations on a great win, and thank you for your time. Best of luck for tomorrow.
Thank you. Thank you.
And back to you guys.
Thank you.
Congratulations. And in the meantime, we're going to rush straight into a very dramatic game in the open section. I think we'll also head to the women's, where there's still some time scrambles incoming. But look at this king, Jovanka. There's a black king on b4. It started its journey on g8, even h7, just half a dozen moves ago. And it's literally made its way bang, 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 over to b4, literally walking through the eye of the storm.
Yes, and talking about stormy weather, I mean, is that king going to survive out there on the rocks?
Oof, who knows? I think it's the answer. I just want to point out, white played rook to d7 in this position. Predke still hustling. He's a piece down. He's a whole bishop down. He invested that for the attack. But rook takes bishop. I just wanted to point out a brilliant tactic spotted by Erigaisi. Rook takes bishop would have been met strongly by a simple retreat, knight to a5. There's no checks. The white rook is hit, and there's a threat of checkmate. Suddenly a turnaround, where it's black's attack that is decisive. So rook to d7, and yeah, all bets are off. This is just a crazy position.
Yes. Whoa, I love that move. And well, Erigaisi can still utilize that idea, right, by just moving the queen to the e5 square. Or am I missing? I am missing something big, because now the queen can come to e7 and check, so you can capture the bishop.
But this time,
but this time there's knight d6. Consequences.
Consequences. A square has been vacated, freed up, and suddenly not just a fork, but remember, checkmate in one. The black queen still. I think that's why she needs to stay on this diagonal. I think you found the best move, Jovanka. Queen covers h2. So it feels like Erigaisi's still a favorite. He's got a couple of minutes more on the clock. He looks like cold as ice right now, just super calm. And if he plays the move queen e5, he should still be in the driver's seat. But of course, you have to recce with ideas like knight to f3 again, rejoining the battle. And if black is forced to put the queen on a1 just to continue and then save the bishop, then of course you don't play a move like that willingly. Well, imagine a king on b4, queen on a1, and somehow still safe enough.
You know, I have a suspicion that king might find itself checked to a2.
Why not continue? Why not get greedy? Munch on
Yeah.
pawns. Okay, should we go to some games where the clock situation is even more dramatic? We see just the ticker under our cameras, actually, Nakamura on the brink of winning, maybe.
Yeah, he is on the brink of winning. Shall we quickly take a look at that game? Oh, and in breaking news, it was a draw between Fabiano Caruana again and Javokhir Sindarov. So that was a very calm, very accurate game there from the young Uzbekistani player.
Yeah, we say calm just to show the last few moves of this one. Fabiano, he did actually have to face an attack against his king, and after queen to f2, a checkmate threat. This was guarded, and a sacrifice ended the game with a draw. Queen takes h3, and actually the players agreed to a draw here on move 31 because king to g1 would have been met, for example, by bishop to d4, a pin, luring the white queen away, and a repetition, perpetual check that white cannot escape.
Yep. And that tactic would have been child's play for Sindarov. And okay, well, great game there. And let's go over to Sam Sevian against Erwin Lamy. And then I would like to go back to the women's section because it's very crazy time trouble there.
Yeah, crazy time trouble. Erwin Lamy looks confused in his game. We'll try and get the live position up for you shortly. Let's focus on the big board for now. But yeah, it's a piece up for white. You're hanging on to the e6 knight just about. You're attacking the black knight. So what is Erwin considering here? Why is he pausing before taking on c1?
Aha, I got it.
Mm-hmm.
No, I don't have it. Yes, I do. Knight to g5.
Knight to g5. Whoa, beautiful. Yeah, I think you're right, Jovanka. Firstly, attacking the black rook, and you've been doing your puzzle rush, that's for sure, because after rook takes rook, knight f7 check. You don't even need the smothered mate here. If the king goes to f8, there's a checkmate on f7, and if not, there's a checkmate on g8. Beautiful. So actually, it's really, really tricky in the current position. Knight takes c1. Vladimir Fedoseev there, interested in the game. Knight g5.
And
how is black fighting?
I guess you could throw in a check with b4. Whether that changes things, I don't know.
Check.
But king, does the king have to be careful? Well, it certainly shouldn't step up onto the e line. That much at least is guaranteed.
Yeah, this would allow rook takes rook with check. Don't want to allow that one. So it's a choice of two.
Yeah.
Or maybe c4.
Well, I'm a little bit worried, right? Is that if you step up to f2, that there's going to be boom, queen to e2.
Oh, wow. Jovanka, that's just incredible. That was not even close to being on my radar. Queen e2, giving up the black queen, you get a check, and at the very end you poach the white queen as well, and it helps that the black will take the white knight next move. This is a guaranteed win. Queen e2. That is just crazy levels of tactics. King g1.
Yes, forced.
Maybe. Now there's no... I'm trying to look for similar tactics to yours. I can't quite find them.
You can also go c4, but okay, then
Yeah.
king to g1.
King to g1. I mean, this is the type of thing that they're calculating right now. It's a crazy position.
Yeah, but it's how to survive this one.
I'm wondering... Is there a checkmate if I play queen to a7?
Okay, knight to
f7, I'll move. And again, it's the scariest thing ever, walking into a discovered check like this. I'm utilizing this pin, and the reason I put the queen on a7 was very purposeful, just to avoid, for example, the smothered checkmate, where normally a white knight would land, but I'm covering that square. But you've got an idea, Jovanka?
No, I don't actually. I got very excited, but then I realized that the simple knight takes queen at the end of it.
Yeah, unfortunately
okay,
the white queen is hanging, so
yeah.
it's still crazy, this position.
Yeah, how to...
I don't see it. I don't see how to win this one for white.
Okay, so knight f7 check has
Okay.
to be tried.
I move.
Now, what is it?
Luckily, you've got a draw if you need.
Yes,
with knight h6
exactly, yeah.
back.
But somehow, I kind of want more, and how to get more.
Meanwhile, we have another result. Which game is this? I
Okay,
see
this
some
is
hands.
Predke against Erigaisi. That game ended in a draw. So whilst this game is massively complicated, let's take a look at the ending of this game, because what happened here.
Wow, Arjun sacrificed his queen. Incredible stuff just to force a draw. This was the bailout option. We were advocating queen e5, maybe slightly preferable for black, but so complicated with no time on the clock. In the end, he played the pragmatic knight to d2. Not an obvious one, giving up the black queen in order to give a check. And a draw was agreed here because king h2 would be met by another knight check, and the perpetual dance between king and knight would continue. No way to escape.
Yeah, in the end, it was a fair result because what a game it was. I mean, objectively, that sacrifice that Predke did wasn't correct, but on a practical level, I mean, it's what fun.
Yeah, if that was in blitz or rapid, I think White would have won that game every single time. But a draw in the end, a well-played draw.
Yep, and in the meantime, we do have some moves in the Sam Sevian against the Erwin game.
Okay, let's go back to the game. We did see knight takes c1, just the one move in the meantime, the move we expected, and now we're thinking that knight g5 is the way to go for White.
Yes.
I'm wondering, I'll just be a bit naughty here and check the engine. Yeah, knight g5 is the top choice. You can also move your queen, obviously, because she is attacked after all. Queen d5, for example, maintaining the threats, maintaining the tension.
Knight to g5. And actually, incidentally, Sam was the one who gave me the advice that I should study tactics because he does tactics in the morning and then he studies the endgame. And
I can tell with his style. I just realized as well, Jovanka, there's a really, it doesn't quite, I'm thinking, okay, let's say I play, I wanted to say queen g8 is a threat immediately. I'm not sure how to make it work. For example, the problem is I'm attacking this rook anyway, so rook takes rook would be winning. But if it were White's move, for example, queen g8 would be a nasty checkmate.
Oh, beautiful.
Just king takes. There's a, talking of tactics.
Yes.
This is a checkmate. And of course, taking with the rook, knight f7 would be a checkmate too. But unfortunately, Black will react to that. Erwin Lamy, we think he has to play the move of b4. B4 check. Only way to save this game.
B4 played. And now Sam has to be mega careful where he puts the king. He has to put the king on g1 because king f2 will be met by queen to e2.
The only winning move for Black, but a spectacular one that you spotted. And will Sam Sevian, the tactical advisor, we'll call him, the tactical guru, spot this? I think he will play king g1.
Yeah.
We should mention c4 doesn't quite work because after a trade of rooks, Black captures this pawn with check and next gobbles up the white knight, swooping back to defend her king.
Yes.
And king g1 is indeed on the board.
Yeah.
Queen a7. I think we got it. Only move now.
Queen a7.
We mentioned this.
And then how does White continue the attack?
I don't know if you do. Maybe you just give a draw, give a perpetual check.
Okay, queen a7 on the board.
Yeah, the players have spotted everything. This is really kind of accurate play despite how messy the position is. I'm wondering, Jovanka, have we passed move 40 in all of the women's games?
Okay, let's check. And yeah, yes. Everybody has passed. So, and we actually have a few results. And I see it was a draw between Javokhir against Arula Sulakidu. And it was also a win for Sophie Millier against Nino Bashashvili.
Okay, so we have some results. Shall we briefly try and recap some of the developments there? We still have a couple of minutes before the time scramble in the open section.
Yes, let's have a look at what's happened now. So, Anna Mizichuk.
We're still here for the long haul. It feels like she's maintained her advantage, which is a big success in the grand scheme of things. Yeah, she had no time on the clock. Now she has 23 minutes, which is going to feel like a luxury. I'm expecting the move knight to e5. Just hinting at some nasty checks to the black king, but also going pawn hunting.
Yeah, it's my favorite thing in the world.
Yeah, I think she's going to win this game, surely. I think getting to move 40 was the first big hurdle, and she's achieved it.
Yeah, and I mean, and I've seen her play so many fine endgames. Just, massaging that advantage and just putting pressure on the opponent. So I think she just has to hold her nerve and she will manage this. And can we take a look at the game between Bibisara Asalbeva and Elizabeth Pates? That looks like it's just clearly won for Bibisara.
Yeah, I unfortunately think for Elizabeth here that White has a clear-cut winning plan. and that will be to advance the pawn to b7 and then use the f pawn as a deflection. Yeah, this one, what else to do? For example, if black puts the rook behind, I think step by step we can actually work this one out, Jovanka.
You go b7.
b7, rook takes pawn, and it looks like some counterplay for black, but white is just in time. f5, a4, f6, check.
Yeah.
And the black king is caught in no man's land.
And if you step the king to f7, then the big trick is that you simply go rook h8. And after rook takes pawn, you have to stop the pawn from promoting, then the king and the rook are skewered.
Yeah, so this one I think will be decided any moment now. This is a very forcing line. b7 is pretty much unstoppable, and the f-pawn advance is just going to force the black king onto a square. It can be checked.
Yeah, and let's also check in on the game between Elina Rebers and Teodora Inyach, because we left it in a really wild position. We thought that black was going to sacrifice their queen. Can we rewind a few moves and find out what happened?
Yeah, we last left this just before move 40. We saw rook takes e4, one move to make for the time control. Sorry, we actually saw in this position rook takes e5.
Yeah, rook takes e5, and this is where white had that crafty idea. Sorry, black had the crafty idea of just sacrificing the queen if rook takes pawn.
Yeah, rook takes pawn, sacrifice the queen, maybe as well queen to h6, we mentioned as a potential trick. But yeah, it's such a mess. In the end, bishop takes b7 was eschewed in favor of king to g1. Really calm play, I've got to admit, by Elina Robes here. Black parted with her rook for white's beautiful bishop. Now a check and a threat of checkmate. Queen f2 would be killer. Jovanka, how does white defend against this?
You don't. Right, because you can only go queen f1.
Yeah, queen
and
f1.
then you simply give a check on d4.
Check, forcing me into the corner.
Yeah, and now comes the blow. So I'm thinking I can go h. There's no checks. That's all good. It's all good. It's all good. You can go h3.
Oh, that's brutal.
Yeah.
You've been on fire with these tactics, I must admit.
Well
h3 is not obvious at all, and it's a killer. Queen takes rook would land a back rank checkmate on a1.
And this is the point where I turn to you and I go, I forgot that the rook was on prise.
Ah, you shouldn't admit that. That was genius, Jovanka. And yeah, h3. Oh, she very sadly, Elina Robes, you can see on the camera there, not positive body language, very kind of reluctantly plays queen to f1. And h3 is brilliant because if you take back as well.
It's just a queen to e4 check.
Queen e4. And at the very minimum, you pick up the white queen.
Yeah.
Maybe you can even deliver checkmate as well. But she has given a check on d4 after queen to f1. It looks like Teodora Inyach is about to win. Do you think? I mean, 25 minutes, she'll surely play a move such as h3. Maybe there are others.
Yes. I mean, she's a fantastic player. I mean, just apart from that hiccup in round one, Inyach has been on form.
Yeah. She's been very great attacker as well on her day. Queen e4 as well looks brutal. Pinning here and rook e1 a big threat if you stop it. Same
h3.
idea. Killer.
Clinical.
Black is going to win.
Definitely. And okay, so those are the dramatic. Oh, hang on a second. Let's go over to Goryachkina against Alexandra Kostaniuk, because we are potentially looking at a big upset.
Okay, on board 11, Alexandra Kostaniuk hasn't quite clicked into gear yet. And in this game, we do a quick count. We see that white is up 1 pawn, but they're connected. Her passed pawns, black's d pawn is under lock and key right now. Wow, I think we're guaranteed a big upset, pretty much. Rook takes bishop, a threat.
Yeah.
How do you deal with this?
There's nothing with rook c1.
Yeah, rook c1, I think we can just take the black d pawn off the board. And there is a check, but I will happily give you my bishop for the black bishop. And
that will be game over.
Yeah, the b pawn will decide. Yep. Alexandra Kostaniuk, the chess queen, she's going to have to make a big comeback in the second half of this tournament if she wants to get one of those candidate spots.
Definitely, because she is in serious trouble here against the young 19-year-old Leah Goryachkina. And let's go over to the open section and let's hunt out any time troubles. So can we go and check in on Hikaru Nakamura?
Yeah, let's go to Hikaru, who looks pretty calm. His opponent, Tabatabai, far more stressed. This position, let's try and break it down. Right now, level pawns. Black with the beautiful connect 3 on the queen side. This pass pawn on c4 will decide any endgame. In the meantime, White's last move was knight to d4. Okay, how to press any potential advantage for Black. Queens are off the board, no direct attack. Nakamura, he's looking past the knight. He's about to move his own knight into e4 with a check. Judging on the camera, I love this angle, must admit.
And, well, that knight got removed from the board. And, well, at least Black can go bishop to d3 and lock out the rook.
Yeah.
And then it's just simple maths there.
That's a beautiful square. If you can get it there, White's rook will be pretty much immobilized. It's also important that White cannot quite take this pawn, because after rook takes knight, it looks like you've got a double attack, but Black can play the move rook to d3 or rook to d8. But yeah, you save your bishop in the process and winning. So, okay, this pawn is really tense right now. 1 minute for Tabatabai, 9 for Nakamura. They have actually, this last move was move 40.
Yes.
So it looks like a big advantage for Nakamura, or at least something significant to chew on for him. But we'll join this a bit later. The players now will take a longer think.
Yep. And Sam Sevian in his game against Erwin Lamy is still in the tank, still thinking about how he can try to eke out an advantage. Maybe there's no... there's small time trouble against Nijat Abbasov against Alireza Firouzja.
Yeah,
I mean, they're on move 39 basically.
Okay, that counts as time trouble. Move 39. They don't have too much time on the clock. We don't see the clock times pop up yet, but in the background, on the clock on the camera, I can see that Firouzja has just over 1 minute. There we go. And okay, the rook is attacked. The pawn is attacked on a3. Black is a pawn up. How's he going to try and convert this advantage? Rook to e2, parting with his pride and joy, the a3 pawn, but he's maybe going for checkmate against the white king, Jovanka.
He certainly is. He's going to play perhaps knight to... I thought knight to e1, as well as knight to f2.
Yeah, one of these two. Knight to e1's a really nice suggestion.
But I guess you have rook f1.
Yeah, maybe just about rook f1. It's holding by the skin of my teeth. Okay, let's check knight f2. Let's always look at checks first. Okay, you've got two directions. You go back or you go forward. If I go forward, I'm terrified. But I don't see the killer blow yet. What has Firouzja seen?
Well, you can trap the king, right? You can go f5.
Ooh, f5. That king is... Yeah, the king is pretty much eternally trapped. But how do you kind of finish? How do you...
Here I go knight to g4.
Ooh,
I've got
knight
you.
g4, forcing me to defend against a check on this square.
And now I attack your knight. Rook c7 or rook to d4. Or yeah,
I was thinking rook to d1.
Even
to
better.
deflect.
Yes.
Deflect the rook and come in with a checkmate on h2 next, forcing rook h3, and then this king is literally suffocated. You don't even need to touch anything.
So
this is Zugzwang basically, but yeah, you can come in and round and checkmate.
Promising position for Alireza Firouzja, but there is a time trouble in the game between Goryachkina and Vincent Keymer.
Okay, let's go to that game on board 12. Andrey Goryachkina here with the white pieces. Let's do a quick count. It is level pawns. It is...
They're on move 34.
Move 34.
And Vincent Keymer, making his last move with just 18 seconds to spare.
And it's definitely Vincent Keymer on the back foot here. He's the one, maybe he'll make it, but he's trying to liquidate the position. There's one trap. Pawn takes pawn is met by a double attack, a check, and a hit on the white rook.
Yes.
So Goryachkina maybe panicking there, but Vincent Keymer, I was going to say, if he hadn't had this last move, c5, he was under some severe pressure. White centralized queen, pawn on b6 was a big target, but c5 might be the way that he saves himself, Vincent, attacking this pawn as well.
Yeah. And rook takes b6 is going to be met by queen takes d4. Yep. Or maybe even queen takes a4.
Yeah, one or the other. Or maybe c takes d4.
C takes d4, that one I had an answer to. It was going to be rook to d6.
And Goryachkina, talking to his opponent. He
10 seconds. What happened?
Oh,
Oh,
wow.
they must have agreed a draw.
I think he's saying, let's agree a draw, but it's move 34.
But they can offer a draw because you have to pass move 30 to do that.
But they're calling the arbiter, so they haven't had the handshake yet.
Oh. Well,
And Vincent's complaining. We see drama, and Hikaru is closing in. He smells it. He's like a shark. He's he knows when something dramatic is happening. He's getting ready for that YouTube recap later.
You gotta, you gotta have food for the content. Yeah. Okay. So what's happening?
And Hikaru's opponent Tabatabai is like, "What? Stop disturbing me!" But I think he maybe offered a draw in a way that he shouldn't. Normally, you make a move, you press the clock, then you offer the draw. Let your opponent think on their time.
And
they're making moves. The arbiter's being quite demonstrative here.
There's something wrong with the c5 pawn. And they seem to be smiling and laughing.
Wow, Volokitin's got to hope he didn't touch the c5 pawn, because if white had taken it, white would have actually been losing.
Oh.
What has happened
here?
But
then we'll have to see a replay. Can we get a replay on this?
Yeah, I wonder if that's possible. What has
could
happened
it
in
been
this
that
game?
Volokitin accidentally touched the c5 pawn?
And okay,
the
Vincent
clocks have been restarted, and well, yeah, he needs to restart it so that Volokitin has like 11 seconds left.
Yeah, Volokitin didn't have too much time. He also has to potentially reward Vincent with extra time on the clock if a false claim was made or if something dramatic happened there. Okay, we're yet to find out. Okay, the arbiter restarts the clock, and Volokitin.
Well, we're going to see if he touched that pawn and is forced to take it, then he can just resign. And 20 seconds. He's pausing.
He's pausing. Like the move rook takes b6 was on the board at some point before Vincent complained to the arbiter.
Oh, but pawn takes pawn, so he touched the pawn. He got to move it.
He touched the pawn, and he's just blundered his rook. And now we're going to see a resignation any moment now. This dispute, it was settled quite amicably. I'm surprised there, because I would have been tearing my hair out if I were forced to play a move like d takes c5. Queen to d1, check, simply picks up the white rook.
Yep. And
touch piece, move piece, that's the rule, unfortunately.
Yes. Whoa. Maybe, and there you go, handshake, and Vincent Keimer takes the point.
Oh, just incredible stuff. Nearly never see this at top level, Jovanka.
Yeah. I'm just wondering whether we can get some action replay on that.
Yeah, we'll try to see if we can get some video footage of what happened earlier, whether he actually genuinely touched the piece, Volokitin. It doesn't look like he's going to appeal. There is an appeals process, an appeals committee. So it looks like he did admit that he touched the pawn. And he was forced to make that move. The arbiter saying, okay, you touched it, you had to play it. And Vincent, disbelief in his eyes, he takes a win with black in a position we thought was a dead draw.
Wow. Well, you kind of highlighted it. There was some danger there for Volokitin, and yep, moving too quickly, touched the pawn and fell for Vincent's trick. Wow. We got lucky there.
Yeah. We came at the to the game at the right time. We thought, okay, there's a few moves before the time control, but that's where players lose their heads. We've all been there. I know myself, I've made many similar blunders with no time on the clock. But yeah, just unfortunate for Volokitin, it came in a promising position. And where to go next, Jovanka?
And okay, let's go over to the Sam Sevian against the Erwin Lamy game, because we have had a few moves.
We have had a few moves in this position. We last left it. Black played the move Queen A7, pinning the white rook. The white king simply moved. Really clever, actually, there from Sam Sevian. This rook is poisoned now. You cannot take this rook with your queen, for example, because of the classic smothered mate.
Did you know, when he went king h1, every single one of his pieces was on pre?
Wow.
Yeah.
Jovanka, that's a really key detail. Look at this. The white queen is attacked by the black knight. The white rook is attacked by both of black's pieces. The white knight is attacked by black's knight. And it's also black's move, but you can't take any of them without losing on the spot. Just to show that tactic, queen takes would have been met by a knight check. Another knight check. And the beautiful smothered mate. You've literally only got a knight left, but it's enough to deliver the killer blow. Wow, wonderful. I mean, this is why Sam Sevian's such a great gifted tactician. Instead, of course, the gifts were all declined. Rook to f8. But now queen takes b4, attacks the rook.
Okay, attacks the rook. And we saw Erwin offer a queen trade.
This was rejected after knight check, again putting another piece on freeze. The rook cannot take, the rook has to stay defending the black queen. Wow, Erwin's dodged so many traps, so many landmines. It's almost incredible. Knight d6 now allowing the queen trade, but white would then be given a very strong passed b-pawn, and also black's knight a bit offside. He said, no, I'll keep the queens on the board this time, thanks. But maybe a bit of a mistake. Knight to f5 was played. I'm wondering, we'll just for argument's sake, check the engine, and wow, c5 would have been apparently a very strong move.
Yeah, just the knight is trapped, I guess, on c1.
But we did see a bit of a time scramble, understandably, on move 39, knight back to f5.
Which is very understandable. You want to go rook to e7 and capture the pawn.
But checkmate was threatened. Suddenly a back rank checkmate on white's king. Wow. And queen to a4, not just defending d1, but also threatening a checkmate of his own with rook to e8, followed by a queen replacing on e8, trapping the king. And now we have finally reached move 40 after queen to d7.
Yeah.
That is breathless action, Jovanka.
I know, and actually I'm thinking queen a4 might have been a mistake on account of this move, because Erwin would have been dying to enter a rook and knight endgame, even if it was being a pawn down.
Yeah, luckily it's level material right now, and if the queens come off, the black knight will have a route back into the game. It was all about this piece, which was sidelined, and how did he avoid all of those devastating checkmate tactics? He was really living life on the edge, but Erwin Lamy lives to see another day.
He does, and yeah, actually, I just realized I didn't count the pawns. Material is equal, so definitely Erwin does dodge a bullet there. And, well, everyone has reached the time control of move 40. So shall we take a look at the bird's eye view of some of the top games and just quickly look. And here we did ask for the action replay of this key moment. The two players are in time trouble. And what does he do?
So
He's thinking.
Andrey Volokhitin, I think this is, has he already touched his pawn? He looks devastated already. He looks, well, he looks like a naughty schoolboy, unfortunately. And this is, I think, after he's already touched the white pawn in the center. And you can see Vincent Keimer on the left there looking at his opponent. He's like, okay, you touched the pawn, you have to move it. And Volokhitin, okay, he talks to his opponent. I think he knows what he's done. He's touched the pawn. He wants to play rook takes b6. And the clocks are stopped. Vincent goes to find the arbiter.
But he touched the c5 pawn.
Wow, it's fascinating that they had a chat, they had a laugh before that. Volokhitin's basically like, okay, I admit it, I broke the rules, but it's up to you to go and complain. And Nakamura, as we mentioned, swoops in to watch the action unfold. And eventually, the arbiter does declare that Volokhitin did make an illegal move. He touched the pawn, he had to move the pawn, and that was a blunder. He had to resign one move later.
Yes, yes, he did. And it just goes to show you need to practice on your checks, captures, and threats. Ooh, dramatic moment there. And there we can see the playing hall. It's emptying out. And we do have a few results, but let's take a look at the bird's eye view of some of the remaining games in the Open.
Yeah. I do believe that there are some games that will go on for a long time, so we'll just quickly do a roundup of those to see what happened unfolded just in the build-up to the magical move 40, and then we'll go on a short break. Yep. But in the meantime, let's get that bird's eye view up. Yep. And there we go. And there we could see the game that we've been focusing our efforts on, Sam Sevian against Erwin Lamy. Believe that it is a draw. But let's move to the game Alexey Sarana playing against the international master, the young Kazakh Ramazan Zhalmakhanov. And, well, black is a pawn up, but perhaps not for long. The pawn on a7 is falling. Not for long, indeed. The pawn on a7 is doomed, no matter what. Zhalmakhanov, he's gone greedy. He's grabbed a pawn of his own. Luckily, the black bishop is so powerful, Jovanka, that it does guard the white a-pawn's promotion square. In the meantime, some counterplay with black's h-pawn. It looks like it should be a draw due to the reduced material here. And yeah, still some pressing to be done. Alexey Sarana, he's done a good job of grinding out results so far. He did defeat Shreyas Royal, the English prodigy, in an endgame with reduced material too. So Alexey Sarana, it feels like only white can ever win with the advanced A pawn once black's pawn drops, but should with best play be holdable.
And let's revisit Hikaru's game against Tabatabai. And there, yeah, he did move the rook.
He did retreat his rook to h4, but let's go to Hikaru. This one, we thought Hikaru was in the driver's seat throughout the latter stages of the middle game, and reaching move 40, the Hikaru pose, face number 368 there. It does look like he's still doing very well, but not too many pawns on the board here either. How would you estimate white's holding chances? There's also a very forcing line with bishop takes knight available.
And then followed up by pawn takes pawn.
Pawn takes pawn. Hikaru's frowning. He's calculating something. Okay, knight to f3. We also see on the kind of roundup there, the evaluation bars, Nakamura and Firouzja, both with decisive advantages, with black both, interestingly, having a plus 3.8 advantage, both on move 41 of their games. Okay, Hikaru, what's he calculating?
Yeah, I also wonder whether he is thinking about that forcing line of bishop takes knight. We should look at it, but the one thing that concerns me about it is that white isn't necessarily obliged to capture that pawn.
Yeah, if he were to capture this pawn, let's just show this. Black could give a check in, for example, this direction. The white king has to defend its rook, but it will be driven away from its defense, and black would pocket material. So you could win a pawn by force in the game position with bishop takes knight, but as you say, you don't have to recapture this pawn on e3.
And you can step to the side with the king.
For example, g3.
Yeah.
And yeah, it's hard to evaluate whether actually going into a pure rook endgame increases your chances. The old idiom, all rook endgames are drawn.
Exactly. And so I would be actually more inclined to leave the minor pieces on the board and just focus on locking out the rook on c3.
Yeah, locking this rook out. I think long term this would be what you want.
Better.
Unless there's knight to e5 trying to remove this bishop. Although I do have a funny feeling I'm going to walk into some tricks, some tactics along the e-file potentially.
Rook e3. Rook e6.
Maybe now I'll march up the board. Forward. King march.
Yes.
Who's winning? Who's better? I'm inspired by the Erigaisi game we saw earlier today with the brave,
Are you
adventurous
getting away
king.
with it, David?
Yeah, I've got away with worse positions in my life than this one, but it does feel like white is struggling.
Interesting.
Yeah.
And
So
what other moves can he play?
what else? Rook to d3, but I'm reluctant to trade off this passive rook that you highlighted. Nakamura, he's looking at something, and it does look like he's staring towards the white knight, and his eyes are darting across the board, calculation mode.
And if you so if you go bishop takes knight, it is the most forcing move. King takes.
Let's take the black king.
Okay.
The white king moves.
And
I wonder whether you could
rook
calculate.
to d3.
Yeah, a very forcing line. So rook to d3. Rook takes pawn.
And then rook behind the passed pawn.
Yeah, driving white's rook back. And for example here, you could paralyze the white rook, and you'd have to calculate an endgame such as this one, where it looks like you're winning, but maybe white's just in time to defend everything. For example, an king and pawn endgame like this, you have to calculate very well, but I think white's just in time before the black king gets one square across. If it gets to e4, it's actually winning, but I think you're in time to cut it off. And white will hold the draw. So this is the type of thing, the long variation that's going through his mind right now, Nakamura. Let's await to see whether he finds a better move than bishop takes knight.
And let's quickly take a look at the Abasov against Firouzja game. There we did see the white king cornered there on h4.
Yeah, and we do see that the evaluation bar is saying black is simply winning, but there's no direct path. There's no immediate knockout blow, at least as far as I can see. I think maybe it's something to do with that long-term building of the mating net that you mentioned, Jovanka, something along the lines of f5, just controlling the white king and kind of carving out this this square on g4 for the knight.
Yeah, I wasn't that sure about this because I guess white would be forced to go pawn takes pawn, streamer's rule.
Yep, and I guess white, if you get the pawn to g4, maybe you have an escape square for your king.
Although Still, the knight will come back to e4. And
Still.
okay, but we do have a move from Alireza.
Yeah, she plays your idea. Knight back to e4.
Knight back to e4, yeah.
So checkmating ideas on the cards. Not quite checkmate with rook h2.
But it will be. Rook h2.
Oh, it would be actually.
Yeah, and then you're
3.
going to go f5.
Let's show that. King forced to g4 and f5. Beautiful, Jovanka. Forcing en passant and saying, okay, checkmate nonetheless.
Mm-hmm.
So big threat on the board, rook h2 check. White only has 2 ways to guard against that. Also, knight d2 in some scenarios. Okay, it's either rook h1 or it's king back to h3.
You can also go g4.
Yeah, g4 unfortunately loses a piece.
It does lose a piece.
After a check, a block, a capture, and another check. Luckily, it's all forcing moves, so these are easy variations to calculate. At the very end, White's knight would fall. Okay, so it's a process of elimination. It's, again, a lucky dip.
Yeah.
Coin toss, 1 of 2.
Okay, let's go rook h1.
Yeah.
Let's keep it passive.
Oof. Jovanka, I'm going to be flashy here. I'm going to rook d1.
Okay, now I have to go...
Take my rook, please.
Okay, let's show why you can't capture the rook.
Same tactic.
It is the
that
same
you pointed out.
tactic. Rook h2,
Check.
king is forced to g4, and then f5.
And en passant,
Yep.
checkmate again. So rook d1. I mean, this one, you play for the crowds. You know that on the balcony in the Villa Marina, players are going to be throwing gold coins off the edge onto the table if rook d1 is played, forcing rook h3.
Yes, forcing rook. Okay, and now we wait and we think.
How to finish. I mean, this one, it looks like it must be winning even long term, even if you don't rush it. The white king is stuck out on a limb. Hans Niemann watching the games, very interested here, understandably. Okay, how to finish this off. I don't see it, I must admit. I don't see an immediate knockout yet.
I need some help though. I do see something, but I need to put the pawn on f5 basically to make it work. And then I'm thinking knight f2 and then
come around.
And then go to knight to g4.
Let's try pawn to f5.
Yeah.
Makes a lot of sense clamping down on the g4 square. I guess I have to take that.
Yeah, you have to take.
Now you recapture with the pawn. I say.
And then f5.
Yeah, before black plays f5.
Yeah, exactly.
But now at the very minimum we have a knight fork. Those 2 sorry rooks are attacked. So if white can't play f5, then black will. And white's knight is so far away from the action that I think you...
Yeah, you go f5.
Yeah, I think you close the door. Knight to e5, for example. At least I'm covering g4.
That's true. That's annoying.
Maybe you don't rush with f5. Ooh, I see a really boring way of winning this game, Jovanka.
Okay, boring is good.
Is boring good?
Yes.
Knight g5. I'm going to fork your rooks anyway and give up my knight. If you take me, then I will recapture maybe.
Yes.
And then I will land a check. And you have to give up a bunch of material to prevent this. Rook f4.
And that's efficient.
That's efficient. This is, I mean, it's efficient, but all of these tactics, it's no surprise, no coincidence, they're favoring black. And we're just touching the surface here. I think there's actually more. I think white might be forced to play king h3 and just allow the doubling up of the rooks on the second rank.
Well, we are going to be in for a treat because, first of all, we're going to take a break. But after that break, in a few minutes, we will be back with a lot more of this chess action.
See you soon.
Vaishali, congratulations. You just won a really nice game with the black pieces against Maria Muzichuk. How are you feeling after that win?
Yeah, I'm very happy with the win. Yeah, I played black and it was like Rosalimo G6 and it went smooth. So yeah.
You're having such a fantastic start to your tournament. 3.5 out of 4 now. Are you already starting to think maybe at the end of the tournament there's a qualification spot for the candidates inside, or you try not to think about that?
No, there are a lot more games, and I think I just want to focus on the games now. Yes.
Okay, let's talk a little bit about your preparation for this tournament. Can you tell us a bit about how you prepared in general and also your specific preparations on the day?
Okay, recently I've been playing few tournaments in a row. I played Asian Games, then I played Qatar and I didn't have any specific preparation for this tournament, but just normal preparation for every game. Yeah.
And of course, your brother Prague is also playing here. Do you guys prepare together or analyze together? How does it work?
Yes, very much like after the games also we discuss, and he helps me with some opening ideas also, and very much I'm very happy and I'm very lucky that I have his support here.
Your opponent today, Maria Musa-Shakur, and her sister Anna are both grandmasters. You have just recently scored your last GM norm. You still need the rating. Do you know of any other brother and sister pair who are both GMs?
Yeah, actually, few people asked me, but I'm not sure. Like some of I don't remember. Like I can't recall anyone. Maybe there are, but
would it be a special feeling to be the first?
Definitely. Yeah.
Vaishali, congratulations again, and we wish you all the best.
Thank you very much.
FIDE, congratulations. You just won a nice game against Alexey Shirov. How are you feeling after that win?
Yeah, I feel good. Also, the game was very smooth. I had the advantage, and then the conversion was nice. Actually, fun fact, I had the exact same game last year against Nizhnik, almost until move 18 or 20, and he did not know that, so that helped.
And that game is in the database, I guess?
Yes, it is there.
Vidit, you started here actually with a loss, but now you've won 3 games in a row. Perfect way to bounce back. How satisfied are you overall with your play for the first 4 rounds?
Yeah, the first game was a cold shower. I was better, and I blundered badly trying to win. It was just a hallucination, I would say. But after that, I did the best I could in terms of results. The games were, of course, tight, tense, but you can expect that when the opponents are so equally matched. But I played fighting chess, and I think I was rewarded for that.
You just mentioned before the interview the round 1 was a nice birthday gift from Erwin. It was your birthday the day before the first round. Do you in general have any experience playing on your birthdays, and do the results usually go your way or not?
So in Isle of Man, it always clashes my birthday, and I had one more game here against Abhijit Gupta, who I played in this tournament as well. It was a 6-hour game, and I had lost on my birthday, so it was painful. And then all of my friends were waiting for me for dinner, I remember, and at least that was the good part, but the game did not really go as per the plan. So yeah, I should think how to play on birthdays.
Something to think about for sure. As you mentioned, you've been here many times before. How does it feel to be back?
Yeah, it's, I would say, comfy, because you know the places, and in general the atmosphere is quite nice. But when it comes to chess players, the performance matters more. Even if you're playing in a very poor area and you win the tournament, then you have still good memories. So I hope to, have good memories from this tournament.
Absolutely, Vidit. We wish you all the best. Congrats again, and thank you for your time.
Thank you.
And we are back for the round 4 coverage of the FIDE Grand Swiss and the Women's Grand Swiss. And as we saw in the break, we've already had a few results. And first up, Hikaru Nakamura beating Tabatabai. And let's take a recap as to what happened. Judging from the final position, I could see that Hikaru, he chose the forcing line that we were analyzing just before the break.
Yeah, Hikaru wrapped it up very brutally, actually, really mercilessly. This position, we will know whether to take this knight, to take or not to take. He said yes. He removed the knight, and as we mentioned, king takes pawn impossible due to some nasty skewers. Check and another check, and white's rook on e1 would be lost. So instead, he marched with his king to g4. Slightly surprised Tabatabai didn't put his king on g3. We were yet to find a knockout blow there, although black is clearly still doing very well. King g4 allowed a rook check, and really reluctant to put his king on g3. For some reason, king h3 instead. Really counterintuitive, putting the king as far away as possible from the black pawns. This allowed the very simple, the game clinching rook to e8, defending the e-pawn. And now, unfortunately for Tabatabai, you cannot take it. If you take the black e-pawn off the board, you will regret the placement of your king, because white's king is outside the square, outside the box of the black pawn, and therefore the black pawn simply advances forward.
Yes. Wow.
So yeah, he resigned to Tabatabai after rook to e8. A bit premature maybe, but he knows that rook to d3 would come next. The two black pawns, the c and e pawns, would clinch this game.
Yes, so just a series of unfortunate blunders there from Tabatabai. But, well, that makes for Hikaru 2 wins in a row, and now he moves on to 3 points out of 4. Well, in the chasing pack for those prestigious candidate spots, and of course the big prize money of $80,000.
Yeah, I think everyone wants to see Hikaru Nakamura in the candidates, one of the highest rated players in the world, just a man in form, and with an army, a legion of fans. And talking of a legion of fans, let's maybe go to Hans Niemann, who's facing off against Richard Rapport, both just fantastic players. And this game has really changed. I think just in the build-up to the time control, Jovanka, of what was quite a quiet maneuvering battle suddenly exploded into life.
Mm-hmm.
And let's go back, because just 3-4 moves ago, we saw this position. Hans had been doing some good work on the queen side. He's put a pawn on a5, clamping down. Both kings kind of on the queen side, locked in the corner. I said earlier, opposite, kind of same side castling on the queen side is quite rare in chess in general, but both sides have achieved that here. And other than that, it's quite blocked, quite locked up. Black's knight sitting nice and pretty, but no pawn breaks in sight. And it was actually after a couple of maneuvers, I think Richard Rapport, he pressed the self-destruct button here. He got a bit impatient, and this is impractical on move 39, when both sides were in time trouble to take this pawn and take a massive gamble. If the kind of classical chess wisdom dictates that you don't want to commit when you have no time on the clock, just play non-committal moves. I mean, play f5 or play h5, or kind of just move your rook. Just anything other than embarking on tactics when you don't have time to judge. He took on a5 and it backfired immediately.
Yeah, it's especially pertinent because, you know, once he'd made move 40, he would have gotten 50 extra minutes on the clock to think through the consequences. And, well, talking about consequences, you've outlined the A line has been opened, and once the bishop steps back, or the queen can't even come to this defense, because then you've got moves like, was it B4 played?
B4 was played. So this actually happened. You mentioned bishop c7 as well. The same thing would have occurred, maybe even more powerfully. Bishop takes a6. He's essentially grabbed a pawn, but he's open lines towards his own king, Richard Rapport here. And this would be terminal, for example. Capture here would end in a swift checkmate, I'm assuming.
Yeah, bishop,
once I can find
check.
it. Bishop check. The king moves.
And the bishop moves back.
Drop back,
yeah. And then
luckily the rook's stacked up on the c-file. I missed that detail initially, but a check at the very end. The bishop blocks, but the rook is the one actually to land the killer blow. So yeah, this is the type of thing that it was inflicted on himself, Richard Rapport. Queen c7, defending his own bishop. But yeah, unfortunately, bishop takes a6 still a theme here, because after the pawn recaptures, maybe what he'd missed is
at the very least, you can go bishop takes bishop.
At the very least, bishop takes bishop.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'm wondering, queen takes a6 does allow
Queen
a block.
a7.
Yeah, so maybe this is what he was banking on, but bishop takes bishop here. The queen recaptures, rook takes c6. And there is a check, queen takes pawn check, but I'm assuming white can dodge this. Maybe you step forward?
Yeah, you step forward and it's just one check.
It's just one check. For example, queen takes f2 or queen d2 will be blocked, for example, by white's rook. No more checks, and it's actually white to deliver the key check, the vital check.
Yeah.
With rook takes a6. Richard, yeah, again, if he had 50 minutes on the clock, he could have calculated this. But he took the risk and it's backfired. Bishop takes a6, met now by king b8, and it's Hans Niemann to play.
Yes. And now Hans just has a ready-made attack down the A line. It's just a case of moving the bishop out of the way and then stacking up the rook on the open line, and should be quite simple for Hans. And well, he's gone for rook a2 immediately.
Yeah, we saw the Hans move and rook a2 was played. Yeah, I was going to say, do you need to move your bishop out of the way? Because actually, what Rapport might have been banking on is that after white takes a timeout, moves his rook, there might have been counterplay. Rook takes d4, for example, and an exchange sacrifice would really alleviate the pressure on white's on the black king, and suddenly counterattack and everything to play for. But rook to a2 looks really, really strong right now. Taking the bishop again. Feels like that piece is poisoned. There's the threat of checkmate on a8, and black would lose the bishop in the process. White has won a couple of pawns.
Yes, and we are setting up for another interview, so you guys are going to get spot with this one. But in the meantime, let's take a look at the results so far.
Yeah, let's take a look at the results we have had in round 4. It's been dramatic. Just the last hour, we've seen a bunch of results and 2 decisive games on the top 10 boards, Jovanka.
Yes, yeah, we did see Esipenko winning against Maurizzi, and also Hikaru Nakamura beating Tabatabai in a very fine positional game, I would like to say.
Yeah, 2 wins for the black pieces on the top 10 boards, and of course another bloodthirsty round in the women's section, where we've seen 3 decisive results on the top 4 boards alone, with wins for Asobaeva, for Vaishali, and for Goryachkina.
Yeah, and also some spectacular wins for Inyach Theodora against Elina Robers, and also maybe surprising there on board 10, Monguntil also beating Harika Jonovali, one of the rating favourites.
Yeah, the women really providing a lot of action, a lot of drama, and only 2 draws so far in the women's section on the top 10 boards. Board 1 between the 2 leaders still underway, still in action. There we will update you a bit later on as Anna Musitruk tries to convert her extra material in the endgame.
And in the meantime, we do have Fiona with an interview with Hikaru Nakamura.
Thank you, Jovanka. Hikaru, congratulations. You just won a nice game with the black pieces against Amin Tabatabai. Before we look at the game, tell us a bit about your start to the tournament. You started with 2 draws, now 2 wins in a row. How are you feeling?
Yeah, I mean, it's always difficult when you're playing so many strong players in a row. You try to win a game here or there. And I think for me, it started slow with the 2 draws, but yesterday I had a good win, and then today's game was surprisingly smooth, I guess you could say. So, yeah, it's a good start, but, you know, every round you have to play somebody strong. And I think I was, like Levon, for example, he lost yesterday, and then I think today he's playing Ponomarev, I mean, which doesn't really seem like a good pairing, of course. I mean, that's just how this tournament goes because it's so strong. But yeah, I mean, I'm doing reasonably well so far.
Great. You talk about the relatively smooth win. Let's have a look at some of the highlights. Where do you want to start?
Yeah, I mean, so basically the first obvious point is right here with A3, of course, because this was played against me in the World Cup by Ventikash. And in that game, I think I castled, which is a big mistake. But all this was pretty normal. I think this all looks pretty decent here. So. Or wait, sorry, somewhere around here. I mean, I think the position is kind of interesting because white gets this, white gets a knight to d4. If we just go forward here, white gets a knight to d4, but because white has played b4, I'm able to use the c4 square for my knight. So I thought it was interesting. I mean, I have a feeling I was a little bit worse here, but once we got to this position right around here, I think my opponent started getting a little bit too optimistic, or perhaps thinking there was no danger at all. I think when he played h4, this was questionable. I mean, I don't think it's a bad move necessarily here, but I don't think white gets the structure white wants. I mean, if I play something like h5, for example, and white gets the same sort of thing, like something like this, for example, I mean, just to illustrate it, something around here. I mean, white is much better because I don't get any play on the king side. But when he played h4, I don't actually have to play this g6 or h5, so then I played a6.
When he plays h4, is that a moment when you realize he's getting optimistic, and is that something you're happy to see, or?
Well, I mean, I could tell he was moving a lot, and I mean he's Iranian anyway, so they're too emotional. So I could tell that he was already becoming he was too optimistic about the whole thing. But yeah, I mean, basically, my general assumption is that he thought he was just much better the whole way, and he really saw no danger. And I think what he did was okay around here. But then like a4, I think is completely insane. I think that he just thought he's much better. He can do anything. But once he allows this b5, at this point from here on, I don't think I'm ever in danger, because basically I get this knight on c4 that's very, very stable forever. And unless like even if white gets the maximum here, which is something like this, even something like this, for example. Whatever, something like this. I mean, even if white gets this, I still don't even understand how white's supposed to prove an advantage. So I think this whole a4, a5 combined with h4, h5 was way too much. But then, yeah, we got to this position with bishop f3, and I found queen e8 a very, very important move. Because otherwise I can't get g5. Like if I try g5 right here, there's takes, and I think king g2, g4, and even just bishop e2 with rook h1, and I think here, basically, in this position after rook h1, like if we ever get this one, I think white is probably better here because there's also an f4 square that's available, so I can't really do that. But once I go queen e8, now the idea is I have bishop h5, and after bishop g2, g5, now basically light square bishop is much better than his light square bishop. And I think he has to play hg5 here. I don't know if there's anything else. But he takes, and then he plays f4, which I think was not the best move, but I don't know if queen g6 was right, queen e7 was also moved, but we got to this position, which I think was all very normal. And then somewhere around here, actually, this point, I remember thinking, because he was low on time and I had like 23 minutes, that I could just take on e3, king g3, rook d4, rook e3, rook g4, like king h2, rook g5, and probably I'm just winning here very, very smoothly. But basically what I forgot is I thought that somehow he has like a rook g3 move here. And there's some bishop b7 idea. That's what I thought, but I think he even just takes rook f6, bishop b7, bishop g6, rook c1, and I mean even just king f7, just bring the king over, like just to show it, like something like this, this, king here. Actually, I guess here I don't even have to go that way. I can also just go, I guess I can also just go to e5 here. But basically, I think all of this was winning, and then I played bishop g6, and I don't exactly know exactly what I missed.
What made you decide between the two moves?
I thought bishop g6 was very good. I think what I missed is, yeah, I think rook c3, there was something on rook c3 that I missed in my calculation when I went for this. I don't remember what at the exact moment. There's something I missed, which is why then I repeated. Or actually, yeah, we did a repetition here because it was what was it? It was rook c3. Yeah, I played knight h5. Yeah, we did a repetition here with knight g3, knight d4, and now I played knight e4. Of course, he has to take, and I mean I think here it's very, very bad for white. Maybe there's some knight e2, but when he played knight f3, I'm able to just trade into this end game. And if king e3, I have check. King d2, rook d8, which just wins the rook on e1. And after king g4, I check, and then he just blundered with king h3. If he goes king g3. I think I was going to play rook d5, takes, king h4, and then rook g6 with the idea of rook h8 made, and after like check and something like rook e5, now I have rook f2, and again, too many mate threats, and I think practically this should just be winning for me. But he was nice. He played king h3, and then after rook e8, I mean it's just completely lost because after takes, rook d3. If takes, the pawn is too fast. You get d2, d1. And after like takes, rook d3, rook g3 again, I just trade, c3, king f3, c2, and it's winning. So, yeah, I mean after rook e8 he resigned, and it's a good win.
Very nice win. Hikaru, in this tournament there are 2 qualifying spots for the candidates. Is that the clear goal here?
No, that's not my goal. My goal is to keep my rating where it's at. If I finish in the top 2, that's nice and fine, but I would just say it's a lottery. You have to get the right pairings, the right results, the right moments. So I'm thinking about the rating more than the top 2 in this tournament.
You've been playing a bunch. You came here from Qatar. How did you spend your time in between the 2 tournaments?
Well, I mean, Doha was much nicer. It was nice and warm. I'm used to warm weather. Here it's like cold and miserable. Very reminiscent of all those many Decembers that I spent in London for the Classic over the course of a decade. But I mean, Still, it's been a while since I was here. I was last here, I think, in 2019. So it's good to be back. And of course, I mean, there's some very important moments that happened during this event in 2018 specifically. So it's a little bit nostalgic as well. So just,
Can you tell the viewers about what happened in 2018?
Yeah, I mean, 2018, there was a famous dinner that I had with Danny Wrench, actually. I think it was somewhere in the middle of the tournament, and he basically sort of convinced me, in a sense, to give streaming a shot. So, yeah, it was a very important moment, I guess you could say, for chess in general. And, yeah, it's quite nostalgic when I look back on it.
Very nice. I never realized that started here. I'll turn to our commentators to see if they have any questions.
And Hikaru, you mentioned keeping your rating. Is that for the potential rating spot for the candidates? Is that the priority right now?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's basically myself or Alireza. I mean, unless like Anish or Wesley or somebody just has an amazing result, no one will come close. So I just figure keep the rating where it's at, and if I do that, then hopefully it'll be good enough.
And we have a question asking you about the facial cameras that we've recently installed on your board. So we get a very unique angle seeing you play. Look, there you go.
Yes, it's definitely different, that's for sure. Yeah, it's different, but I mean, I think the fans enjoy it. So yeah, I am aware of it though, because where they're positioned, it is kind of awkward. Like you probably don't notice it, but it's like I have to be careful not to put my coffee like in front of the cam actually for my opponent usually, because it's limited space at the board. But yeah, it's something different. So. Hopefully people enjoy it.
3D eye tracker, pretty much.
Mm-hmm. Great.
Hikaru, I guess you are going to head onto your own stream now. Speaking of streaming, so thank you so much for dropping by. Congratulations again and best of luck.
Thank you. Back
to you guys.
Thank you, Fiona, and thank you, Hikaru. And Hikaru sharing his game with us against Tabatabai.
Yeah, it was a fantastic game. Impressive stuff in the end. It looked pretty smooth. As you mentioned earlier, Jovanka, it was very strategic, just slowly, step by step, outplaying the opponent. And that leaves us with still a few games to go. Let's go to the bird's eye view and check out some of the action. These are the remaining games among the top boards in the open section.
Yes.
We spent a bit of time on some of them earlier, Jovanka.
Yes, and yeah, as you can see, some games in the open, very much in play, but things have been decided in the women's section, and the one that I kind of really want to recap is Anna Maurizzi against Tan Zhongyi. Spoiler alert, it ended in a draw.
Yeah, we'll come back to some of those open games a bit later, but massive result on board one. Anna Maurizzi had it within her grasp, but she let it slip against Tan Zhongyi. She was actually 2 pawns up for a while, and in the end, just stoic defense, just really resourceful stuff from Tan Zhongyi.
Yeah, and that's actually something that we've seen a lot in both sections. I mean, we've seen people being so close to a victory, and then suddenly we just seen incredible, stubborn, tenacious defense. Like I can think of Vaishali also being incredibly resilient against Elena Robers, and then yesterday, who can forget Abdusatov's save against Alexey Shirov?
Yeah, defending, it's a forgotten art sometimes, but it's an important skill. And maybe we can just show the final few moves of this top board clash. That means we have 0 players still on 100% across both sections. Let's just show rooks actually came off in this one. We left it just before this point with rooks still remaining. But Anna Maurizzi, despite being 2 pawns to the good, an F pawn, an extra doubled F pawn, an extra B pawn, she couldn't break through because of opposite color bishops. And we saw that, okay, she hunted down a 3rd pawn temporarily, even 3 pawns up, but not enough. And the black knight simply coming around, winning the key b5 pawn. Actually, this one was far more important than white's f pawn, so maybe a small mistake from Anna Maurizzi there. But once the b pawn disappeared, nothing left to be done. The pawns simply started falling, even at the cost of one of the black pieces. And yeah, eventually, black was able to round up the pawns. Nice trick at the end. Bishop takes f6. And winning the remaining potential queen, the g-pawn, and game over, draw.
And, well, nice save there from Tan Zhongyi. But going down to board 5, how's your endgame 101, David?
Oh, I used to think it was quite good, but you never know with bishop and knight versus king. I actually had this in blitz chess just a few days ago, and I had about 8 seconds to try and convert it. I got within 3 moves of checkmate.
Oh.
But yeah, what do you think? Is Kamaladinova the underdog, at least in terms of rating here? Is she going to convert?
Yes. The technique is very simple. Once that you've cornered the king in the wrong corner, which basically means that you've got the black king in the corner that is light squared. So if you manage that, then it's pretty simple.
Yeah, ultimately you want it on one of the dark squared corners, but first you often need to drive it into any corner on the light squares, and then there's a very well-known technique, a W technique. But first you need to drive it there. You need to force it onto the back rank. Often that requires you putting a knight and bishop both on dark squares. A knight on dark squares controls the light squares, and the bishop will control the other color complex. Actually, she can force the king onto the back rank immediately. King to d5, she's doing everything right so far, and we've only had 5 moves of this endgame.
Yes, and well, looking good. Shall we show the technique?
Yeah, go for it. I'll let you take the lead on this one, Jovanka.
Okay, well,
She plays king to d5.
Yeah, okay, just...
king c8
King c8, and, well, okay, the whole... If you can arrange it, I need my knight on...
Let's say how to do this. Let's put the king right in the corner, and then let's reroute this knight.
Yeah.
I'll just, for argument's sake, I'll drive the king here, and now the knight would land on a square like c7, controlling the light square first.
And I always like it to have the bishop on... I've forgotten. c5, yes.
Okay.
And
I'll let you do that. Bishop on c5.
Yeah, and then visually you can remember this technique because everything is in a straight row. And the whole thing is that once the king goes to c8, then you use the bishop to cut off the king, and you must remember that the knight doesn't move from the W, and only just deviates from this technique. Oh, the arrows are not so good.
Yeah, I wish the arrows were pointing in a different direction, but ultimately you go to d5, then you end up on e7 and back to f5, then end up on g7 in a W.
Exactly, and you follow this technique all the way through. A bishop deprives the king of squares, the knight does the W, and it looks like the king is going to get out, so...
Yeah, it looks like the king is escaping, but you close the box. You put the knight on e7, taking away the light squares. If the king goes to dark squares, you stop it from running. You, for example, cut it off from running here. It can continue using dark squares. Now you simply wait, and when the king eventually retreats, you close the box, close the dark squares, and you will win this game. Let's go back. Is she achieving this? She's getting
she's actually
closer.
Getting this. So
she's got this exact position.
Exactly, and there we are seeing Kamaledinova actually just employing this technique, and you're going to see the knight just stick to that W formation, and it only deviates to deliver checkmate.
Yeah. I like to look at it as, for example, in this position, you need to cover the A8 square first. So you play knight c7. Then you need to cover the B8 square next. Next, you need to cover the C8 square. So you retreat your knight back to d5 and later into e7. And you control step by step A8, B8, C8, D8, E8 eventually. And once you drive the king into the corner, it will be checkmated by the dark squared bishop.
Yep. Okay, so definitely going to be a win for white there, and a very impressive game from the 18-year-old to beat Paulina Shuvalova. And I'm just going to quickly check in the women's section. There's actually one frantic game between Antonetta Stefanova and Pauline Guichard.
Yeah, let's go to the bird's eye view first of all, check out some of those evaluation bars. And as you mentioned, these two boards actually next to, out of the games remaining, next to each other. And Kamaledinova's done everything right, about to win. Stefanova on the brink of winning. She is about to be a pawn up. We see other games. Let's go to that one actually.
Yeah.
Antonetta Stefanova. And this is the current position, Jovanka. Pawn up, h-pawn running.
Yeah, h-pawn is running, and it can get all the way up to h7, and that's a great news. And I guess Guichard will just be looking at pushing the a-pawn.
Yeah, only one spark of counterplay for black. The problem is this can easily be shut down. h6, for example, if black continues pushing, you can just retreat the rook if necessary. I'm wondering if you can be even more ambitious and give a check.
I think you can.
Yeah, in the meantime, don't go to... maybe you can go to a7. For example, if the black rook tries to challenge the white rook, then you can play h7 and you make a new queen. And wrapping it up with checkmate, let's go back to Kamaledinova. I think we're about to see a result. She's got the technique down to a T. She's got it perfect so far. Let's catch up with the game. She controlled a8, b8, c8 with her knight, and now she's controlled d8 with her bishop. the king is running out of squares.
Yes, and just note how the knight doesn't depart from that W technique. And there you go, continues with the pattern.
It's almost as if she studied it, Jovanka. She's done it all before. This is extremely impressive in high-pressure situations to remember this technique. Even grandmasters have failed to win this one. Even former world champions have failed.
Yep.
But yeah, she knows exactly what to do, and I think Shabalova running out of optimism here. Actually, the best or the easiest technique would be to just lose a move, to wait with white's bishop now, because then the black king will be forced to declare its intentions. For example, if you wait, which I think she's about to do, she waits with the bishop. Now you finish the W. It started on c7, the knight, it's gone the whole way around.
Yep.
And the king will be driven towards the corner, and the box will be closed. And yeah, you will checkmate this. Let's allow Kamila Demnova to deliver the finishing touch. She's done it a slightly different way than we are taught. But okay, still nonetheless, knight to g7, surely take away the light square.
Yeah, I think she's going for that.
Yeah, interesting that different players are taught different methods. I was taught just wait, lose a move, and you push your king, you push the opponent's king into the corner.
Yeah, I was taught that as well. Just keep that bishop on that diagonal, and yep, she's planning to put the knight on to g7.
Is she going to put it on d6? I don't know what the hesitation is. This one.
Ah, she puts it on d6. Oh, but she's breaking the rules. You've got to stick to the W formation.
Yeah, it's. I mean, it's still winning. It's good enough. You've kind of closed the box anyway. As I mentioned earlier, knight on dark squares, bishop on dark squares. You want them on the same color because the knight actually from dark squares controls all of the light ones. And now she waits.
Yeah.
Again, a bit interesting. I would have just left the bishop and just moved the king around, but she still has plenty of moves. Luckily, the last capture didn't arrive even that long ago, so she's made progress in around 20 moves. She still has 30 moves before the 50 move rule kicks in, and she's getting there slowly but surely.
Okay, king goes back, and now she's got it. Now she's got it. She can just put the king on g6. And now it's going to be just a question of checkmating. You can even steal away the f8 square from the king, which is going to happen. The bishop's going to go to h6.
She did it all. She controlled a8, then b8, c8, d8. Yeah, now she's controlled f8, and the king is running out of squares. She's going to deliver the checkmate with her bishop, and the clocks are stopped. Checkmate in 2 was coming with the bishop landing on g7, and great result, and a bit of an upset, at least on paper.
Yeah, certainly an upset on paper, but we see Kalimidova. She's so impressive. Just 18 years old, and she's already had a great tournament, a great start to the tournament at least. Very underrated. And let's move over to the open section and take a look at some of the games, because there have been some clarifications. Nijat Abbasov against Alireza Firouzja. That one has clarified to Alireza just being a comfortable exchange up.
Yeah, that looks like it's in its final throws, that game. Also, look at the evaluation bar on Hans Niemann's game. He is about to take down Richard Rapport, one of the highest seeds. So we'll jump there. But first, let's go to Alireza Firouzja to show how he wrapped up that material advantage. And I think this game won't last too much longer. He actually did it in great style. So Alireza about to leap up into that pack on 3 out of 4. Let's show this if we can. Knight, okay, in this position. Earlier we left it, we saw knight to e4 and we thought, okay, checkmating ideas all over the place. Nice move actually from Nijat Abbasov, creating an escape route, some luft as we call it, some air for his king. But after a check, unfortunately the king was driven onto a square. It was still lacking, lacking any breathing space at all. Knight d2 is a fork, and unfortunately a check I don't think would save anything. This idea you mentioned earlier, Jovanka, of f5 and eventually one of the f-pawns after en passant delivering checkmate, it's just in the air. So rook b2, trying to pin after f5 check. We saw en passant and again threat of checkmate, no escape squares for the white king, forcing the material sacrifice.
Yeah.
Rook takes d2. At least the king can escape, but if we catch up with the game, rook versus knight, one-sided traffic.
It is one-sided traffic, and
enough pawns as well.
Enough pawns, and I was just going to say, the only hope that I can see for white is if he managed to trade off quite a few pawns, or maybe put the knight on g4 and try to tie some of black's pieces to the defense of h6, but really that's not going to help so much.
Yeah, just hard to trade pawns in this exact structure, unfortunately, and it'll take a while for black, but you can create a pass pawn of your own at the right moment, the e-pawn. Maybe black, if given opportunity, will travel in with his king. Still might go on for a while, some fortresses in this type of endgame, but Abasov doesn't look too optimistic about his chances in the foreground there. In the back, we do see Richard Rapport leave the board, so maybe we jump to that game.
Yeah, let's head over there, because whilst this one is an endgame, still anything can happen in the Hans Niemann game. And Richard just playing king to c8, trying to run away with the king. Lots of pieces on Pries.
Yeah, lots of pieces just kind of hanging in the air, lurking in black's camp. Let's just show the last couple of moves. We left it after rook to a2, and just before Hikaru joined us in the studio, I was saying, okay, this looks very strong. But rook takes d4 from Rapport, hoping, beyond hope, that white would get greedy, because suddenly counterplay against white's king, you lose control of the dark squares. But of course, not materialistic, these top players. Bishop to b5, flashy stuff, Jovanka, and this has got a specific idea in mind. Checkmate in one, queen to a8.
Yeah. And does end the game, so he ran away with the king.
Yeah, and the idea that I mentioned is actually bishop takes c6.
Ooh.
And Hans Niemann stares down his opponent, leaves the board. Now the rook is threatening to replace that bishop, and okay, Richard Rapport plays one final, well, I say one final move. I'm expecting resignation shortly. He attacks the potential attacker of his king, the checker. Where's the finishing blow?
Yeah, where is the finishing blow? So, step one,
I mean,
queen check.
There's a check. Oh, whoops.
Yep.
Sorry, we're taught to look for checks first.
Yeah.
Before everything.
And okay, step two, there's bishop takes rook.
Yeah,
okay, bishop takes rook.
Check. But then black would be able to snack on the knight, on the rook on c1.
And then we also have, well, rook c3.
Yeah, just
just
the calm way.
Calmly step aside.
Yeah, this is on the brink of a beautiful attack. Okay, should we go one of those checks? You mentioned this one first.
Yep.
Check. I move the king. Let's say you take the rook.
Yep.
Also which direction, but you can take the rook with the queen. Maybe we take with the bishop, actually. Clearing the path for a check.
Because it's more forcing. Okay, knight takes rook check. Only move.
Knight takes rook.
Okay, rook c2.
Check.
Check.
King has to move only one safe square.
And
again, we need the finishing touch.
Okay, so we have queen to b8.
That's b8. Check.
Check.
Again, only one move. You're forcing my hand here.
I am.
You're forcing my hands.
Oh, my hands. Yes, yes, yes. Okay, now rook to c7. Check.
Check.
Follow the checks.
Oh, forcing my hands out in resignation here. King f6.
Oh no, keep it going, David. Rook takes pawn. Check.
Only one legal move. The queen covers e5, so I'm driven to g6.
Okay, now I can just bank it and go rook takes pawn check, and I'm happy. I don't need to look for checkmates. I'm good enough with winning your queen.
Yeah, why checkmate when you can win a free queen and smile? So right now, Hans Niemann, we're expecting him to calculate this long variation. Some long variations are hard. There are lots of forks in the road. This one was very linear. The calculation, just literally every move for black was forced. Only one legal turn and one legal move on each go. So queen a8.
Queen a8.
It's winning.
Yeah, and is there anything else that he could be thinking about? So it's a bishop.
Yeah, I heard some murmuring in the audience here of bishop d7. Check.
Yeah.
That's a double check as well, so there's no time to take white.
But we actually have a move.
We have queen a8 on the board.
Queen a8, yeah.
I think this one, okay, king b8 is met by a quick checkmate. So king d8 would have been tried. And the idea here would have been rook coming in. And you do win material, but at least it's not checkmate, unlike the game. And actually, the white king not entirely safe. So this one, I think, a less practical way of doing it. This one, you win material, probably winning, but a lot of hard work ahead.
Yeah.
Instead, Hans Niemann, he's doing it by force. Queen a8, will be met by this bishop check. Rook c2, rook c2 check next. And as we highlighted, game over.
Yep. Yeah, all you have to see is queen b8 check. And when you follow the checks, everything is simple. And, well, what is... Richard doesn't have any choice.
No choice, only legal move, king c7. And I think the key is bishop takes rook rather than queen takes. Again, it's a check.
Yep, bishop takes rook on the board.
We'll follow this path that we marked out. Knight takes c1. Also on the board now, rook c2 would be a check. Literally every move is obligatory here.
Yeah, and for Richard it was just that rush of blood to the head on move 39 when he grabbed that a-pawn.
Yeah, looked very balanced, but that's why we never make big committal decisions that we don't have time to calculate just before the time control.
Yeah.
Another check, the king retreats.
Rook down to c7.
And this is impressive. Hans Niemann, he's about to join that pack on 3 out of 4. This will be his second win in a row with the white pieces. He's calculated it all so quickly.
Yeah.
And actually allowing that kind of pawn to hang on move 39, kind of tempting him with the bait, Richard Rapport. That was, I think, the clincher for Hans, and we see the handshake.
And it is a victory for Hans. So he's won 3 games out of 4, just that loss in the second round to Fabiano Caruana. That's an impressive start to this event for Hans. And we'll see him face off against another elite opponent tomorrow. But taking down Richard Rapport, one of the top players in the world, impressive. Yep. Great game from the American player. And let's check out the bird's eye view of the remaining games. Quite a few games have finished, actually. So I'm just looking for any potential upsets.
There's always going to be one rook and bishop versus rook at the end of the day. There's always going to be
or a queen and pawn ending.
Yeah, queen and pawn ending. There's always going to be 150 move plus game, guaranteed. Okay, but now we see the arbiter setting up the pieces. Where to go next, Jovanka?
Yeah, well, just kind of also wanted to highlight the performance of Zhalmakhanov. He drew against Alexey Sarana in that rook and bishop ending. And you have to bear in mind, international master rated 24-47, and he's had great results so far, drawing with Alireza Firouzja yesterday with the black pieces. Another draw against Alexey Sarana today, and fantastic start.
Yeah.
3 points out of 4.
You said rated 24-40. I say underrated 24-40.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's going to be one to watch. He's going to gain a bunch of rating points already with his performance. Let's go maybe to some of these games. Alireza's going to wrap up the victory shortly. I think in that one, still not too much progress has been made. How about Nikita Vityugov against Aravind? Queen and pawn end game, you mentioned them. Is that game going to be drawn?
Oh yeah, that's true. 7 hours later. Let's go in and make an assessment at least.
Yeah, I think unfortunately for Vityugov, who now represents England, he just can't hold on to his extra pawn. This is a check. The c3 pawn is about to drop next. He just needed one more move to protect these connected passes. And also a source of counterplay. The f-pawn's quite fast as a runner.
Yeah.
It might be a draw quite quickly, actually. One variation that could end the game, for example, if white steps across, queen takes pawn, check. You can block with the white queen, I think.
You can.
And after queen takes pawn, we would see a check and a repetition of moves. I think this would be a logical conclusion to this game. Or the white king can continue stepping onto the a-file, but it would continue getting hit by black's queen.
Well, queen and pawn endings are notoriously complicated and most of the time end in a draw. So let's take a look at the Sam Sevian Erwin Lamy game. Erwin's been playing marathon games so far. I mean, who can forget? It took him like 90 moves, I think, to defeat...
Was it Vidit?
Vidit, yeah.
Yeah, in round... was that round 2? And... yeah, in round 3, draw, creditable draw with Caruana. Here, he's avoided stepping on so many landmines. Can he continue doing that to the end of the game? The black knight's still on c1, Jovanka. That's a red flag. That's a warning sign. But then again, we've talked about pieces being en prise. White's knight has kind of spent half of this game just being, just offering itself up for capture. But is it poisoned yet again?
And
queen to b6, white's last move. So it is actually black to play.
Yeah, I was just going to say, I mean, big threat on the board of queen takes pawn, just ignoring everything. But yeah, if you go pawn takes knight, then presumably queen takes f6, and you're going to have problems preventing rook to g3 check. Mate.
Rook g3 would be deadly. Can I be
Oh,
cunning? Knight e2, or
you can.
maybe this would actually head into a dreaded queen and pawn endgame. I'm covering this square. I'm hoping that after rook takes, I could land a check. But at the very end, after I regain the rook, black's rook drops, and white takes it with check with an extra c-pawn, and we would definitely be here for 8 hours. So I'm hoping knight e2 isn't played in that line. How about queen takes f6? Anything else to be done? Could I throw in a spanner?
You could go queen.
F4, covering the square.
Yeah.
Oh, but maybe there's rook e7 actually.
Yes. And you can't even go queen to d6.
Yeah, now I've blocked off my diagonal. So
Yeah.
f4 actually backfiring on black.
There's a neat line as well if you go, so after queen takes pawn. If say you throw a check.
I throw in a check. And king to h2.
And now queen to d6 check. Ah, no, but then you've got rook to g3.
Yeah,
check.
Check met by a cross check.
It's checkmate.
Yeah, until you give up
Oh, yeah,
the
yeah,
queen.
of course.
And okay, the game goes on, but white will win this one. So actually, I think same idea, maybe different
yeah.
order, Jovanka.
And you can also step up. Instead of giving the check, you can go queen to d6.
Sorry, here.
Yeah, you
queen
can,
d6.
but then that will be met by rook to e8.
Yeah. Beautiful deflection trick. Check. And the black queen falls. So we're yet to find a defense, actually, in this variation after pawn takes knight, g takes f5. But there must be one. There must be a way to hold. I still don't see it.
No.
And how is Erwin? I mean,
Maybe it's queen c7.
Yeah, not walking.
Yeah, not walking into rook e8.
Not walking into rook e8. I mean, again, we only know this due to the evaluation bar. I think we got there. It was like our 5th choice. We tried f4, didn't work. Tried knight e2, didn't work. Tried queen d7 and queen d1, didn't work. So what is left? It's queen c7, controlling the g3 square.
But even this one is pretty complicated because you go queen to g5 check.
I move. Luckily, I'm threatening checkmate. Rook d1.
Yeah, and I wondered whether I could be sneaky here and actually drop the rook back.
To e1.
To e1, yeah.
Hoping that I move back to
yes!
g3.
That's exactly what I want you to do, David. You're so kind.
I'm blocking the black rook now from delivering a check.
Yeah, but probably still okay because you can go knight f2. And then there's like, isn't there knight takes h3? Is
knight
that
takes h3. I'm tired of saying check at this point. Sorry, viewers. I've said it like 100 times.
And now rook 2.
Yeah, rook d1, and there will be a perpetual check
Yeah.
at some point.
Do I also have... No, I don't, yeah.
Yeah, probably the game would end in a fashion... Oh, not rook d2, I've just hung my rook. Whoops. Yeah, maybe queen c6, and I'm assuming there's a perpetual check here. White's king just too open. And Erwin Lamy, I mean, look how serious he is on the camera right now. He's definitely calculating something. He's probably thinking, okay, I couldn't capture that knight on 10 of the last 11 turns when it was available. Can I finally get round to taking it? And I think he can.
Yeah, he can. But it does require nerves of steel. So yeah, take it away. Let's consult the oracle. Today we've done really good. Well, we've kind of barely consulted the engine.
I think we've checked like twice, 2 moves.
Oh, he's going for it.
And I can confirm g takes f5 is the only move, so he actually has to finally pluck up the courage. Lucky again, it's quite a linear variation to work out. Queen c7 being the tricky one. But if he takes the knight, he should be able to hold this game.
Oh, yeah, and he does it. Pawn takes knight.
He does. And I think we'll see the next few moves rattled out quite quickly. They're all forced. White has to take this pawn. You can't deliver a check first because black's king will actually cover the f6 square. And the attack dries up.
Yep, and the knight on c1 is actually well placed to prevent checks.
This is true. The knight on c1 finally retreating, maybe later back into the game. But queen takes f6. Yeah, the only option. And yeah, the fact that he plays g takes f5 means he knows, despite the expression on his face.
I'm just loving this camera angle because we really get to see the emotions of Erwin. You know, basically he's solely focused on the area around his king. And well, it's crunch time now for Erwin. He has to find queen to c7. Is that the only move?
It is, unless you want to go into a queen and pawn endgame, as we highlighted with knight e2. Don't think anyone wants to see that one, let alone the players. Queen c7, and that's the one thing I've always struggled against Erwin Lamy my entire career. I've played him multiple times, and it's because he looks so serious. He scares me with his his expressions. He's the nicest guy ever off the board. On the board, he looks like he wants to kill you. And I really struggle against opponents like that.
You know, I struggle against physically big people, you know, and yeah, exactly, and they kind of like really impose their presence on the board. You know, they even like invade my space, and I'm like, okay, I'll let you be.
Yeah, and there's plenty of those who like to invade the space, and there we go, calmly queen c7 from Erwin Lamy. Yeah, it looks like he is going to guide this game towards safety. I was going to make a pun about Lamy and the friend, and like meaning the friend in French. He's far from friendly at the board, but yeah, this one's Sam Sevian maybe now realizing that he has to finally accept he's run into just amazing defense, incredible defense the whole game from Lamy.
Yeah, I mean, I think this game has been so picturesque, and especially if we were to rewind to that really complicated stage where White had every single piece on the board on prees.
Yeah,
and then he just went and played king h1.
Yeah, that incredible moment here. White's queen was attacked. White's rook was attacked twice. White's knight was attacked. Who cares? King h1. And all of the pieces were poisoned. This was amazing. Well worth replaying if you missed it from earlier. And yeah, this position deserves to go in any tactical book. But rook to f8 and the game went on, and Erwin Lamy in the current position about to defend.
Yeah, but it's very fitting that the game will end like this. And, well, queen to c7 played, and queen g5 check.
Yeah, I think we saw a bit of an acknowledgement there. Sam Sevian staring down his opponent. We'll see the game end. King to h8, a queen check, king to g8, and a repetition of moves. Yeah, I was just wondering, is there... No, there's no rook g3, right? Just threatening now queen f6 mate, but this is just asking for trouble, even if black plays a move such as rook f8 guarding all the checkmates.
Yep.
Yeah, the game will end with repetition. That's almost guaranteed at this point.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, I'm wondering, like, can he do that and then go rook to d3? E3?
Yeah, unfortunately, d3's covered. So
yeah,
E3.
E3 is what I want to say, yeah.
But the rook came from that square, right? Oh, wait, did it come from f3?
And
No,
I
it
guess
came
you
from
just
E3.
go rook to g8.
Yeah, I mean, there's rook to
or
g8.
queen to g7.
Queen
Yeah,
g7.
yeah. You can't. You
play on.
can't. No, you have to keep the game alive only by checks, and that is a perpetual.
Okay, what are we thinking here? Do we stick around for the handshake, which I think is imminent, or do we cast our eyes elsewhere?
I think we cast our eyes elsewhere and come back to this one once Erwin has made a move.
Yeah. Okay, this game between Abasov and Firouzja has evolved since we were last here. We see a check now from White's knight. This was the last move. And the problem for White, he keeps doing it. He keeps putting his king on the edge of the board where it's cut off. Now the White king is kind of stuck forever. This check, how do we react? Do we march towards the knight?
Towards the knight.
Yeah, and how do we make
and
progress?
And we wait.
Okay. He does attack the knight. And how do we wait? Rook
c2.
Rook c2. Yeah, don't play king h4. Whoops.
No.
Checkmate. Okay, g4, or does White continue to wait? Okay, let's say I wait forever with White.
Okay, now I go king.
You start marching?
Yes.
Start the march. So you've kind of tricked me into losing 2 moves here. You can continue the march.
Yeah, but then you've got knight f7, and I'm...
Yeah.
That involves some calculation.
It's a race here.
And I'm not willing to enter that race.
No, I'm not either. I just wanted to point out that knight f7 is the key, because just before black gets around the back, White is able to deliver a nasty check. So no checkmating ideas here for Firouzja. Still a lot of work to be done. Maybe I wrote this one off too soon.
Well, it's actually possible to...
Maybe rook e2. Threaten some king and pawn endgames.
Yeah. Okay, let's put the rook on e2, yeah.
I like rook e2 just because now, for example, if I give a check, white's knight cannot retreat back to e5 because I simply kind of simplify it into a winning king and pawn endgame. Yeah, I think I would just put the rook e2 and rook on e2 and at least ask the question. Talking of questions, Jovanka, is g4 ever something to worry about for black? Swapping off as many pawns as possible?
Maybe.
I mean, there's two roads to salvation. It's either a fortress that black can't make progress, or white has to trade off all the remaining pawns. Now, pawn takes pawn, the idea is
knight takes.
to take with a knight, and h6 falls. I think this would be a draw. I don't know, it's easy to get frustrated here if you're black.
Yeah, and I'm just thinking, first of all, give a check.
Okay.
Drive, yeah, and now...
I don't know which way to go.
Yeah, I don't know
let's go
either.
Forward.
Okay, then I should go forward as well with the king.
To...
f6.
f6. Okay, I'll just give you a check.
And now...
I'll always kind of yo-yo back and forth to the e5 square.
And now I'm... King to...
g7?
g7, yeah.
Yeah, I'll come back.
Now I...
Not easy at all.
Yeah, and if... I kind of want to put my rook on f3, but I cannot do it.
Yeah, it's always covered.
And if I wait with the king to f1, f8.
f8. f8 is where you will wait.
Yes.
And I have some sneaky ideas like, okay, just for the fun of it, I'm going to play knight f3. Do you want to take me, Jovanka?
No. Not this time.
Not this time. This would be stalemate, no legal moves for white, and no checks. Yeah, I mean, I say it knight f3 jokingly. I did want to come around, but unfortunately now the black king has a far clearer path in. So I don't think white should be trading pawns. Yeah, maybe g4 is something to hold off on. Abasov looking in pain on the camera, wiping his eyes, but still some chances. He held a fortress yesterday, we should mention, after 7 hours of play. Can he do the same today? Will lightning strike twice? Should we check out some games that maybe have a bit more drama to them?
There's a very dramatic game happening between Jumabayev and Martirosian.
Okay.
It's, well, white has the queen, black has the rook and knight, and a passed pawn on e3.
Yeah.
What do we think about this one?
When in doubt, take the queen. It feels, again, like it's a 2-result game. White can always give a bunch of checks, probably a perpetual check if desired. Zhubabayev just retreated the king g1 away from checks.
Yeah, and white has the threat of going h5.
Yeah, big threat. Yeah, this one is far from a fortress position because black's forces are kind of strewn across the board. So no fortress, it has to be purely dynamic.
And if black were to play bishop e4?
Bishop e4,
bishop takes knight.
I wonder, although there's some...
Yes, and then I'm going to go pawn...
Yeah, there's some ideas of checks.
I did want to take pawn takes, and then after queen takes bishop, I wanted to hit you with a flashy c2. Oh no, that would be a mistake, because of queen to c4 check.
Yeah, queen c4 check, and the pawn drops off. Maybe we finesse this in some way. Maybe rook.
Yeah.
d1 check, king g2.
And now check again.
Check again?
Yeah. Oh
but
no.
Then, yeah, I'm not sure because the pawn will always be stopped with this check, and the e-pawn will drop.
But the king and the queen are going to be on the same line, so I can go e2.
E2, yeah. But then I take you, and I just move my king, and I'm within the box of the c-pawn, and white has extra pawns on both flanks. But I think we're getting closer. It's such a crazy position. No wonder they're calculating so hard right now. Okay, let's see this once more. Bishop e4. Take. Queen takes e4. Okay, let's give a check.
Yeah.
We go the other way.
Then you're forced to.
Yeah, because now there's no king closer. Now it's a check, and just like Nakamura said, the pawn is outside the box.
Yes.
Similar to his game. Wow, bishop e4 therefore makes a lot of sense. Really appealing, threatening some knight checks, threatening
rook to d1.
D1. This one, I'm not going to say it's over until it's over. Hike Maturosyan on the back foot, but a move like bishop e4 would make white's life difficult.
And what else is there to do? I mean, can white be crafty about things?
Bishop e4.
Give a check.
Check from which
angle? That is the issue.
Black's king actually does have safe hiding spots, such as h7.
Give a check on
c7 or f4.
F4.
F4. I'll hide. Yeah, suddenly real counterplay, knight e2 check, a big threat.
Yeah.
Bishop e4 I think would be a master stroke, at least in practical terms, making white's life really, really difficult. And let's consult the oracle. But bishop to e4, one of the two best moves apparently, whereupon white should reply with a really calm h5, just ignoring everything.
Wow.
And the game goes on. But yeah, let's check back on this one later. I mean, it's just a mess.
Okay, so I guess the idea is after rook to d1, you've got queen to f4 check.
Queen f4 check, and we pick up the pawn.
Yeah.
So black would most likely be forced to waste time, maybe a move like king g8 in this position, setting up the threat of rook d1. Although actually I've just there are some checks, and then the black bishop would fall with a check as well. So yeah, let's leave this current position up. Bishop e4 would take nerves of steel, but would make life even more complicated.
Yep. Ooh. And that's... are there any other games? Let's bring up the bird's eye view and take a look at some of the remaining games. And there we can see, maybe we can go back to Sam Sevian, because we do see the king move to the h8 square and a queen giving a check. And as you can see there from the camera, the game has been declared a draw.
The game was a draw. King g8 met by a queen g5 check and a repetition. I mean, this is a fascinating game. A lot to unpack there. No surprise that the players are discussing and laughing, because it was... I think they would have enjoyed it as well. I don't know about you, Jovanka, but playing this type of game, it's really thrilling, even if you don't win.
Yeah.
As long as you don't lose, basically.
No, it is fascinating, isn't it? Especially because the position was so massively complicated. So, and they are discussing, and I do think if we were to rewind a few moves back, that there was a winning opportunity for Sam Sevian.
Okay, do you know where?
Yeah, it was just after there was if we go back to that incredibly complicated point where everything was on breeze.
Where everything was hanging.
Yeah. So let's...
Rook to f8 was played to defend against some knight checks.
Yes. And then if we move forward, I think this is correct.
Queen takes b4, queen to b8. Check. This moment where actually black incorrectly dodged the trade of queens.
And played... and here was the moment where Sam could have... played a winning move, although it's very difficult. Oh, with the move c4.
Yeah, it's hard with the time ticking down. This was move 39, unfortunately, for Sevian. He had no time on the clock, but the very calm, the very composed c4 essentially just establishes the white knight on an outpost on d6, and no matter what black does, for example, if black shuffles into the corner, white will play c5, and this knight is just trapped. It's doomed. Nothing to be done to save this piece. So missed opportunity, but yeah, in such a game... Actually, both players played incredibly well.
I think so. And it's also very difficult to adjust from like extreme tactics to suddenly realizing, oh, hang on a second, the knight on c1 is completely trapped and I can just play the positional c4.
Yeah, and just to mention, on the camera in front of us, it's an empty board, but behind is 14-year-old Ediz Gurel, who's, remember the name, everyone? Who's a super talent. He scored 7 out of 7 at the recent European Club Cup. He's on the brink of being a Grandmaster. And I was lucky enough to interview him. He was like, yeah, I'll be 2,600 soon. I'll be 2,700. That's the next goal. And I mean, he's got the skills to back it up. One of the youngest players in this field.
Yes. Okay. And whilst let's go and bring up the board between Abbasov and Firouzja whilst we are waiting for Alireza to think of a move. We do have 2 interviews that we can hope you can enjoy.
Radek, you just drew your round 4 game against Anish Giri, but you guys were just discussing the games and it looked like maybe there was an opportunity in the opening?
Yeah, I mean, it seems that Anish mixed up something. very early, but he was playing so fast that I didn't even realize that he mixed up, and yeah, I mean I got a great chance, but I didn't see it, so after that I mean slowly he managed to equalize and make a draw.
With that, you're on 2.5 out of 4 unbeaten so far. How happy are you with the start of your tournament?
I mean, it's okay. I mean, here basically every round it's a struggle because, you know, I mean, actually I think it doesn't matter if you are on +1 or -1, you will always get some strong player. So, I mean, but I mean, probably if I would have found this win, which I probably had, it would be, of course, much better, but I'm still sort of happy with my play and hope that it will continue. But actually, I have to say that here I'm so happy, like being here, that I don't think that my score will make me, let's say, unhappy in any way.
What makes you so happy about being here?
Actually, I just like the place. I mean, I won here many years ago, and I always thought that Isle of Man is it's just a nice place to be. Maybe others will find this maybe not boring, but some place where there is not so much to do. But I actually find this very nice and very silent, and the place I like to come.
You mentioned your tournament victory here in 2018. Would you say that so far that was the highlight of your career?
I guess so. I mean, I liked also my wins in Dortmund and Biel, but for sure that is something which was very special, especially that we won both with Alina. Alina won the women's section, beating Sevian, drawing Anish and Kramnik, so that was very special for us. And but I guess that once you are answering that something, that highlight, it already has been, it means that you are getting old, so maybe I shouldn't answer like that.
Yeah, that's why I said so far to not step on your toes. You just mentioned your wife Alina. She's not here this year. Can I ask you why she's not playing?
Yeah, I mean, she's not playing because our son was born like not even a month ago. So one of us had to stay, but she said that I can go. So actually, I have a mixed sort of feelings, because obviously I would like to stay with her and with our son. But on the other hand, I mean, Isle of Man, it's Isle of Man, so not easy.
Rather, congratulations, all the best to you and Alina, and best of luck with the rest of the tournament.
Thank you very much.
Bibisara, congratulations, you just won a very nice game against Elizabeth Pitts. How are you feeling after this victory?
Thank you, I feel good because last our classical games in the World Cup, I played with white and I lose the game and then leave the tournament. So I'm happy that I won this game. After opening, I have, I think, equal position, but then she made a few mistakes and I won the game.
With that win, you have 3.5 out of 4, a great start. How satisfied are you overall with your play?
I play normal, sometimes good, sometimes not good. I just try to show my best because I'm tired a little bit, but I want to have good tournament.
Did you play a tournament before this?
I played 5 tournaments before this. Yes, start from September and until now.
How do you manage to keep energy and to stay in shape?
Actually, I don't know. After Asian Games, I thought that I should not go to Qatar Masters, but I already registered, and so I go there. After, I thought maybe I will not play here, but it's this tournament have one in 2 years, so I think I should play, and we'll look how it go.
So far, it's going great. It's your first time in the Isle of Man. How are you enjoying your time here?
It's my first time in England also, so I really like the country and I really like this place. I love sea, so I think it's a good place.
And just a final question, what is your routine like during a tournament, especially now playing so many tournaments in a row? What do you focus on the most?
Not tired.
Sleep is important?
Yes, but I can't say that I sleep too much, but I try.
Great. Bibisara, congrats again and good luck with the rest.
Thank you.
We are back, and joining us here in the studio is Alireza Firouzja, who is here to show us his win alongside Fiona.
Congratulations, a nice win with the black pieces against Nijat Abbasov. Yesterday we also did the interview upstairs. You held to a draw by this very underrated international master. How are you feeling tonight after your win?
Yeah, I felt like I have to win this game to have, I think, chances both by rating for the candidates and by competing here. So it was important. But okay, I was not burning bridges, so I still chose the solid line.
So where do you think the first critical moment maybe of the game was?
Yeah, I think here it was the critical moment. He could just go normal ways, but still I have some attack maybe after a short, he weakened his king. So he decided to go Catalan, like the very typical gambit. You give up c4 pawn, you get the center. But I think I'm okay here because my pawns are already too far advanced, and I think it's a decent position. And after c5 was critical, I thought a lot here for 20 minutes, I think. Because if it works, then I'm better. I have pawn up. If it doesn't, then I'm crushed. So I have to calculate all d5 here, but yeah, I don't get in the details. Takes this, rook e8. I think he wanted to be solid here, but the position is already too complicated. So
do you think it was a problem between sort of his opening choice and then his ambition?
Yeah, he didn't. I mean, he played h4 and then he weakened his king. So after he has to be active. And I think I'm just better here because my knight on d3 is very strong. And okay, knight d5. I couldn't see a defense for him. Queen e4 here, queen a3 is very important. But I don't know what will happen. I decided to change the queens, and then probably best play he will hold here, but I couldn't see also defense. And yeah, here it's completely winning, and I blundered the move 40, I think. Knight d6, yeah, rook d2 is a blunder. I missed after knight c4, a2, he could just take. It was very, and I think it's just mate after knight f2 check. King h4, f5 is just mate, I think. But unfortunately, it was move 39, so I just blundered. So
actually, how do you feel? Because the time control is quite long, but still a lot of players get into time trouble. What are your thoughts
The
on
first 40 moves is same as other tournaments, so that's the main problem. Otherwise, 50 minutes is good. So I blundered here, and the whole game I was thinking about this moment that it could be finished. So, and yeah, I blundered. I gave up the pawn for free, but still I found the win here. I think I cannot find defense for him.
What was going through your mind after that blunder? Actually, psychologically.
Yeah, it's very hard. I was like going crazy, but unfortunately here is forced mate. Otherwise, or he has to give exchange as he did. Because okay, if it goes here, and for instance rook d1, I could just go or rook b6. I thought is interesting. I could just go g6. It was more than takes, and he's getting mated here. That's check, and that's mate.
Very nice.
Yes, so he had to give up the exchange to not get mated, and then here I was struggling so much to find the win, but I think I messed up a bit. But yeah, I think it's winning also anyway.
How do you feel this technical conversion part? Is it a part that you enjoy about chess, that you think you're good at, or?
No, I don't think I enjoy it, but I think I convert most of the positions. But enjoying it is too much to say. But yeah, okay, it was a good game, I think.
Very nice. Alireza, actually you mentioned about the rating spot. Hikaru was here earlier. He mentioned it's probably between you and him, the race for that spot. Do you feel the same way?
Yeah, because now he also won, and with Black I won also. So yeah, I think it's just 26, 27 ratings to others. So it's just me and him. And it's interesting. Now we should root for each other to qualify one of us. So, I don't know how it will be at the end.
The last Grand Swiss you won, of course. Do you think the same score will be required to win this time, or what are your thoughts on that?
I don't remember if I had tied points with Caruana or I had sole win, but yeah, it's I won the first 3 games last year, so it's difficult to get that, but still I got 2 wins now, and we'll see.
Absolutely, still a long road ahead. I'm going to turn to our commentators to see if they have any questions for you.
Yeah, and Alireza, I'll ask, what's your preference? Do you like these big open tournaments, or do you prefer closed round robin?
Yeah, it's refreshing to play big open tournaments. You play with new players, new system, and all the young kids also, they get chances to play, so it's very good. But yeah, I like it more, I think, this kind of tournament than closed, but unfortunately I have to play more closed than open, so. But I enjoy both. It's a very good event here also.
And do you have a routine before each game?
Normally I just wake up, I prepare, I eat. There's not much to do. Otherwise you get very tired. So.
Are you an early riser? Do you normally wake up quite early?
Yeah, I wake up automatically at 9, so I don't know why now it's like this. But I sleep at 3, I wake up 9. I sleep at 2, I wake up 9. I don't know why.
And you say if you sleep at 3, but I guess you don't go to bed at 3 a.m. here, or?
Yeah, I go normally at 2, 3. Yeah, that's.
Oh, even during the tournament.
Yeah.
Okay. What do you do in the evenings, if that's
It's
okay?
just
Sir?
too excited to sleep. That's the truth.
Alireza, I think that's a great place to end the interview. Thank you so much for coming by. Congratulations and best of luck for tomorrow. Back to you guys.
Thank you.
Thank you, Fiona and Alireza. And wow, what a great game for Alireza. And also, what I liked about it is he recovered as well after blundering a pawn and just, going, okay, could have ended the game right now. And there we can see the nearly empty playing hall at the Villa Marina.
Yeah, we've seen all of the big games end now. We are, 5.5 hours or so into play. It's been an early round, but yeah, full of decisive results this time, Jovanka, in both sections. We only have one leader. We'll talk everyone through that shortly. We only have one leader, a sole leader now in the open section, and no one on 100% in the women's.
No one on 100%, and we don't have a sole leader in the women's either, although Anna Muzichuk came very close to winning her game. But let's take a look at today's results. And first of all, shall we do with the women's section first?
Yeah, let's break down some of what we've already seen, some of those results. I think there's only 1 or 2 games remaining in the entire hall. This is, for an arbiter, this is a dream. And okay, here we go. Top 10 boards for the women's section. Wow, again, just like yesterday, only 3 draws, 7 decisive results.
Yeah.
This was, this was a joy to behold, Jovanka.
Yeah, absolutely. And if my calculations are correct, then we have 4 leaders at the top, with Anna Muzichuk, Tan Zhongyi, Bibisara Saubeeva, and Vaishali all having 3.5 points out of 4.
Yep, so we'll see some clashes between those leaders tomorrow. Those wins, especially from Vaishali and Goryachkina, just really, really impressive. And I'm hoping for more of the same throughout the rest of the event. Meanwhile, let's go to the open section, where we did see, in the end, more blood than we thought. Yeah,
it was quite a decisive round. In fact, yesterday, there was only one decisive game in the top 10. Today, what looks like everyone woke up and was like, you know what, I'm in for a fight. And we did see a decisive result from Andrey Esipenko. And that means he is the sole leader with 3.5 points out of 4. But, well, at the top, it is crowded because there are a whole load of people on 3 points out of 4, including Hikaru Nakamura.
Yeah, including Alireza, Firouzja, Fabiano, Caruana, Hans Niemann, a bunch of players now rising to the top in that chasing pack. And we're bound to see some more big heavyweight clashes tomorrow.
Absolutely. And there we can see the empty playing hall. And it's the perfect time for us to say good night. Thank you everyone for watching the stream. And if you want to follow the action in this continuing game, then you can go onto the YouTube channel and follow that live on the video.
Yeah, it's been a pleasure, Jovanka. Round 4 almost done and dusted now, and we'll be back at the same time, same place tomorrow.
See you then.
Hans, congratulations. You just won a nice game against Richard Report in round 4. It looked like maybe he got a little greedy at some point.
Yeah, he took this pawn, I think, on the 40th move, and after that I was completely sure I was winning. I didn't obviously see the final finish, which was quite nice, but yeah, I think that it was the culmination of putting him under a lot of pressure, and he had about, like, my 40th move was very easy because, like, it's not like I can not sack the pawn or not attack. So I guess with 3 to 4 minutes it was difficult for him to decide whether to take the pawn or to passively defend.
What went through your mind when he took the pawn, actually?
Well, the game's over. I was quite happy.
You've had a great start to the tournament, 3 out of 4. How satisfied are you overall with your play?
Yeah, it's pretty good. Like, it's been 3 games of perfection and 1 game of embarrassment. So I just need to keep the perfection going, and everything will be okay.
You've actually been playing loads. I think Jakob Argeit tweeted today you've played 25 games already this month. How do you manage to stay in shape playing so many events?
Well, I think 25 is my average. Don't mind me. I don't mind. These games are easier, you know. Going to the open tournaments with like bad conditions and underrated Indians and Kazakhs and Uzbeks is much more traumatizing than playing top players. This is just fun. Much easier.
How did you spend your time between the US Championship and this tournament?
I was in New York for 2 days, and then I just saw some friends, flew here, and tried to adjust to the time difference. So I think the jet lag is gone now.
It's your first time in the Isle of Man. What are your first impressions of the island?
Well, it's quite interesting. You know, I've done some research about the island, talked to some very uninhibited taxi drivers, and it's interesting. It's interesting. Peaceful, good place to play chess, and no distractions other than great food.
What did your research about the Isle of Man yield? What was it about? What were you curious about?
Well, I was just curious, like the history and some of their native language. I like to read about these things. Motorcycle race, which is quite deadly. So I wanted to rent a motorcycle or like an electric bike, but I've yet to find in a bike rental service.
Maybe something to do on the rest day.
Yeah, if I find a bike, I could ride it every day. You know, I'm you know, a little bit Dutch after my time living there, so love to bike.
Very nice. Hans, thank you so much for your time. Congratulations and best of luck.
Thank you.
Miruja, congratulations. You just won a nice game against Polina Shuvablova. Let's start from the end. You had to checkmate your opponent with a knight and a bishop.
Yes.
Were you confident that you were going to do it?
Yes, of course. I just remembered the W rule. That's why it was. But I was a little bit I played fast somewhere and I gave her a lot of chances. I think there was a draw somewhere, but I'm not sure. Because I was completely winning from the middle, from 20 moves maybe, I guess, like this.
How often actually do you practice on games like bishop and knight, or also let's say bishop and rook against rook? Do you do it regularly?
Yeah, I usually do it before the tournament, but I haven't practiced knight and bishop because it was something simple. Yes, that's why I haven't. I only checked some like rook against rook and bishop, something like this.
Since we talk about what happens before the tournament, tell us a little bit about how did you prepare for this event?
Like nothing special as always. I just started from the beginning. I mean, when I started playing chess, it was the start of my preparation. Well, I also played another tournament, that's why I didn't have so many time.
Where did you play before this?
In Asian Games. It was like team championship.
Yeah. And how did you use the time between the two events?
Oh, I just relaxed and analyzed my previous games and just trained for this one.
You had a great start to the tournament, 3 out of 4. How satisfied are you overall with the quality of your play?
Yeah, it's fine, but yesterday I had some chances against Elizabeth. There was some like intermediate moves that I haven't seen, but it's good.
And just a final question, there are so many up-and-coming women players now from Kazakhstan playing some great chess. What is the secret? Why do you think you girls are doing so well?
Well, I don't know, really, because yeah, I see they're all my age, so we grow up together. Maybe that is how it works.
Do you work together on chess?
No, we usually kind of some opponents that makes us to be stronger. Just try to beat another one. Yeah, that's how it works.
Very nice, Mary. Congratulations again, and best of luck for tomorrow.
Thank you.